Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. A warm welcome to today's symposium on Vedic spirituality. This is Nitin Sridhar. Let me begin with a small prayer. Vakratunda Mahakaya Koti Surya Samaprabha Nirvignam Kurume Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Agajanana Padmarkam Gajananam Maharnisham Anekadantam Bhaktanam Ekadantam Upasmahe Sadashiva Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam Ishvaro Gururatmeti Murti Bheda Vibhagine Vyomavat Vyapta Dehaya Shri Dakshina Murtaye Namaha Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Hari Om. Today, we are celebrating this symposium on Vedic spirituality. Spirituality is a widely popular idea today. However, though it is very popular, the meanings, the definition is quite vague, perhaps, or ambiguous, you might say. In fact, as per one study, there were as many as 27 distinct definitions of spirituality. But despite this ambiguity, despite this inability to pinpoint what spirituality means, there's an underlying understanding that spiritual is something which is beyond material, and spirituality is a pursuit of this non-material. And in the Indian context, I think we are better positioned in this case. Though most of us today also use that phrase spirituality, intuitively, what we have in mind is the Vedic notion of Adhyatma. And today's symposium, we want to explore this aspect. In the Indian landscape, in the Indian knowledge traditions, we have a large number of texts as well as sampradayas that have been engaging in defining, understanding, and practicing Adhyatma, and each such sampradaya has its own foundational text. They clearly define, they have their own definition of adhyatma, a clear enunciation of the what is the goal of such adhyatmic pursuit, the roadmap, the methodology to be adopted to attain that goal. So one of the distinguishing features of this Vedic spirituality in its multifaceted sampradayas and textual tradition is the stress given to what can be called as umbrella term of devotion or upasana. And devotion is generally understood as a love or loyalty or enthusiasm for a person or activity. In our context of adhyatma, it manifests as shraddha, as bhakti, dhyana, anusandhana, depending upon the context. So we will be seeing many wonderful presentations today highlighting these various diverse facets of devotion and how they play out in different Vedika sampradayas and how they form the core of Vedic spirituality. So with this very brief introductory comments, let us start today's symposium. I would like to first invite Sri Harikaran Vadlamaniji, my mentor, my boss, the founder of INDICA, NICE, and many other initiatives, who is the driving force behind these initiatives aimed at preserving and promoting Indic knowledge and cultural traditions. Um, uh, please, sir, please go ahead.
Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. a very, very warm welcome to all of you who are participating in today's symposium on Vedic spirituality. At INDICA, we have been exploring various themes over the last several years. In fact, our very first in-person conference started with Vedic mindfulness. And this was probably in 2019, early 2019. So after 3 years and after more than 20 conferences and 10 symposiums, where we have explored very, very unique topics. Towards the end of this year, the last event for this year, we have sort of come back to a full cycle, so to speak, on Vedic spirituality. I thank Nitin for curating the note, the concept note, and an excellent panel of speakers, starting with Swamiji, and we have Dushyant, we have various very, very excellent speakers. I also see my friend Rajshri Nandi speaking to us later today. And very, very happy with the kind of response that we have got with various speakers. There's a new open AI that has come. So like Nitin was struggling with this, what is spirituality and what is definition and all that. And he, in his concept note, he was talking about so many definitions. So I went and typed to the chat bot, chat API, I think. I said, explain spiritual but not religious to me. And then it gave a brief meaning. And I want to, this is the actual latest one. This is AI definition. The term spiritual but not religious is used to describe people who have a sense of spirituality but do not identify with any specific religious tradition or institution. These individuals may have a belief in a higher power or a sense of connection to something greater than themselves, but they do not follow the practices or beliefs of any particular religion. Instead, they may seek spiritual fulfillment through personal experiences such as meditation, mindfulness, or other forms of self-expression. People who are spiritual but not religious may view spirituality as a more personal and individualized experience rather than something that is prescribed by a particular religion. They may also have a more open and inclusive approach to spirituality, embracing a variety of different beliefs and practices rather than adhering to a strict doctrine of specific religion. This is the latest as per the chat. This is a topic that has been a personal inquiry for me, because as an activist in this field of preserving, protecting, and promoting Indic knowledge, heritage, and our cultural heritage, I have been observing the various dimensions of how our spirituality has been absorbed, digested, appropriated by the world at large. And the trend towards taking our wisdom and not acknowledging it, that has already been documented by several scholars. And this is a particular topic to me of interest. If you look at the latest research by Pew in the US, they predict the religious demography of US. In 1972, the US was 90% Christian. In 2020, it is 64%. Koti, can you mute everybody? Yeah. In 2020, it was 64%. They expect that by 2070, in another 50 years, it will be 34%. This is one. In the UK, the current fastest growing segment, they had recently did the census, and they released the census a couple of weeks back. The UK is already less than 50%. It is only 47% Christian. And the fastest growing demographic is non-religious, and that is almost now 30%, 27 to 30%. So these are the global trends that we are seeing, that people are moving away from their own religious faith that they were born into. This is one trend. There is another trend of meditation, yoga, mindfulness, environmentalism, paganism, polytheism. There's another trend that is emerging. And all these are intersecting into this category called spiritual but not religious. This philosophical inquiry into the meaning of life, the purpose of life, of existence, of reality, it started, as per Bertrand Russell, in the 6th century BCE with the Greek philosophers. And he says philosophy is distinct from theology. But I was speaking to my colleague, Edward Butler, who is the director of Center for Global Polities and Indigenous Traditions. And it surprised me that the Greek philosophers who inquired about morality, who inquired about justice, who inquired about the righteousness, they were all pious. Piety was integral to them. So the question is, can you inquire about the meaning of life, the goal of life, the morality, the purpose of life, the reality, the search for reality, staying within your tradition? It appears to me that the dharmic traditions or the pluralistic traditions or the non-exclusivist traditions do not have a problem. They do not have this problem of having to disown your religion and say, I am spiritual but not religious, in order for them to inquire about the purpose of life and the meaning of life. But the Western narrative has a certain dominance, has a certain hegemony, so to speak. So we have a very, very famous neuroscientist, a person who is very, very a liberal, who is, he's a highly acclaimed intellectual, who is into also psychedelic drugs and who is also into meditation, mindfulness. His name is Sam Harris. Most of you would have heard about him. He has written a book, Waking Up: Spirituality Without Religion. An explicit purpose of saying that I'm spiritual and there is no religion. And I had my former colleague, Dennis White. I requested him to read that book. And write a review. I will share the link in the due course in the chat box for you to read that review. If you read that review, and if you chance to read that book, if you ever get a chance to read that book, you will understand the kind of confusion they have. You'll realize the kind of arrogance they have. You'll realize the kind of laziness they have. He simply doesn't want to make an effort to understand. He doesn't understand what is consciousness. He doesn't understand the distinction between Buddhist philosophy and Advaita. He has the gumption to say, purists will insist on the important difference amongst various schools of Buddhism in the tradition of Advaita Vedanta developed by Shankara. Although I touch upon these differences, I do not make much of them. I consider the differences to be generally a matter of emphasis, semantics, and irrelevant metaphysics, and too esoteric to be of interest to the general reader. He's in a hurry. And he says, I don't have patience. I'm in a hurry. And this is the kind of approach that he has taken. I'll finish in a few minutes, Nitin. I just want to leave with you one thought. Why did we have this Vedic as an adjective, as a lakshana to spirituality? What is this Vedic spirituality? I was listening to Swami Paramarthananda's talk on Satyam Gnanam Anantam Brahma, where he talks about and gives an example of blue book and a moon. And he puts a difference of the kind of attributes or the adjectives. And I want to use the same example for Vedic spirituality. Vedic spirituality, the attribute Vedic, first of all, it is a limiting. That means it is a limiting adjective. At the same time, I posit to you, and I wish you consider it, it's a defining attribute. So simultaneously, you are saying, okay, you understand there is something called spirituality. There's a Western spirituality, there's a Buddhist spirituality, there's all kinds of spirituality. There's so many spiritual things. You don't know which is which, but I am defining it and I'm limiting it and saying, calling it Vedic spirituality. At the same time, I posit to you that spirituality is only Vedic spirituality. So please reflect on this, because the purpose of spirituality, the moksha marga, is very, very clearly embedded in our religion. It is, you cannot remove it. It's embedded. The goal is moksha. And we have a very, very structured syllabus. We have a defined path, gnana, and we have a preparatory paths of upasana and karma. And across the spectrum of all these paths, we have bhakti and shraddha. So therefore, for us, there cannot be a concept called spiritual but not religious. We are spiritual, therefore religious. And with these few thoughts, I welcome Swamini Swatma Vidyananda to please address us and give her blessings for this event. And I thank all the speakers and I thank all the participants for participating in this symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, Hariji, for the wonderful opening remarks that clearly sets today's agenda. Before Swaminiji, I open the floor to you. Let me briefly introduce Swaminiji for the benefit of the audience. Swaminiji, just a second. Yeah. So Swaminiji will be speaking today in the inaugural address on the topic cultivating Shraddha and Bhakti for spiritual growth and emotional maturity. Swaminiji is Acharya of Arsha Vigyana Gurukulam, Eugene. She is a long-term discipline of Puja Swami Dayananda Saraswati ji. She is a prolific speaker and writer on Vedanta and tours all over the world offering webinars and discourses on self-knowledge gained from study of Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita. Swaminiji is the Acharya of Arsha Vigyana Gurukulam based in Eugene. She is the author of Freedom from Distrust and Despair and another book, Overcoming Self-Sabotage in Self-Knowledge. She is the member of Global Peace Initiative of Women, an interfaith organization dedicated to world peace and harmony. She is also the president and convener of Arsha Shakti, a brand new global foundation for women's empowerment and liberation that is in the process of being incorporated in USA and as well as in India. We are very fortunate to have you today, Swaminiji, among us, and we are eager to listen to your talk. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Nitin, very much for all the work that you are doing for this conference and others like it. And thanks to Hari Kiran ji also for the very impassioned address. And it is always a joy to be associated with INDICA in whatever capacity. And it is a joy partly because INDICA, as I see, it's always on the cutting edge of all the trends in the Adhyatma field. So I'm very, very happy to spend some time with all of you today and to share whatever has been learnt from my Guru, because that is all what we can do. The Keno Upanishad also says, the Guru in the Keno Upanishad says, Yenastad vyachachakshire. We can only teach what we have been taught. And that is the spirit in which the whole Vedic spirituality, that is the petrol upon which the Vedic spirituality runs. And that is how I will just give a very broad address based on the topic itself of today's symposium, and also based on some of the points that Hari Kiranji raised about the distinct place that is occupied by Vedic spirituality, whatever we have understood about it up till now, and why this is something to stop and take note of. This is how we will just sort of have some broad brush strokes, which is, I think, the point of an address of this kind, and then other things can be explored later on. So first is the distinguishing feature, the primary distinguishing feature between most of the what we call organized religions and traditions like the Sanatana Dharma, the Hindu Dharma, is, according to what we have seen, is this: the other traditions, for most organized religions, the dominant religions, the predominant theologies, the point of life, the main point of life is ... afterlife. That is what the whole thing is. The whole life is focused on afterlife. And so it leads to some very, for those who are defining themselves as spiritual but not religious, it's very understandable, because it leads to some very important questions. The first question is, if the point of life is afterlife, what is this life? Is it a bus stop? I'm waiting to catch a bus. And so the bus to afterlife, I'm waiting to catch. Then I have to just stand here. And so what is the meaning and purpose of here and now? That is what we have to understand. And this is the predominant path, divergence between the organized religions of this that are prevalent in the world today, and the Sanatana Dharma, Hindu Dharma, whatever you want to call it, Vedika Dharma, however you want to call it. These are all more or less synonyms. And so this is the primary characteristic of Vedic spirituality, to use the title of the conference, of the symposium. The primary hallmark is that the ultimate goal of life for us is not afterlife. It cannot be. How can it be afterlife? Then the whole life, this life is a waste. It is gone. Where is the enthusiasm to accomplish anything? Where, for that matter, where is the enthusiasm to get out of bed, to come out from under the covers? What is the purpose of that? If the whole life is some afterlife, which I don't know where it is, and which I don't know how to access, and that afterlife, mind you, is all based on belief, that one survives death. It's a non verifiable belief that if one has been good or whatever it is, if one has had a series of beliefs during one's lifetime, that one will go to a certain place called heaven. That's another non verifiable belief. We don't have any, we have foreign returned people, but we don't have any heaven returned people to tell us the tales of what it is like. Then that once I go to heaven, let's say I drop this body and then I go, I have been good, or I have believed that some Messiah has saved me, and then I go to afterlife, and then in that afterlife, that heaven, I will like it there. That is also another non verifiable belief. And that this heaven is it is outside of me, because it cannot be accessed by me as long as I'm alive, and as long as I'm embodied, it cannot be accessed by me. So then what is it? It is outside of me. And then that which is outside of me is permanent, another non verifiable, and in my mind, a very difficult to swallow belief. Very difficult to swallow. If it is outside of me, how can it be limitless? How can it be permanent? Because that, that is just physically, rationally not possible. Just think about it, because I don't have the time to unpack all this, because I would like to cover a few other things. But if it is limitless, if that limitlessness is what we call ananta, satyam jnanam anantam, Hariji mentioned. So what we call ananta, limitless, is heaven. How can this limitless be away from you? Think about it. If it does not include you, it cannot be technically defined as limitless at all. So, this is the first place of divergence. For us, that which is to be achieved in this life is right here, right now. There is a goal that is to be achieved. That is the first premise of the of Vaidika Dharma. Number one. Number two, that goal cannot be something that is belief based. Because if it's belief based, then I have the freedom to believe or not to believe. And if I don't believe, that's also a belief. Because that's how it's non verifiable. So it is not belief based. The ultimate goal of human life is not something belief based that I have to follow, that I have to understand, that I have to somehow believe in, and then I will somehow get it. No. The ultimate goal of life is in keeping with your deepest and the most poignant yearning. And if we unpack this yearning, we will call it by many names. Some people say happiness. Some people call it shanti, peace of mind. I'm sick of conflict. I want some cessation of conflict. And those who are philosophically minded, they will say, I want cessation of longing, because as long as there is longing, there is a sense of restlessness. So whether you call it happiness, whether you call it shanti, peace, whether you call it freedom from restlessness, or sometimes it is called freedom from samsara. What is samsara? A life of keeping on becoming something or the other, striving for validation, striving for acceptance, striving to become something and to be somebody in the world, striving to be known, striving to become famous, striving to keep on accumulating something or the other in order to feel and be more and more, become more and more acceptable. And what is moksha? Moksha is the final quote unquote striving to stop striving. That is moksha. Moksha is freedom from striving, freedom from becoming, freedom from finitude. And because all the striving is why? Because one is insecure. Because there is a sense of insecurity centered on the self, that is why there is this striving. That is why there is this great rush to gain something, to matter, to leave a legacy, to do something. That is why the restlessness, that is why the pursuits, so many pursuits. But all these pursuits are just behind all these pursuits is hiding only one singular pursuit. I want to be acceptable to myself. I want to be happy regardless of what I have, what I don't have, regardless of who is there around me and who is not there. I want to have freedom from this dependency called samsara. And in fact, when one thinks about it, samsara is basically some sorrow or another. That is what it is. Series of, and that's what is makes one a samsari, subject to samsara, very, very sorry. So regardless of whether it is Vishishta, Advaita, Advaita, Dvaita, etc., the word samsara is very well understood. And that it is that the stopping from that striving is what is sought, is also very well understood. And this is why this is what makes the Sanatana Dharma, the Hindu Dharma, stand out. Because what is to be achieved is here and now. And I also said it is not belief based, because it is the longing is based on one's own experiences of non acceptability and of being troubled by a series of wants, which as long as they are fulfilled, they don't keep quiet, they morph into other wants. Like that demon in the Devi Mahatmya, there is one Rakta Bijasura is there. You had to kill him. He had to be killed without dropping one drop of blood on the ground, because as soon as one drop of blood fell on the ground, he would clone himself into 1,000 asuras. That's what he is, the embodiment of meaningless desires. Meaningless and binding desires, desires that make one dependent upon them, for one's sense of self. That is what plagues one. That is what is the problem. And this problem has, since it is immediately felt, it is just like, hunger. It is just like, it is a basic human need. It is just like hunger, the need for clothes. Roti, kapda, makan, like we say, the need for clothes, food, and air. This is exactly on the same plane lies moksha, the desire to be free from all kinds of nonsensical binding longings. Why? Because it's an uncultivated desire. It's not like cable TV where you see it in somebody's house and then you want it for yourself. It's not like some desire for a new laptop which is there in the market. No, this is a desire that is as uncultivated as the baby's need for food, clothing, and warm place, and air, water, food, just like that. And it is recognized. That's why it is not belief based, because I recognize this moksha. When? In sleep. Where is the longing? In sleep. Where is the disappointment? In sleep. Where is the self-loath? In sleep. Where is the self-judgment and self-critique? In sleep. Not there. In fact, when you wake up and stretch, that's when the self-critique and the self-judgment also stretches with you and also plagues you. This is exactly what the thing is. So one has moksha, one can say every night, but it is a moksha that one cannot really fully enjoy, because the mind is in a causal state and the mind is not able to be awakened to the glory of the self. So this is why moksha is not a belief, because I sense that I want it. and I know what it is like. And even when I'm awake, in those moments where the subject object fusion takes place, like imagine eating a piece of chocolate cake or whatever whatever your favorite food is. First, there is Ishtavastu Darshanam. You look at something, there is a smile. And then the person who brought it says, no, 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 this chocolate cake is for you. Then Ishtavastu Prapti. And oh, really, it's for me. The smile gets bigger. And then you wait for them to leave. Better to wait for them to leave, because otherwise you have to share it with them. So after they leave, you sit down to attack this, and then you become one with the cake or the object of delight. This is that becoming that oneness, the subject object fusion. When it takes place, whenever it takes place, that is that ananda. And that, so it is experienced. It is totally experienced. Whether you're having chocolate cake or mocha, even mocha is a manifestation of a kind of a moksha. But the only problem is it is finite and it is elusive. As soon as the cake is over, then then there is a ache. There is a ache for another cake. That is basically what the problem is. But one is familiar with what this moksha is. Moksha means freedom, freedom from wanting this oneness all the time. The subject object fusion, whether it's with an object, an event, an organization, or with another person, like in a close friendship, a marriage, etc. This is what the longing is. And so one knows this is not belief based. This is totally experiential. The only problem is the daily moksha that one has. It suffers from finitude. Here today, gone today, and it is also subject to the vagaries of other people and the availability of that object and my own mood, my own emotional mood to enjoy the object. So, supposing if you give me a chocolate cake and I've had bad news, suffered some loss or something like that, then the one will not be in the mood to enjoy it. Or let's say you give me a chocolate cake when I have a stomach upset, I'll say, please take it away. The sight of it is making me sick. So there, all these things have to come into place in order for this subject, this so-called accidental subject-object fusion to take place. But then moksha is that where it is not dependent on the mood, on the preparation of one's body, or on the availability of the object of desire. And it is basically you. This is the second thing about moksha. Again, if it is away from you, it cannot be limitless. It cannot be forever. So it is there, you are already what you seek. This is the first premise of Vedic spirituality. You are already what you seek. Oh, I already am a Mukta Purusha. Yes, you are free. Then why am I having these problems? Okay, that means there is something in the way. And what is in the way? Ajnana. Atma Ajnana. Self ignorance is in the way. It is just like not knowing who I am. And not knowing who I am is the first mistake. It's called Atma Ajnanam. And that leads to the second mistake, Anyatha Jnanam. I take myself to be a sitting duck, for all kinds of misapprehensions about who I am. The I, the Atma, becomes a sitting duck for all kinds of misunderstanding. It's just like the stock example we have, Rajju Sarpa. There is a snake you see at twilight and you get very frightened. Fortunately, you have your cell phone with you, and then what do? You turn on the flashlight. Oh, simply I screamed. Wow, what is it? It's just a rope lying in three bends in the dark. And not quite dark, twilight. Same thing with the I. The Atma is known. Of course, it is known. If I ask you a question, are you here? You will not say, Let me think and get back to you tomorrow. You will say, I am here. Yes, I am here. What makes you say that? Without even consulting the significant other, you're able to tell me you are here. This is wonderful. And then don't ask the next question, who am I? That is where the problem is. The Atma is self evident. I know I am, but I do not know the full glory of the I. And therefore, I take the I to be what it is not, finite, subject to sorrow, subject to pain, subject to longings, subject to all kinds of problems, anger, fear, etc. This is what I take myself to be. And this, so therefore, the quest here is not to run after some moksha somewhere. The quest is to discover oneself as already free. And that is exactly the program, the paths that Hari Kiranji was talking about in Vedic spirituality. And so, two paths are primarily described in the Upanishads, and then this was later on made into four by people like Swami Vivekananda, etc. But the original two paths described in the Ishavasya Upanishad and reiterated in the Bhagavad Gita is that either you drop everything. When you understand that whatever you're seeking is the finite, but you want to discover yourself as the infinite, then you can be perhaps ready to drop all other seeking and seek this knowledge instead. Or if you say that's too drastic a path, then I just want to continue having my life and slowly get ready for the knowledge that is also there. The first one is called Jnana Yoga, Sankhya Yoga, Jnana Yoga, not to be confused with Sankhya Darshanam. And then the second one is called Karma Yoga. And then the ingredient that is common to both these paths, that those ingredients are there to are devices to open the heart. To open the heart, to first to discover and then revel, rejoice in one's own glory. That is what is Shraddha and Bhakti. Shraddha means it is wrongly defined as faith or belief, but it's not a belief like I believe in God or whatever the concept of God might be. Shraddha means the giving the Vedas, Vedanta, the benefit of doubt. Because it is showing me something. The Veda is a pair of glasses which helps me to see in my blind spots that I am already what I seek. That is Veda, that is Vedanta. That is what it is. So I have to be open to what is being said. But generally one is not open. Everybody is a know-it-all. Somebody asked me at an interfaith conference, "Oh, do you have a pontiff?" I said, "Every grandma in India is a pontiff. Every grandpa is a pontiff. They can pontificate about this tradition to no end, because it is what is received by osmosis. So we don't have any big pope or pontiff. Everybody is a pontiff." And so with that idea, if I go, if I what should I say, wet my feet in the waters of Vedic spirituality and the pursuit of moksha through with this kind of an attitude, I already know it will not bless. It will not bless. The attitude has to be one of the person whose head is on fire and the person is looking for a water source, and somebody says, come with me, there is a lake over there. And then you don't even know this person, it's a stranger, but you completely give yourself to the stranger because of the urgency of this pursuit of wanting to douse the head in water, the head that is on fire in water. You follow the person. Same, that is Shraddha. That same attitude is given to the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, the sources of the knowledge, which are a new pair of eyes with which to look at my life. Then, because those bodies of knowledge do not speak on their own, they are brought to life. They are brought to life and made pertinent in every age, at every stage, for every jiva. Therefore, that source that brings these articles of the Upanishad, the chapters of the Bhagavad Gita to life, and then makes a wonderful dish for you to eat and dishes it out in a way it is palatable to you, and to that source, which is the teacher, the guru, also there is given the benefit of doubt. Yes, I can't see that I'm already free. I can't see that I am the whole. I can't see the vision of the Upanishad that I am this consciousness, which is the essence of this body-mind complex and the jiva. I can't see that. But you can see that. And then right now, I'm going to trust that you will also make me see that. That is the guru in the tradition. The guru in the tradition is not some kind of a god man, self-styled god man or god woman, whatever it is. In fact, there is no self-styling at all. Such people are shunned in the tradition. For us, a guru is somebody who has gone through the removal of his own, her own ignorance from his guru, her guru. The guru is one who has doused his or her head in the fire that we talk about, and then has been blessed with the ability to carry the words of the lineage. Therefore, the parampara, the sampradaya is very, very important. A sound lineage that does not distort the words of the Upanishad to make it to whatever one wants. And that which is able to, the one who is able to make you see. It's not some kind of a god man or god woman. Everybody come and I am God, but you are not. No, that's not the vision. The vision is that there is no subject-object difference. The subject-object difference is basically an apparent reality. An apparent reality, there is a vista point bigger and that which transcends this reality. And that transcendental reality and that ultimate reality is that you are one with everything. You are non-separate from the Jagat. You are non-separate from the Karta of the Jagat. You are non-separate from that which we call the whole. You are one with everything. In fact, you are everything. There is nothing other than you. Where is the sorrow in this? Where is the anger? Where is the pain? It is just not there. But it is not this is not like dipping the big toe in the waters of Vedanta. This is a systematic study. This is a systematic study. This is a study that is extremely important. And it is not a one time dipping the toe and then running away because the water is too cold. It is learning to open the heart, the same heart that was shut down at age 4. But why was my heart shut down at age 4? Everybody's heart is shut down at age 4, not just you. Everybody. This is what psychology tells us. Because in the beginning, the helpless child has full shraddha, trusts, full bhakti towards its primary caregivers. Full shraddha, full bhakti. It depends on the parents for everything. It cannot express itself whether it is hungry, angry, or needs a nappy change or needs to go to sleep. It cannot express. It just cries. And somehow the parents have to see what it wants and see what it needs. And therefore, this is not in the beginning. The child idolizes its parents, thinks of them as Bhagavan. Mother is creatrix, father is creator. Oh my God, they can walk, they can talk, I can hardly even roll over. This is what the child thinks. And later on, the discrepancies come to light. The mother inconsistent, father unreliable. They tell the child to say, speak the truth. Themselves, they are lying all the time. They don't speak the truth. So all these discrepancies and inconsistencies. And sometimes it is even worse. So there is all kinds of difficulties the parents themselves have, and then they are not able to parent properly. So the child develops a calloused heart. It's not able to do that. It's not able to overcome this. It distrusts naturally. This is given for its own protection, because it suddenly sees that these primary caregivers are actually primary scaregivers. They are making me frightened. They are so inconsistent. I love you, but be frightened of me. I love you, therefore sit down. There is no unconditional love. And all this the child sees and is disillusioned. Disillusioned adult, disenchanted person, one life gone, another life gone. This is how we have been living. Where is the place, where is the interruption? The interruption of this is when one dares to trust again. You can't trust, you can't put your trust in another fallible being. Therefore the trust is directed towards the infallible in the tradition, and that infallible is Bhagavan. We don't say Bhagavan is infallible, Ishvara is infallible. If I say that, it's a setup. But if I turn it around, that which is infallible is Ishvara, is God, then it's wonderful. Because I learn to accept whatever I cannot change, because it is a manifestation of the infallible. And knowing this infallible as myself is moksha. And that cannot happen on one's own. There is no DIY Vedic spirituality. It is definitely tradition based, teacher based, and text based. These three things are extremely important. I have just given a broad understanding, and so we can pick up these themes later. Thank you again for the opportunity for giving me for this opportunity to give me this chance to share some things with you. Om Tat Sat.
Thank you very much, Swami.
Thank you very much, Swaminiji, for laying out very clarification on the very terms that we all use, such as Shraddha, Bhakti, and this is a very important clarification. And on that, the other presentations will be building up. Thank you very much, Swaminiji.
Thank you. Om
Uh,
Tat Sat.
Viewers, we now have the beginning of many presentations that we'll be seeing today on Vedic spirituality. Our first speaker today will be Sri Dushyant Sridhar, who will be speaking about on the topic Navavidha Bhakti, the Vedic notion of devotion as enunciated in Srimad Bhagavatam. Thank you very much, Dushyant Sridhar ji, for agreeing to speak on this platform. Before I give the floor to you, let me just briefly introduce you to the audience. Sri Dushyant Sridhar ji is one of the most sought after public speakers on Sanatana Dharma, who renders discourses in both English and Tamil. He has delivered discourses on Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavad Purana, Vishnu Purana, Bhagavad Gita, Vishnu Sahasranama, Divya Prabandha, and many other texts in Upanyasam, Pravachanam, as well as Kshepam style. He has collaborated with eminent musicians to deliver discourses in Harikatha style and with renowned dancers in the Katha Nritya style. He has conceptualized, scripted, and directed large dance productions such as Ramayana Sudha, Srinivasam Prapadye, and many others, and including Vedanta Deshika Charitam with leading choreographers. He delivers lectures to corporates and educational institutions besides speaking at renowned conclaves. He has a wide spectrum of audience following on YouTube with 25 million views across 1,000 videos. He has rendered more than 3,000 discourses in 125 cities across 23 countries. And he was conferred many prestigious awards such as Harikatha Bharati title by Bharat Kalachar and Young Achievers Award from Rotary International, Sarvakala Chudamani title by Sri Hayagriva Vidyapitham, Bhagavata Bhaswan Sri Anjan Nambudiri Memorial Award by Mahalingapur Sri Ayyappan Bhakta Sabha, and Solin Sevan title by the South Indian Bhajana Samaj, and many more. We are very fortunate to have you, sir. Please go ahead and start your session.
दिशन्तु मे देव सदा त्वदीयाः दयातरङ्गाः अनुचराः कटाक्षाः श्रोत्रेषु पुंसाम् अमृतं क्षरन्तीं सरस्वतीं संश्रितः कामधेनुं निगमकल्पतरोर्गलितं फलं शुकमुखाद् अमृतद्रव संयुतं पिबत भागवत रसमालयं मुहुरहो रसिकाः भुवि भावुकाः नारायणं नमस्कृत्य नरं चैव नरोत्तमं देवीं सरस्वतीं व्यासं ततो जयम् उदीरयेत्. My obeisances to all the Astikas, Rasikas, Bhagavatottamas who are an integral part of this symposium, so very well coordinated and organized by INDICA. I am indebted to the organizers for calling me in such beautiful hours of this Sunday morning to be a part of the symposium. The topic that I have been bestowed with is the Navavida Bhakti, as we see in Srimad Bhagavatam. When we speak of Bhakti, there are two aspects to it. Bhagavad Ramanujacharya invokes Bhakti in his commentary to the Brahma Sutras called Sri Bhashyam, and later in his commentary to Srimad Bhagavad Gita called as Gita Bhashyam, quickly followed by a beautiful gloss titled Tatparya Chandrika as enunciated by Swami Sri Vedanta Deshika in a different way. The bhakti that he talks about while dealing with Brahma Sutras and Bhagavad Gita and the Upanishads, the Prasthanatrayam, is bhakti yoga. There he says bhaktischa jnana viseshaha. Bhakti as seen in the form of bhakti yoga or sadhana or upasana is that which has karma yogam and jnana yogam as the angam. Bhakti yoga as seen in Vedanta Sutras, Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita is that which has karma yogam and jnana yogam as its angam, as its wheels, and bhakti yogam becomes the vehicle. There he splits bhakti yogam in three levels: parabhakti, parajnana and paramabhakti. And this is what he says as seen in the Brahma Vidya, which will take the Jivatma from this gross state, from Sthula Shariram, and then it adopts a Sukshma Shariram, and then traverses the path where it crosses the lokams mentioned in Subala Upanishad and reaches that particular abode from which there is no return. Nasapunara vartate, and then there is Sayujyam, Salokyam, Samipyam, Sarupyam. So that is the moksham that he talks about there. Whereas for that bhakti yogam to fructify at the very basic level, my understanding of bhakti with Paramatma should be pristine. For which one of the Puranas, which is bhakti laden, bhakti based, and is also popular among the Bhagavatas is Srimad Bhagavata Mahapuranam. This we all know was an outpouring of Shuka Brahmam, the son of Vyasa, when he himself came on his own accord, when Parikshit was cursed that he shall be dying on the 7th day by the bite of the snake of a virulent poison called as Takshaka. So when he reaches to that spot on his own accord, Parikshit asks a simple question. Sir, I have heard that I was the one who was protected in my mother's womb while Drona's son Ashwathama aimed at the Apandavastram. Draunasya viplushtamidam madangam santana bijam kurupandavana jugopa kukshim gatiyata chakraha matuschameta sharanam gatayaha, he says. So when my mother was housing me and I was to be killed by the Apandavastra prayogam by Ashwathama, the son of Drona, I have heard that Krishna, the son of Vasudeva, protected me by going around me, due to which even I got the name Parikshit. Can you please tell me something about him? In the due course of telling Sri Krishna Avataram, he begins about Srishti, about Vidura's questions, about Dakshayajnam, Pruthucharitram, Venacharitram, and then goes on to explain the Avatara Prakatanam of Matsya, Kurma, Varaha, Nisimha, Vamana, Parashurama, then all these avatars, and finally lands up at Krishna Charitram in the Dashamaskandam. So this is the book of contents that we see of Srimad Bhagavatam. In the Saptamaskandam, in the 7th canto, Parikshit poses a question. Samahpriya Suhrid Brahman Lokanam Abhayankaraha Avivevamsha Bhagena. I would love to hear the charitram of that person. He should have asked, but he doesn't say so. He says, I have heard that Paramatma is equal to all. In case he treats everybody equally, there is no disparity in the way he treats the Jivatmas, then why should he be treating Hiranyakashipu in one manner and should be showering love on Prahlada, who's another Jivatma, in another manner? Doesn't this show disparity? Samahpriya Suhrid Brahman. So that is when Shuka Brahman, out of sheer mercy, Anukampa, on Parikshit starts narrating Nisimhavataram. While it is Nisimhavataram, the Antargata Vishayam is Prahlada Charitram should also be told. This little boy Prahlada, he is being tutored by the sons of Shankaracharya called Shanda and Amarka. Upon his return from the tutelage, the father asks him, what have you learnt in your school? For which the boy answers, Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnoho Smaranam, Padasevanam, Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam, Sakhyam, Atmanivedanam, Iti Pumsarpitar Vishnor Bhaktische Navalakshana. My dear father, I have understood and learnt about the 9 characteristics of Bhakti, which is Shravanam, listening, Kirtanam, singing what you have listened, Vishnoho Smaranam, remembering, which is a result of listening and reciting, Padasevanam, to do worship at the feet of the Lord, Archanam, to do stuti of him through the process of Archana, Dasyam, to be subservient to him, Sakhyam, Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam, Sakhyam, Atmanivedanam. Then he also says Sakhyam, good friendship. Atmanivedanam, to submitting the Jivatma at the feet of Paramatma. So there are 9 characteristics that he talks of. So in this particular lecture, in the given time, I shall quickly go through the Sankshepam of all these 9 characteristics as enunciated by Prahlada to his father. Srimad Bhagavata Mahapuranam stands tall only next to Vishnu Puranam in the Purana Prakatanam, because be it the Advaita Siddhantam, Visishta Advaita Siddhantam or Dvaita Siddhantam, most of the Acharyas, be it Adi Shankara Bhagavatpada in his commentary to the Brahma Sutras, Bhagavad Gita, Upanishads, and later Sri Vishnu Sahasranamam, and similarly Ramanuja and Madhvacharya, always invoke Vishnu Puranam as the most important Puranam. It is, if they say Puranam says, without even mentioning which Puranam, it simply means it is Sri Vishnu Puranam. So, Vishnu Puranam being that important with exquisite commentaries, we shall now go to Srimad Bhagavata Mahapuranam, where this shloka is cited, which also has beautiful commentaries, such as Sridhariyam, we have Vijayadhwaja's commentary, we have Veeraraghava's commentary. So with such commentaries here, I will explain what these 9 characteristics are. Shravanam, passionate listening. In fact, this has been concurred by the mystic poetess Andal too. Ketpadu, Shravanam, to listen. So when listening comes, who has listened the most? Is it Parikshit who has listened to Bhagavatam from Shuka Brahmam? Is it Maitreya who has listened to Vishnu Puranam from Parashara? Is it Arjuna who has listened to Bhagavad Gita from Krishna? Is it Janamejaya who has listened to Mahabharatam from Vaishampayana? Is it Narada who has listened to the answers to the questions posed by him from Valmiki? Who is the one who has listened? While all of them have listened, we need to understand if the Lord also practices what he preaches. So, we must understand that the Lord too has listened. In Srimad Ramayanam, in Balakandam, when Vishwamitra comes and seeks Rama's intervention, he says, Aham Vedmi Mahatmanam Ramam Satya Parakramam Kakapaksha Veeram Jeshtham Me Datumarhasi Swaputram Rajashardulam Ramam Satya Parakramam. Give me your son who has hair strands that get curled near the temple locks, that Kakapaksham, give that person to me. Well, Dasharatha initially resists with Vasishthopi Mahatejaha Yeche Me Tapasisthitaha. With Vasishtha's intervention, he sends his son Rama along with Lakshmana, with Vishwamitra, in a sojourn to the forest during the killing of Tataka, during the killing of Subahu, during the driving away of Maricha, during the emancipation or the Vimochanam to the Shapam given by Gautama to Ahalya, and to his entry to Mithila Nagaram. Vishwamitra has narrated 9 stories to Rama, be it Bhagiratha Charitram, which is Ganga Utpatti. After Gangotpatti, he describes the killing of Vritra by Indra, thereby he acquiring Shapam. He talks about Kumara Sambhavam, the birth of Kartikeya. So all these Prakatanams are described. So he has heard 9 different forms of story. So it is the Lord himself who practices what he preaches, which means he himself listens. So listening, Shravanam, becomes very important. But you should understand, Nava in Sanskritam means 9. So Navavidha is 9 different characteristics of bhakti. Let us now go to Ramayanam. Rama too has listened from the mouth of Vishwamitra. So Vedanta Deshika says, Kushika Sutta Kathita Vidita Navavivida Katha. Kushika Sutta has narrated 9 different forms of story. That is one meaning. The other meaning for Nava is new, contemporary. Pura api Navam Puranam. That which is old yet narrated in a modern or a contemporary fashion is Puranam. That which is relatable and comprehensible to us in this age is Puranam. So Nava also means modern. Thereby, Navavida Bhakti is the right way or the contemporary way of understanding Bhakti too. Nevertheless, the first characteristic is Shravanam, which is passionate listening, for which, besides the many Bhagavatottamas who become standing and exemplary examples, the Lord himself becomes an example. Drishtantam, the best example, is Rama listening from Vishwamitra, the Brahma Rishi, in Balakandam of Srimad Ramayanam. Shravanam. Second is Kirtanam, to sing. All the acharyas who adorn the bhakti movement, be it Rupa Pahata Lotsani of the Abhang of Jnandev, to Tukaram, to Eknath, and as we come to the Dasa Parampara of the Kannada tradition, we have Kanakadasa, Vijaya Vithala Dasa, we have Purandara Dasa. Then we go till Annamacharya and Kshetraya and Bhadrachala Ramadas of the Andhra Desham. We come to Iriyamantambi Swati Tirunal of the Malayala Desham. We come to Papanasam Shivan, Tyagarajar, Muthuswami Dikshita, Shama Shastri, Arunachala Kavi, Muttutandavar, Marimutta Pillai of the Tamil tradition, Jayadeva of the Ashtapadi, Surdas, Mirabai of the Bhajan tradition. They were all exemplary examples, standing examples to tell how one must sing what they have heard, which is Kirtanam. So Andal, the mystic poetess too, concurs with this. Vaayinal paadi, manattinal sindika. Vaayinal paadi, sing. Kirtanam. That is why, related to Kirtanam is why the Shat Prashni is asked by Yudhishthira. Kimekam Daivatam Loke. Kimba Pyekam Parayanam. Whom will I reach? Stuvantakam. Whom should I do stuti of? Kam Archantaha. Whom should I do archana of? Prapnayur Manavaha Shubham. Bodharmas Sarvadharmanam Bhavatah Paramomataha. Kim Japan Muchyate Jantur. Parashara Bhatta, the famed commentator to Vishnu Sahasranamam, in his commentary called Bhagavad Guna Darpanam, cites Japan as Salambanopayam and says that Kirtanam is very important. So the second characteristic feature, which is Kirtanam, to sing or praise the Lord from one's mouth is very important. Shravanam Kirtanam. Next is Vishnoho Smaranam, to think of the Lord. So Smaranam is remembrance, for which Bhagavad Ramanuja in Shribhashyam says, Dhruva Smritihi, Taila Dharavat Avichinna Smriti Santana Rupa Dhruva Smritihi. Remembrance should be like Dhruva Smriti, which is continuous remembrance, because Dhruva had asked the Lord that remembrance should be called after him. So it's called Dhruva Smriti. Second, it should be continuous. How continuous? How uninterrupted should it be? Like the flow of oil. Unlike the flow of water, the flow of oil is uninterrupted. So it is Taila Dharavat Avichinna Smriti Santana Rupa. So remembrance must be uninterrupted like oil. But whose remembrance should it be? Here Bhagavatam is very clear. Vishnoho Smaranam. Even Appaya Dikshita in his commentary to Ananda Lahari cites that Narayana Shabdam, based on the references in the Puranas, is that which has nothing which is equal or greater than it. There is a shlokam, Atmaikyam, Daivataikyam, Trikasamadhikatas, Tulyataikyam Trayanam, Anyataishwaryam Ityadhyani Nupuna Panitir, Adriyantena Santaha, Trayantai, Ekakantaihi, Tadanuguna Manuvyasa Muktokti Shriman Narayanona, Patirakilatanuhu, Muktidaha, Muktabhogyaha. Even His Holiness of Sringeri Matham or Kanchi Peetham in Advaita Siddhantam to conclude their Anugraha Bhashanam with Narayana Smriti. So here Prahlada says, Vishnoho Smaranam. Next, Pada Sevanam, to always do worship at his feet. Now, when it is mentioned at his feet, our commentators have said it must be extended to the feet of the devotees of the Lord, Bhagavatottamas. So, Pada Sevanam, not just of the Lord, of his devotees, which is called as Purushartha Kashtha, which is the limit of God's bhakti or divine bhakti to Bhagavad bhakti, is Bhagavata bhakti. That is why in Srimad Ramayanam, Bhagavan Swayam Rama to Christ. Devotees to Rama, the Bhagavatas of Rama, Bharata and Lakshmana also cry. But the devotee of Bharata, that is Bhagavan's devotee, Bharata's devotee, whose Shatrughna never cries. Because if you're the devotee to the devotees, you shall never face problems. Bhagavata Bhakti is more important than Bhagavad Bhakti. Do we have an example that exemplifies this? Yes. During the Rajasuya Yajnam in Sri Mahabharatam, while Yudhishthira is in the process of assigning one duty to each of his brothers, Krishna, the king of Dwaraka, Dwarakadisha comes and says, I shall too help you in the process. For which Yudhishthira says, you have the right to pick and choose what you wish to do, Krishna. Then Krishna says, there will be people who shall be living as per the quintessence of the Vedic teachings, and they shall be coming to your Sabha Mantapam to recite the Vedic hymns. To those Vaidikas, I shall do washing of their feet. Shripada Tirtham Seva, I shall do. So the Lord himself becomes a befitting example for Pada Sevanam. Next is Archanam. Archana is the simple process of venerating the Lord and paying obeisances to him, doing salutations to him by invoking the names as mentioned by our Purvacharyas. Why is Sri Vishnu Sahasranamam important? Because Vishnu Sahasranamam says, I am not creating names of the Lord. Vishwam Vishnuho Vashatkaraha Bhuta Bhavya Bhavat Prabhu. These are not the names that Bhishmacharya invented. He says, Rishibhir Parigitani Tani Vakshyami Bhutaye. I am just compiling and collating the names of the Lord as venerated by the rishis. So those names were in the vogue, but I'm just collating it. Even Parashara Bhatta says, while describing the essence of Vishnu Sahasranamam, Mahabharata Saratvat, Rishibhir Pariganataha, Vedacharya Samahara, Bhishmot Krishtamatatvatah. So these names were already there and they were compiled. Thereby, our archana through the agama process or through the mundane worship that we do in our home should be through the Ashtottara Shatanamavali as provided by our Purvacharyas. Be it Prakriti Namaha, Vikriti Namaha, Vidyaye Namaha, Sarvabhuta Hita Pradaye Namaha, Shraddhaye Namaha, Vache Namaha, Paramatmikaye Namaha, Swadhaye Namaha, Swahaye Namaha of Lakshmi Ashtotram. Because these are all very old Ashtotrams which have been invoked in the commentaries of our Purvacharyas. So Archana must always be in accordance with our Purvacharya tradition. Archanam, Vandanam. Vandanam is putting your palms together, and putting your palms together before Paramatma is also one of the signs of Sharanagati. The unconditional surrender which the Jivatma does at the lotus feet of the Paramatma is also characterized by Vandanam. This is called Anjali Mudra. In fact, Vedanta Deshika, the 13th century polymath, has given a work called as Anjali Vaibhavam, where he describes what is the importance of this Mudra Vandanam. Anjalim Parama Mudra Kshipram Deva Prasadini. That posture which will invoke the mercy of the Lord instantaneously is Anjali. Amjalayatiti Anjalihi. Because when I do this mudra without the mamakaram in me telling that this Jivatma belongs to Paramatma, then the Paramatma, it seems, will start shedding tears because he feels, why is this dear Jivatma, who's as important as the Kaustubha to me, Vishnu Puranam states, why should he be putting these palms before me? I will take him. Why should he request me? Is he not my so dear friend? So this mudra bias invokes the blessings and the mercy of the Lord where the water flows down his cheeks. Since the water flows down his cheeks, this mudra is called Amjalayatiti Anjali. So this Anjali is an important feature of Vandanam. So this Vandanam, where do we get an example for this? In Sri Mahabharatam, when Bhagadatta, the son of Narakasura, who was fighting on the side of the Kauravas, was raising the Narayanastram, then Arjuna mentions to Krishna, hey Krishna, I know of Brahmastram and Pashupatastram, but I do not know if there is a Pratyastram, if there is something which can go equally to Narayanastram. Krishna tells, I did a grave mistake by telling you Bhagavad Gita. All this while in Bhagavad Gita, I was telling you that there is no equal to Narayana. Only if there is an equal to Narayana will there be an equal astram to Narayanastram. Then Arjuna asked, what should I do? There is only one way in which Narayana or Narayanastram can go back, or they can be defeated. What is it? Arjuna asked. Put your palms together before the astram and do vandanam to it. The moment you do this, it is Sharanagati. To a Sharanagata, the astra will not do anything, it will go back. And Arjuna does this. So Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam, to think that I'm subservient to the Lord. Paramatma is Swatantra and Jivatma is Paratantra. This bhavam of the Jivatma becoming subservient to the Lord and understanding the Navavida Sambandham to the Paramatma is called as Dasyam. Then we have Sakhyam, which is friendship, treating the Paramatma as the friend. So when there is friendship, there is no question of seeking something from the friend. This concept of Sakhyam was enunciated by the Gopika Stris through Kamarasam. In fact, there is a shlokam in the same Saptamaskandam, Gopyaha Kaman Bhayat Kamsaha, Dveshat Chaidyo Dayo Nripaha, Sambandhat Vishnaya Snehat, Yuyam Bhaktya Vayam Vibho. So at that point in time, the Sakhyam is invoked. Sakhyam is friendship. So be it the Gopika Stris during the times of Sri Krishna Avataram, or Guha of Shringiverapuram, Sugriva of Kishkinda, and Vibhishana of Ravana Rajyam, Nishadanam Neta, Kapikulapati, Kapi Shabari, Kuchela Kujasa, Prajayuvatayoho, Malya Kridati, Amisham, Nimnatvam, Rishagiripater, Unnatimapi is a reference. So all these are standing examples for Sakhyam of the Jivatma with the Paramatma. Sakhyam, Atma Nivedanam, to submit one's Atma. For this, there are beautiful shlokas. In Sri Vishnu Puranam, when Krishna in the 5th Amsham plays the flute, listening to the nadam that is emanating from the flute, there is a lady called Chintayanti who wants to leave the house and go listen to the music in person. When her in-laws stop, she then realizes that she cannot step out from the house. That time, by listening to the nadam emanating from the flute, through the anandam that she enjoys, she relinquishes her punyam. But with the little sorrow that she is not able to listen to the nadam and see Krishna in person, she relinquishes her papam. The moment she does relinquish punyam and papam, at that very instant, she gets moksham. Chintayanti jagat sutyam parabrahma swarupini, says Parashara in Vishnu Purana. So be it Chintayanti, be it the Phalavikrakanya of Krishna Avataram, be it Shabari, who through Acharya Kataksham got moksham, be it Jatayu, Gachalokan Anuttaman, they are all standing examples of Atma Nivedanam. So these are the 9 characteristics as enunciated in Srimad Bhagavatam of Bhakti. We should also understand that Navavida Bhakti means new form of Bhakti, contemporary form of Bhakti. What is that contemporary form of Bhakti? Even if we are distances apart, on a lighter vein, Zoom is bringing us together. So this is the 10th tool that is able to engage us. Isn't this new? Isn't this contemporary? So Navavida Bhakti means to also get connected through such symposiums organized by INDICA. I'm very thankful to Sri Nitin Sridhar Kavitarkika Simhaya Kalyana Gunashaline Srimate Venkateshaya Vedanta Gurave Namaha. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Dushyantji. Wonderful presentation on Navavida Bhakti. Especially the contemporary part is very relevant. Harikiranji, do you have some comments?
I just wanted to thank you.
Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Dushyantji. Viewers, now after this very mesmerizing presentation on Navavida Bhakti, wherein Dushyantji quoted from Bhagavatam to Ramayana and highlighted the different aspects, different types of Bhakti, Shravanam, etc. Now we move on to our next presentation. We have with us Dr. Arjun SR joining us all the way from US, and he'll be speaking on the topic of the concept of Bhakti in Madhva Parampara. Let me just give a brief introduction to him. Dr. Arjun is basically from Srirangpatna, Karnataka, and he studied in Purna Pragya Vidyapeetham, a Gurukula in Bangalore for 12 years, and has received 2 MA degrees in Sanskrit and Navya Nyaya respectively. He is a gold medalist in MA Navya Nyaya. He completed his PhD under the guidance of renowned computational linguist Professor Amba Kulkarni from Hyderabad Central University. Later, he worked as assistant professor at the Department of Philosophy, Mahe, Manipal, and recently he shifted to Department of Liberal Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences at Mahe, Bengaluru campus. Dr. Arjun has academic interests in Sanskrit computational linguistics, Indian philosophy, Indian knowledge systems, Sanskrit language and literature, Itihasa, and translation studies. He has many publications to his credit and actively he is working on 3 international projects on different fields like Mahabharata, IKS, and language technology. He is always proud to say that he is one of the disciples of Padma Vibhushana Param Pujya Shri Vishweshwara Tirtha Swamiji of Pejavar Mutt, Udupi. We are very fortunate to have you here, Arjunji. So please go ahead and start your presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Nitin Mahodaya. Am I audible and visible as well?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Okay. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om Narayanaya Paripurna Gunarnavaya Vishwodaya Sthiti Layon Niyati Pradaya Jnana Pradaya Vibudha Saukya Dukkha Satkaranaya Vitataya Namo Namaste. Tapaswadhyaya Shushrusha Krishna Puja Ratam Munim Vishvesham Ishtadam Vande Parivrat Chakravartinam Sarva Vagishwaru Vishnu Stri Rupo Mam Suvadayet. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om. Namaste to all the people who are present in this particular wonderful event organized by INDICA. I must express my gratitude to the organizers for particularly INDICA Academy always does events like this, which are very helpful, not even for a interested person, but even the scholars can take benefit out of these kind of events. So, and you have made me a part of this. I'm grateful for that. So coming to the point, I will be discussing on the concept of Bhakti in Madhva Parampara in the stipulated time. We all know that moksha is the ultimate goal for all the philosophical schools, but they chose different paths to reach that particular destination. So even the Astika Darshanas, even the Nastika Darshanas, in one or the other form, they look for the moksha. The concept of moksha is highly looked after. In that particular path, they choose, I mean, most of the Vedantic schools discusses on three important margas, which are Jnana Marga, Karma Marga, and Bhakti Marga. Some give importance to Jnana Marga, some give importance to Karma Marga, like in the Mimamsa Darshana, they give importance to Karma Marga. When it comes to Vedanta, Uttara Mimamsa, particularly Acharya Traya and other scholars, they give importance to Jnana, but all these philosophical schools gave utmost importance to the concept of Bhakti as well. It is highly discussed, highly analyzed concept in any philosophical school. Actually, there is a strong connection between Jnana, Bhakti, and Karma. In the Tattvavada tradition, in the Dvaita philosophical schools tradition, Acharya Madhva gave utmost importance to Bhakti. Though Jnana and Karma, these two are also important, but above all, Bhakti is the Gariyasi, it is the utmost important concept. It is best than the rest. He quotes from different sources, from Rigveda, Vedas and Upanishads, and from the Itihasas and Puranas as well. Even some sources are even unavailable for us. Such quotations are given in many of his works, which are collectively called Sarva Mula Grantaha. For example, the amalgamation of these three, Jnana, Bhakti, Karma, is very beautifully narrated in different, quoting different sources. In Gita Bhashya, he quotes Gautama Khila, where it highlights Vina Jnanam Kuto Bhaktihi, Kuto Bhaktim Vina Chatat. So there is a strong connection between Jnana and Bhakti. So, but still, in Tattvavada, in the Dvaita philosophical school, Bhakti is given utmost importance. So, what is bhakti according to Madhvacharya? Acharya Madhva, in his Mahabharata Tatparya Nirnaya, he gives a definition for bhakti, which is Mahatmya Jnana Purvastu Sudruda Sarvatodhikaha Sneho Bhakti Riti Proktaha. And the shloka continues, Taya Muktir Na Chanyataha. The bhakti, what is bhakti? Bhakti, by the bhakti, Taya, from the bhakti, Muktihi, Mokshaha, Nacha Anyatha. There is no other way to attain moksha. So, what is bhakti? Nehaha bhaktihi. The love or the affection is what bhakti means. We can all, that sneha, when we look at the word sneha, the meaning of the sneha in the dictionaries, it gives, even in, it is used in another sense also. Oiliness is what another meaning. That can also be a wonderful meaning. The connection between a bhakta and Parabrahma will be like an oil. When we dip our finger to an oil, when we touch two fingers, there will be, though these two are disconnected, but there is a connection through that oiliness. So that looks like very thick one. Okay, but if we take the love or the affection, that is another sense of the word sneha, it more apt meaning here. So that love or affection towards Parabrahma is what bhakti. But this word sneha has three adjectives in this particular definition. It has three visheshanas, which are Mahatmya Jnana Purvaha, Sudrudaha, Sarvatodhikaha. These three are the important adjectives given by Acharya Madhva. And it is very carefully defined in this particular shloka. If we look at the Mahatmya Jnana Purvaha, Sudrudaha, Sarvatodhikaha, we have this love or affection in many things, right? In the worldly things also we have this connection or the affection. But we don't have, all these, one or the other adjectives will be not there, or we won't give importance to these adjectives. Mahatmya Jnana Purvastu. We must, this bhakti, this love must come after the Mahatmya Jnana. Mahatmya Jnana, the magnanimity of Parabrahma, the knowledge of that magnanimity must be there. Then you can have this kind of love or the affection. But this magnanimity, the knowledge of this magnanimity of Parabrahma is impossible, right? So what to do for that? So I can't be a bhakta at all? No, there are margas for that. All the, as it is said, Bhakti-charatsaranam, Hekshadi Tritayam Pramanamakila Amnaya Hekshadi Tritayam Pramanamakila Amnayaika Vedyo Harihi. Amnayaika Vedyaha Harihi. Parabrahma is known by the Vedic literature. So we can go into the study or the deeper analysis of the Vedika Shastras, which are given by Acharya Parampara. We can engage ourselves with that. That is a constant process. We will be knowing Parabrahma step by step, and also our love or the affection towards Parabrahma is also increasing. So, Mahatmya Jnana Purvakaha Snehaha Bhaktihi. And it must be Sudrudha. It must be very strong. It must not shaken by anything. When in the case of bhaktas, when we look at the bhakti in the bhaktas like Prahlada Maharaja, it is sudhrida. There are many attempts by Hiranyakashipu to get rid of that particular affection towards the Parabrahma Hari with Prahlada, but it was never broken. Many attempts were failed. So that kind of very strong connection is what highlighted, that kind of love, affection, whether I'm in a good condition or a bad condition, irrespective of our state, we must show that love or the affection, that connection must be there. And also, sarvatodhikaha. When it comes to Parabrahma, it must be the supreme most. There is nothing beyond that Parabrahma. That kind of bhakti is only possible by bhaktas like Prahlada Maharaja or Hanuman or many other instances we can see in the literature. But can we attain that level? Those the stories of Prahlada Maharaja or Hanumanta or any other bhaktas, even the followers of these Navavida Bhaktis, there are different stories comes up in the Itihasa and Puranas, where all these aspects are beautifully, even in Rajamila's case also, even Jadabharata's case. If we take all these stories, Mahatmya Jnana Purvaka, Sudhrida and Sarvatodhika Bhakti is seen, and listening to their stories, we must start thinking about it. We can also practice that, and then we must adopt it, and then definitely we can also go elevate ourselves towards to become a bhakta. And in even Raghavendra Swami also discusses in the Gita Vivruti very beautifully. He discusses about the concept of bhakti. Even Jayatirtha Muni discusses very in detail in Tritiya Adhyaya of Srimad Nyaya Sudha. And many of the scholars who have the successors in the Madhva Parampara, they have highlighted the concept of bhakti in a very detailed manner. But in even Acharya, in Madhva Parampara, we all have given importance to Bhagavata also. We start with Bhagavata Mahatmya, in that which is occurred in Padma Purana. In that also there is a conversation between Bhakti and Narada. Bhakti discusses with the Narada about her state in this particular Kali Yuga. But Narada's answers in around 20 to 22 verses, it's amazing. It gives, it completely highlights how important bhakti is. One of the shlokas, if I put it here, it will be Satyadi Triyuge Bodha Vairagyau Mukti Sadhakau. Satyadi Triyuge Bodha Vairagyau Jnana Vairagyau Mukti Sadhakau. Kalautu in Kali Yuga Kevala Bhaktihi Brahma Sayujya Karini. Bhakti is the only way to attain the moksha. Is that much important. Even further, Narada Maharshi explains about the importance of bhakti. And this kind of bhakti is not only in Parabrahma, in Vishnu or in Narayana. It is on all the devatas also. In the Madhva's tradition, we must show this kind of bhakti not only in Paramatma. Sarvatodhika Sneha will be with Vishnu only, but the bhakti is not only limited to Parabrahma. We are supposed to show our bhakti to all other devatas also. There is one shloka in Mahabharata Tatparya Nirnaya. It says, tasmadananta gunapurna mamum ramesham nishchitya dosharahitam paraiva bhaktya vijnaya daivata ganamscha yatha kramena bhakta hareriti sadaiva bhajeta viraha. Though there is an interesting concept called Taratamya concept, which is unique in Tattvavada. According to that, we have to do bhakti in all the devatas according to their level. Okay, so this bhakti is not only for the Parabrahma, but we also have to do in other devatas also. Even in the worship of Shiva is also highly followed in Madhva tradition, because we agree Shiva is considered as Bhagavatottama. Okay, so that tradition is also there in Madhva tradition. And so, as Krishna himself said, Patram pushpam phalam toyam yome bhaktya prayachati. Bhakti is if whatever we are doing, it can be an activity, it can be a study, or it can be a jnana karya, or even it is in karma. We have to have the concept of bhakti in without any not giving less importance to that. I think by this note, I would like to stop here and like to take some. Did I complete the time? I couldn't follow that.
You still have time. I think around 8-9 minutes you have. You can, yeah. If you want to add something else, you can go ahead.
Okay, I think I will stop here because if I go more than that, it won't be covered within that time. Okay, I think maybe some comments by the scholars present here can be very interesting.
Thank you, Arjunji. It was a wonderful presentation, especially from the Madhva perspective to know about Bhakti. If anybody has any comments, please do share. Nagaraji, Hariji.
Yeah, it was very good, Arjun.
Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to provoke a very small 8-minute filling answer from you. As a Navyanyaya scholar, how would you talk about bhakti? What is the avachedakatva of bhakti for in the language of a very general audience?
Okay. Definitely. Thank you. I think bhakti in the Navyanyaya tradition, moksha can be attained by knowing the real world which exists within whatever we experience. That real world's unambiguous knowledge is what, when we have that unambiguous knowledge of the real world, then we automatically attain the moksha. This is what Nyaya scholars discuss. But they have not even Paramatma is also not given much importance in the Nyaya tradition because of this, and the bhakti is considered as one of the guna category, and that they say yes, there is one this Mahatmya Jnana is associated with that. They say knowing Paramatma with the Vedic literature, which is composed by Paramatma himself, because he is the Sarvajna, he can only be the author of Vedas. So knowing him by those texts is what will give, and affection towards him also is what bhakti is I mean, it is very, the importance is not given in Nyaya tradition. Hope I answered your question.
Thank you very much. That actually shows what all the earlier speakers also have been saying. The Shraddha or Bhakti or whichever spiritual feature is there in the Vedika Sampradaya, Vedika Parampara, is actually Shastriya. It does not come from a belief in something which is not above Shastra. That is the distinguishing feature from what the Western audience have already seen. The Western audience have already seen faith to be the opposite side of science. Whereas in the Vedika Parampara, Shraddha and Bhakti are on the side of Shastra itself. They are Shastriya Bhakti, Shastriya Shraddha. And there is a Shastra of Bhakti and Shastra of Shraddha. Because for them, science is, there cannot be a science of faith. For them, science is the opposite of faith. They fought during the emergence of modern period. All the fights were between science and faith. And faith stoned science in the form of stoning Galileo. So the whole science and religion debate it started because of this Shastra Shraddha Vairudhya that they had. We do not have a Shastra Shraddha Vairudhya.
Yes.
Our Shraddha and our Bhakti is a Shastriya Bhakti and Shastriya Shraddha. You brought it out very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Arjunji, and thank you, Nagarajji, for this follow-up questions. Again, wonderful presentation, and we all got to know some basics of the idea from a Madhva perspective, Madhvacharya perspective. I think these are all topics which can be discussed whole day, throughout the day in very depth. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We can't hear you, Nitin.
No, Nitin.
Okay.
Now we can hear you.
No. Remove headsets and try otherwise.
Yeah. Is it audible now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So I was saying the next session is by Dr. Prasad Kaipaji, and he'll be speaking on the topic spirituality in contemporary world, Bhakti and Shraddha in the lives of millennials. Just a brief introduction to Prasadji. He is the co-founder of CCSIT and chairman of Samskrita Bharati USA. CCSIT is Center for Conscious Studies and Inner Transformation. And Prasadji is also the trustee for North-South Foundation and Yoga Bharati. Dr. Prasad got his PhD in physics from IIT Madras and was an assistant professor in the University of Utah before moving to Apple. At Apple, he was research fellow designing tools for augmenting human intelligence, integrating Indic wisdom with brain research. He spent the past 30 plus years teaching in various business schools and coaching senior executives and applying Vedantic frameworks for human development. His 2013 book, From Smart to Wise, is based on the Guna framework from Bhagavad Gita. He currently lives in Silicon Valley. He has been living in Silicon Valley for the past 35 years. Very warm welcome to you, Prasad ji. Please go ahead.
Welcome, Prasad Garu.
Sir, you are on mute. Kindly unmute.
Sorry. Okay. Now, can you hear me? Namaste, and
Yes.
thank you very much.
Can you make
Nitin.
the slideshow mode? Yeah.
Yeah, I will put it in slideshow, I think. Can you see my slides?
Yeah, we can see it. You just, yeah, now it's okay.
Okay, is this a better approach? So, okay, let's see. Then you can see it a lot better, I guess. Yeah, good. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. Hariji and myself and Raghu Anantanarayan had several conversations on the Vaidika Sampradayam and what does it really mean in the current context. And especially because I have been working with both the Westerners and the Easterners, if you want to call, for a long period of time, integrating the Vedic wisdom with that of the modern sciences like cognitive sciences and brain sciences and management sciences. I wanted to bring why my perspective seems to be a little bit different in terms of role of Bhakti and Shraddha in the traditional way towards moksha, and how my working with millennials, for example, especially the youth and people under 35, I have been with quite significantly for past 3 years. And in working with them through Samskrita Bharati to do youth programs and some of the students to get into some of the slokas, some of the Niti Satakam, some of the stories from Upanishads, and connecting them with whatever crisis and whatever excitement, whatever career development that they are going to go through. Similarly, I have been working with a large number of people from Gandhi Camp, North-South Foundation, and Yoga Bharati, etc. And I find the context of Bhakti and Shraddha meaningful to them, except that it comes from a very different perspective, which I'll elaborate a little bit more. Because my purpose in working with them, especially if they are in the West or if they are in India, like there are a large number of people whom I work with in India as well, they seem to be somehow disconnected with temples, religion, our Guru Parampara, and they only seem to engage with some of them because they are cultural but because their parents will kind of object to them, but don't seem to have deeper connection to their roots. And my interest is to help them to connect it in such a way that they begin to discover whatever they want to discover. So whatever I say are based on some of this, and I have also initiated a survey. So I have sent it to about 7,000 people all over the world through LinkedIn, through Facebook, through various other WhatsApp groups, and through emails. And some of the inputs that I have been receiving I'm incorporating in my talk a little bit, but I'll continue to do more work in this area, and then we will publish some more as the time becomes appropriate. So what is it that I have learned? One of the shocking things for many of us, especially because for many people really look at it like the spirituality and religion are one and the same. As a matter of fact, if we were to say they are different, there are a large number of people in this August gathering, in this conference, as well as many of the people will kind of get upset with it. So let me talk about that by first identifying millennials are people from 1980 to 1996, and from 1996 to 2010, they are called Generation Z. And the reason why I have been paying a lot of attention is that the future actually is going to be managed by many of these people. And there are only 3 countries in the world that seems to have a substantial number of younger people. That is India, Vietnam, and Indonesia. Many other countries are going to look towards these 3 countries to provide management people to come from the younger generation. And obviously, the future seems to belong to millennials and Generation Z. And right at this time, the Gen Z itself seemed to be over 32% of the global population. And if these people are disconnected with the Vedic wisdom and the Vedic spirituality, it will be a real disaster. So it is extremely important. We need to pay attention to them. And as I mentioned just a minute ago, the key word that millennials as well as Generation Z people seem to indicate, not only through what I have observed, but also through the survey that I'm getting, is that millennials are much less attached to organized religion. And it is not just they are less attached to organized religion right now, but even at this time, when compared to their parents or their grandparents at olden times or right now, if you were to look at it, less than 50% seem to think religion is important. While we get very upset about some of this, we also need to pay attention to the fact that probably over 80% of the millennials still believe in God. While they say they don't connect with the religion, they do make statements like, I find spiritual peace and well-being. I need a deep sense, I have a deep sense of curiosity and wonder about the universe. So there is a certain way in which they are connected with religion, except that they pick and choose. So they may do a yoga, and they may also go do a Upasana meditation, and they may do something else. So to a certain extent, they pick and choose from a buffet, if you want to call religious buffet, instead of trying to look at, I am from Hindu religion or I am from Christian religion, and this is what I need to follow. That disconnect seems to be very visible. This is not just a report that has come out in United States. If you were to look at it in Indian magazines and Indian research also, they talk about it. Even though these millennials and other people seem to be much more spiritual than any other generation. The reason for that is they seem to have a large amount of self-belief, and they seem to look for their own purpose and their own meaning, not necessarily through the traditional Vedic routes or not necessarily going to teachers, even though some of the new teachers like Jaggi Vasudev, and some of them seem to have a little bit more influence on them. It looks like Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev seemed to connect a lot more than many of the other teachers in the recent times. Somehow they don't believe in going to a specific temple or specific place to pray or practice. They believe that it has to be inside out. So the prayer can be done from anywhere, and I can meditate anywhere, and the nature seems to be one place they seem to connect a lot more. Not only they connect with nature for prayers, but also they believe that they want to do more good. They want to bring about climate change. They seem to connect about man-made change to be reversed, and they seem to focus on what they want to do rather than what they are told or what they are told to believe. So in that fact, they seem to think and feel that they are more in control of themselves, though surrender seems to come a little bit more easily to them than other generations. What is also interesting on a positive note, according to a research that was published in 2021, it is that 62% of these people seem to believe that the spiritual practices like meditation and connecting with God and consciousness seem to help them to gain clarity. And 70% of them feel that when they do prayer, they seem to feel more in control and more confident. So in some respects, their words might say that we don't believe in God, we don't believe in religion, but their practices seem to be a lot more connected with whether it is the Hindu meditation practices or Buddhist meditation practices, and they seem to be very well aligned with the Vedic spirituality than the words that display. So what I started doing was I created an open survey. This survey just went online today, as a matter of fact, and anybody can go and complete the survey. And as I mentioned, I have sent it to over 7,000 people, and I'm looking forward to getting research data as I go forward. And I have asked people whether they are of millennial age group, Gen Z age group, or even older people. I want all of them to fill out the survey so that we can do comparison between the different age groups, different people who are living in different continents, people who, from different genders. We can actually find a lot of things to be done. Now, what is the biggest issue they seem to have, especially after the COVID situation, after the war that we are facing in Ukraine, or the inflation, or the kind of recession because of the number of jobs that are going away everywhere, not just in Silicon Valley or not just in the United States. The conflicts seem to be between the religion, as the previous speaker, Mr. Arjun, just mentioned, and Dr. Nagaraj Paturi has elaborated. We don't have the split between the religion and science, at least in Hindu religion. And of course, in Buddhist religion, they talk about they being aligned very much. Whereas in the Western context, the religion and the spirituality are in two different worlds, one feeding rationality and another feeding faith. And of course, the most dominant religion right now is not the scientific religion, it is the religion of the money. It is the business religion. So as you know, now not many people are going to PhDs and masters and scientific research, but the number of business schools that have started, people who want to go to entrepreneurship, people who want to do MBA, people who want to do business has significantly increased. Of course, they do not believe the business focus is pure money. It is all about what you might call the success, growth, all of it. Not necessarily, it doesn't matter what approach is used, whether it is intuitive, rational, logic, it doesn't really seem to matter. So if I were to summarize what I have been learning, it all comes down to like two basic approaches. One is spiritual wisdom as it comes through the religion in a traditional, Vedic spirituality approach. On the other hand, the millennials and several of them believe that it has to be a fountain model, a bottom-up model. So they want to experience something through their behavior, through their experimentation. They would like to discover the spiritual principles and the values that are meaningful to them. And from there and through their search through the buffet of religious practices and spiritual practices, they believe they will discover the truth for themselves. And of course, it is very frequently, I have heard people referring to Ekam Sat Vipraha Bahuda Vadanti, saying that, truth may be the same. I have my own way of discovering it. I do not believe many of the teachers, many of the gurus, many of the religious scholars saying it, because their behavior does not, consistently portray what they are talking about. When there is a schism between what they say and what they do, we would rather do our own rather than listening to what they are saying. On the other hand, the Vedic spirituality in the traditional path seems to be starting with certain focus we don't use the word faith, or we don't use the word as it is in Bible or anything else. We believe in the Vedic pramana, like a Veda pramana, and then values that emerge out of it, and the disciplines and rituals and various things that we do, that is how our religion seemed to show up in our people's lives. But the scientific approach, rational approach that many of the millennials and post-millennials believe is, we want to try something, and out of that we want to learn, and at that time we may be open to listening to some people who have experimented, people whose behavior we trust and believe in, rather than the gurus of traditional religions and traditional matas. Then we will try to co-discover our truths through satsang and through other people, and that wisdom is going to be much more practical wisdom. Of course, we can ask this question, is this really workable? Is this bottom-up approach, saying spirituality is not same as religion, saying that I don't need an explicit guide or a teacher who is very well trained in the Vedic tradition, is that going to do? But some of the things, I suppose, to give them some kind of a leeway and to help them out, even among the Shat Darshanas that we talk about, some of the Sankhya and Nyaya and to a certain extent Yoga explicitly do not focus on the Bhakti in the traditional Bhakti way, but the way of looking at Nirguna Upasana or talking about some of this approach is also something that you can think about, how Satyakama Jabala discovered his own what you call experience with nature, with the various elements in the world, and that later got topped off by his experience with his teacher and his conversations with the teacher. So some of the things, in my survey, already some people have pointed out, saying, when you look at Taittiriya Upanishad in the end, Bhrigu went to his father and father told him experiential learning is the most effective, and he went through the Annam, Pranam, Mano, Vachamiti, all of this type of stuff he discovered, and that is validated in the Upanishads itself, or, these kinds of stories and these kinds of quotes are told, saying that what they are practicing is not necessarily completely outside the Vedic spirituality. We would prefer them to come through the traditional teachers and all of them, but the way in which they seem to interpret, which of course goes hand in hand with what Nitinji had sent, Bhakti as love seems to connect very well for them, rather than Bhakti as the devotion to God or teachers, some of them. Shraddha, when we help them to identify, they argue that Shraddha is needed in any and all activities, and there is a significant need for Shraddha. It doesn't matter what we do. Of course, the pursuit of moksha is not something that I have heard many of them say we understand or we appreciate yet, because many of them seem to feel to a certain extent, like a Charvakavada to a certain extent. I don't know what is afterlife. I don't know whether I believe in next life. Let us see what it is. We are too young to really talk about moksha at this moment. So that is what they are talking about. And finally, they are saying in the age of Google, in the age of everything being online, everything being very short, and if we want a 2-page paper rather than a 20-page article, or let alone a 200-page book. So pretty much the role of teachers and gurus are becoming more like they have to become sakhis and sakshis to do the mediated learning that is required. In that one-on-one mediated learning experience, they seem to be more open to. So that is where my research is at this moment. One thing I do find is, even though I focus more on millennials and on the younger people, Generation Z, I would also say this particular situation might be valid with a lot of adults, and lots of people of all ages who seem to live in different parts of India, let alone in the West. So we do need to pay significant attention to how do we communicate with them and how do we tap their energy, their enthusiasm and commitment towards promoting and actually discovering the Vedic spirituality and get them on the path of moksha. I think that is the question which we'll have to explore in multiple ways of reaching them, rather than saying this is the right way, this is the only way. I don't think Hindu spirituality ever looked at it in that way, but that seems to open up an argument and an opportunity for us to reach larger number of people who do not seem to have clarity and who do not seem to have purpose and meaning they are interested in, but how to communicate it is something I would love to learn from others and the other wise people who are in the August gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prasad Garu. That was a useful perspective. Now, this whole thing about are we, it's all about framing it. And are we are reacting to a situation. We are reacting to a situation of the current thinking of a certain class of people. And the way they framed themselves. We have talked about, I don't know whether you had an opportunity to participate earlier, the way they framed themselves as spiritual, but not religious. That is how they have framed themselves.
Correct.
This is not just millennials and Gen Z alone. This framing has been done by even baby boomers and even by the next generation also. So this, the framing has been coming from a dogmatic, faith-based religion, and you are leaving that religion. We have already talked about the statistics of people who have who are leaving the religion both in the UK and the US, right. and therefore you are leaving something behind, and you are defining yourself as saying that I am leaving something from behind, but I'm still inquiring about something else. We will come to the millennials later, but the definition of spiritual but not religious has come not from the millennials.
Correct.
This trend is beyond millennials.
I completely agree.
So the question, therefore, is when we are talking about communication and we are talking about understanding one another, when somebody defines themselves in a particular way, it's a conscious choice. They have defined themselves in a particular way, saying that I am so-and-so, I am not so-and-so. When you have chosen to define yourself in such a manner, then what is this and what is this? As per you, we have to understand. In order for us to compare ourselves with saying whether our tradition has this and this, and if so, how? This is the most important thing that we have to ask ourselves. Subsequently, how we communicate that is a separate issue. Rather than coming from their current position, we have to understand what is our position. I posit to you that in our position, without Shraddha and without Bhakti, there is no spirituality, there is no moksha, there is no pursuit.
You are becoming dogmatic, Hariji. I can't listen.
You may, yeah, I posit to you.
I'm sorry.
No, you have quoted. No, you are sorry. I understand that. I posit to you. So we can argue about it.
May
example, yeah, 1 minute, sir. For example, the examples that you have quoted, of Sankhya and Nyaya, they do not have explicitly pursuit of moksha in the end goal. So I am very clearly saying, if there is pursuit of moksha, then without Ishvara, without surrender to Ishvara, without devotion to Ishvara, without surrender to Vedanta as a pramana, there's nothing there. So you may call it dogmatic, I have nothing to do. But the very same millennial who in Palo Alto goes to a Buddhist chant, goes every day in a yoga studio, then goes home, he has a Buddha statue, he or she, and lights an incense stick before stepping out every day. So there is a devotion that is being expressed. There is a devotion to a particular vigraha that is being expressed. What is a ritual? A ritual is a regular, systematic, consistent practice of expression of a devotion or a surrender to a particular form. That is a ritual. And the millennial and Gen Z is expressing that. So therefore, a non-theistic religion like Buddhism also, post-Buddha, they're full of Buddha statues and vigrahas and chanting and this thing. So they themselves could not survive on a non-theistic manner. So we must understand and go into the basics of what is the question that is being asked. The question that is being asked is, Shraddha and Bhakti are sine qua non, are essential features in pursuit of spirituality. That is what I'm positing to you. I may appear dogmatic, but I'm just positing that. Nagaraj, you can express.
Yeah. I was very happy to see that Prasad Garu, towards his end, ended his talk with the sentence that he wants to learn from the other speakers today. And I'm sure all the other Shastra speakers, like Jamala Manaka Srinivas Garu, who is going to speak next, or Gauri Maulikarji, or the other speakers that spoke today, they are all Shastriya speakers. And this Shastra, when it is translated into the contemporary idiom and English and all that, will definitely persuade and convince the millennials or Gen Z or whoever it is, because it is highly rational in its communication, highly reasoning in its communication. It does not depend on a blind faith in anything that is beyond their comprehension. It is purely logical, rational, and highly reasoned out kind of communication. The problem is coming because the communicators from the Vedic spirituality today are not trained that way in Shastra. They are neither here nor there. They are not aware of the problem from where the faith versus science debate started during the emergence of modern period in Europe. They are not aware of how that kind of faith, which is posited as opposite of science, has been universalized and has been imposed on Vedic spirituality also through contemporary education. And they are not able to scan out and sort out these problems of universalization of blind faith and putting it on to Hinduism, putting it on to Vedic spirituality, and removing that through an actual right, reasoned out, rational, scientific, logical presentation from the Shastra, from the Shastriya scholars to the millennials directly, from the Shastriya scholars to the rational thinking Janji directly, then this will be scanned out, this will be sorted out. So the problem is coming is because Vedic spirituality is getting represented by the people who are not rigorously trained in the traditional method of Vedic spirituality itself. So we have today an opportunity of listening to all the Shastriya scholars who are trained in the Vedic spirituality in its actual traditional way. Then if millennials are audience of this program, they will also get convinced that this is not a faith which is opposite of science.
In fact, I am very happy with the example that Prasad Garu has quoted about Jaggi. Jaggi has started with inner engineering, which is purely, yoga and. But actually speaking, the net result of and if you go to Jaggi's website, there's no word. He doesn't use the word Hindu. He doesn't use the word Shiva. Also, he says Adi Yogi. But actually, his Maha Shivaratri night, that night is the biggest gathering ever possible. devotion to Shiva. So he is bringing back the millennials that Prasad Garu is earning for. First by the yoga part, and first by the spiritual part, and first by his flamboyance and all that gas that he has. And then he's bringing them back into devotion through this thing. So I'm not at all on that. We see that very effectively being used by all the pop age gurus. Shri Ravi Shankar also does that. So it's I have no problem. I'm not on the millennial problem. I'm on the larger problem of the Sam Harris problem. I shared the the problem is not the millennials. The problem is with the people like Sam Harris who are advocating that kind of a thing. And Sam Harris is not a millennial. So they are very conscious. They're very aware. They're aware of the appropriation that they're doing, but they're just lazy. And because they're in a hegemony kind of power structure, these kind of things are happening. So the issue in my mind, yes, the children and the millennials have to be addressed and communicated, which people like Jaggi and Sri are doing. But the larger problem is people who are intellectuals who are actually doing this very consciously.
See, one of the things I can tell you is what you are saying is exactly right. We do need to listen to Jamal Madga Garu and Gauri Mahulkar, and Dr. Tulsi Joshi and all of them. And we need to make these, just having a seminar conference is not going to cut it. We need to create some spices of it, create an article, set of articles, publish it in places where other people read. As you rightly say, it is not just a millennial question. Everybody, but millennials is where they see it. So we need to communicate it and bridge that gap, just like Sadhguru has bridged the gap, or just like Sri Ravi Shankar has bridged the gap. We need to create more opportunities to bridge the gap. I am 100% sure once the wisdom that we have been hearing today in the conference, if it can be communicated in a way that is meaningful instead of a dogmatic way, I am right. When you learn my way, you will notice that I am right is a very arrogant approach. Nobody gives a damn for that. But if you can begin to listen to that saying, I don't have a clue how to communicate to all these people. We have the wisdom, but we haven't figured out how to communicate to people who think spirituality is very different from religion. There is no necessity for bhakti, as because there are other things. I think we need to learn how to communicate it to people who have not done. I think that is where that kind of a bridging need to happen. When then the arrogance that the millennials and the academics have got, and the arrogance that we have, I think we'll find a way in which that will melt into something beautiful, and the flow will become reconnected to the eternal. That's what I'm hoping.
I think we have had...
I just want to add regarding the arrogance, because he's making this point, and I know, and this is not arrogance. This is anguish. There's a difference between arrogance and anguish. I am the colonized person. I am the colonized person. I am the person who is trampled upon. My faith, there has been appropriation of my faith, and then you are digesting it, and now you have the temerity. Mr. Sam Harris has the temerity, and he's a representative, the icon of this. And he says, I don't have the time. Purists will insist on the important differences among various schools of Buddhism and the tradition of Advaita Vedanta. Although I touched upon these differences, I do not make much of them. I consider the differences to be generally a matter of emphasis, semantics, irrelevant metaphysics, and too esoteric to be of interest to general reader. This is arrogance. This is arrogance.
Yeah, I agree.
I claiming myself and say, this is my faith and this is my approach to spirituality is not arrogance. They're talking to me, they're coming and studying mine and then dismissing it off, selectively taking something, appropriating, digesting, and then not even acknowledging it. That is arrogance. That is theft. That's burglary. So let us have the clarity on this, that who is being arrogant and who is being... So I will share that link with you about Sam Harris. And he has written a book called Waking Up, spirituality without religion. And I had asked my friend to write a review. He's written a detailed review. I'll share that with you. Please have a reading about the kind of arrogance that they display. When you display that, then I have to respond to say, no, this is not what I am. So the whole purpose is that this is what I am.
See, sir, I am with you that we have in the Vedic spirituality, in Shraddha and in Bhakti, all of these are beautifully addressed. But we need to figure out a way to have a conversation where one is not right, one is not wrong, one is not this way. But we need to have that dialogue which people, like Shankaracharya used to have, like other people used to have. Mandana Mishra and Shankaracharya had, beautiful dialogue with Mandana Mishra's wife as the judge. So we need to create that type of conversations where over time, with these conversations, things will resolve itself. So I have a feeling timing has become appropriate. And thanks to this COVID and Zoom and all of this, now the whole world is available to us from anywhere and everywhere. Let us find a way to make this understandable and appreciated, and let us listen to it from both perspectives. When these two polarities come together, I think we can go beyond the place where cause and effect actually, they merge, and then we go beyond to that place. That's what I think would be very, very appropriate.
Thank you, Prasadji. We had a lively discussion on this important topic. As I see it, I think there are two things. I think multiple point of views came about. One is the bottoms-up approach, so to speak, from the perspective of a new seeker, and the one is the perspective of a established tradition. I think there is definitely need to be a middle ground, but the important point here is the reach out has to be done both ways. It cannot be only from our side. It has to be from those who need. The horse, you can take it up to the river, but it has to drink. You cannot force it to drink. So the purpose of this symposium is to clearly articulate our position, because I think, as Hariji mentioned, this I am spiritual but not religious comes from a particular historical development, particular disillusionment with the majority religions in the West. And so that led to a rejection of religion in entirety. But that is again a universalization of as a particular notion of religion, which we don't subscribe to, which any polytheistic system, for example, don't subscribe to. So for us, I think there is no spiritual without religion. Being spiritual is being religion. So I think we have to, we will be articulating that in today's symposium, and the role of Shraddha, Bhakti, and it manifested many different ways of manifestation. So with this note, thank you again, Prasadji, for your wonderful presentation. Moving on, we have our next speaker, Shri Vidwan Jammala Madaka. I always make a mistake here. Vidwan Jammala Madaka Srinivasji, and he'll be speaking on the important topic, devotion through action, role of Bhakti Samyukta Karma in the pursuit of moksha. Just a brief introduction to Srinivasji. He is the assistant professor of School of Shastric Learning in Kavikuluru Kalidasa Sanskrit University, Ramtek. Srinivasji has studied Nyaya Shastra under Sri Ambadipudi Radheshyam Shastri, and has studied Advaita Vedanta under Sri Mani Dravid Shastrigal, and Vyakarana under Sri Ganti Dattatreya Murtiji. Srinivasji has completed Tenali exams in Tarka Shastra, and has appeared for Tenali exams in Advaita Vedanta. He has completed MPhil and PhD in Nyaya Shastra. He is presently at Kavikuluru Kalidasa University, as I mentioned. And he has been conferred with many awards such as Tarkaratnam and Vidwan Mani by Sri Kanchi Shankaracharya, Shastra Kalanidhi by Madhya Pradesh State Governor. So we are very glad to have you here, Srinivasji. You can start your session. I think he is having some issues. He just got disconnected. I think we'll just wait for him to reconnect.
His video has come up.
Yes.
Srinivas Garu, are you able to hear?
Sir, you need to unmute Srinivas ji.
Sorry for the
Srinivas Garu,
thing.
Srinivas Garu, please unmute. Unmute.
Yeah.
Nitin, should we do the next speaker and then he will come back?
Yes, let us wait just one more minute since he's trying to connect.
Yeah. Actually, some power cut issue at his location, Nitin.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
think we can
Then
move
we should give him
next.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let us do the next speaker then. We'll just inform him. Tulsi ji, I hope you are online.
Yes, I'm online. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. So let me introduce you to the audience. So we will have Srinivas ji's session after Tulsi ji's session. Hopefully his internet issues will be resolved. Is he back?
Srinivas Garu, if there is a power cut issue on your side, please take some more time. Before that, we will finish the talk by Dr. Tulsi Kumar Joshi.
Sir, am I audible now? If I'm audible now, I think we can go ahead.
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah.
Srinivas Garu, please go ahead.
Yeah.
You can start the session.
So I'm extremely sorry. I think there is some external vignam that has been, just right before my session talk that has occurred. So, right. Yeah. Shruti Smriti Purananam Alayam Karunalayam Namami Bhagavatpadam Shankaram Lokashankaram Shankaram Shankaracharyam Keshavam Badarayanam Sutra Bhashya Krito Vande Bhagavantau Punah Punah. I thank INDICA Academy, Harikiran Garu and Nitin Garu and Paturi Garu for giving me this opportunity to speak upon the Bhakti Sanyukta Karma in the pursuit of moksha. So I'll be very crisp in this as I've been listening to elders here about the context about what this is all about. So I start with the question, what is moksha? And then I'll try to answer it. And where in this, in the pursuit of moksha, does karma and bhakti come in? So in the Brahma Sutra Bhashya, Shankara Bhashya, Bhagavad says Brahma Bhavascha Moksha. That is, being Brahman itself is moksha. And who is Brahman? Brahman is nothing but oneself. So how do you experience oneself? So for that, the whole Upanishads and all the each and every Vedantic literature, they all focus upon the type of, how Brahman is to be actually understood. So here there is a concept called Turiya Avastha, Soyam Atma Chadushpad, wherein to understand the Brahman or one's self nature, there is a very wonderful way of going very much from the Jagrada Avastha to Swapna Avastha, understanding what is Jagrada Avastha, then Swapna Avastha, then Sushupti Avastha, then what is Brahma Avastha, or what is one's own self. So in this whole pursuit, how do you experience yourself to be Brahman is by knowing the Avastha Trayam. That is the Jagrada Avastha, Swapna Avastha, and Sushupti Avastha. So Jagrada Avastha is the Avastha wherein all the sensory organs, the Sthula Sharira or the external body is very much awakened and it is functioning. And coming to the Swapna Avastha, the Sthula Sharira and the sensory organs, the external body and the sensory organs, they do not work, but the whole only mind or manas, which we call it as, or chitta in other words, is activated. And then there comes the Sushupti Avastha, wherein Ajnanam or ignorance and bliss. Sata somya tada sampanno bhavati swam apito bhavati swapiti achakshate. So the state of deep sleep is in where one's self, the state of bliss can be experienced each and every day, but with ajnana or ignorance. So that is why after wakening up, we express two things. One is bliss and the other one is something that I don't know. I did not experience anything, but I experienced some bliss. So this is what is Tritiya Avastha or Sushupti Avastha. And in Turiya Avastha, sans the Ajnana or ignorance, the pure state of bliss is what is called as the Turiya Avastha. And that is what, if can be achieved every time, if you can experience that kind of a bliss without the ignorance part, then that is called as Brahma Bhavapatti or Moksha. And this Moksha is the Parama Purushartha in the Sanatana Dharma, in the Sanatana lifestyle. So this is the most achievable thing. Is this state of bliss achievable is the question. Actually, the avastha or the Paramapurushartha called moksha is considered to be nitya. That is, it is actually the eternal state or the natural state of oneself, but due to the ignorance or the influence of the other elements of samsara, that we do not experience this kind of a bliss, is what the Shastras say. And the whole exercise in the Shastras or the whole exploration that is done in the Upanishads is to understand that we are having a lot of ignorance in order to experience such bliss. And these Shastras help us to get rid of that particular ignorance and help us in achieving or experiencing that state of eternal bliss, is what I find the knowledge from the Shastras. So what is the way to achieve that bliss? How does one can understand or experience oneself to be the Brahman? Is by getting rid of the ignorance. So how do you get rid of that particular ignorance? And what is the ignorance about? The ignorance is about one's natural state. So ignorance can be get ridden by knowledge or jnana. And not only that, and there is some another hindrance called as this ajnana or ignorance has another, it needs something else also as an ingredient to get rid of this ignorance, which is called as chitta shuddhi, where achieving this chitta shuddhi, karmanusthana is very much essential. Tam yajnena danena yajnena tapasa. So that is what the Upanishad state. How do you achieve this Vedanuvachanena yajnena danena tapasa anashakena? So that is how the Upanishad state. How do you achieve this chitta shuddhi? You achieve this chitta shuddhi by karmanusthana. So by karmanusthana you achieve this. That is what even Bhagavan Sri Krishna states in Bhagavad Gita, yajnarthat karmanonyatra lokoyam karma bandhanaha tadartham karma kaunteya mukta sangas samachara. So the whole crux of Bhagavad Gita is nothing but actually Krishna stating or giving advice to Arjuna that go perform your duty or your swadharma anusthana as being a kshatriya, being in a battlefield. The Shastras have instructed you to perform your duty, that is to be part of this dharma yuddha and go perform your duty. Because kshatrasya vijitam is what the Dharma Sutras state, that the kshatriya, the swadharmanusthana for a kshatriya at the time of war is to be part of war. So go be part of the dharma yuddha that has actually manifested. It has happened so that there is war now, and you are in midst of a war, and you have to perform your role as a warrior, being a kshatriya. So take part in that particular war and don't think about the consequences of that particular thing. That is, get yourself disassociated from the phala part, that is the reward part of the swadharma anusthana. So your swadharma is to be part of a war. So be part of a war and let the consequences be whatever they may be. So this is what is a very pure way to say that how do you achieve chitta shuddhi is by performing anything. That could be a ritual, that could be any action, that could be even day-to-day life action also. I mean, anything that could be your job duty, wherein the reward part is disassociated from the part of doing that particular job or that particular action as a duty. So once if you disassociate yourself from the reward, then what happens is this part of being in a process will generate something called as chitta shuddhi, due to which the main ignorance, which is actually the hindrance of yourself experiencing the eternal bliss or being yourself, or brahma bhavavati or moksha, can be achieved. So this is how karmanusthana is very much essential in the pursuit of moksha. So this is the raw way of telling that disassociate yourself from the reward and perform a duty, which is actually it's not that easy to perform. So again, there comes in after some time, because the adhikaris or the people who are actually indulging in karmanusthana, they are considered to be of three types. That is the uttamadhikari, madhyamadhikari, and the adhamadhikari. So the normally uttamadhikaris, it is said so that the uttamadhikaris will understand the path of performing any ritual without associating themselves from the with the reward are people like Janaka who are Jivan Muktas, but they are being Jivan Muktas, or they are Grihastha themselves, performing all the rituals of the Grihasthas, but they themselves disassociate reward from the Garhastya Karma, or the rituals that have been prescribed by the Dharma Shastras as being a householder. So this is a very it is a very less trodden path and a very hard way of achieving Chitta Shuddhi. So how do the Madhyamadhikaris and the Adhamadhikaris can attain Chitta Shuddhi? Then there comes the concept of Bhakti. So wherein Bhagavat Sri Krishna says, Mayaveshya mano ye mam nityayukta upasate shraddhaya parayopetaha te me yuktatama mataha. So there comes in the concept of bhakti, wherein we add bhakti to the ritual part or to the duty part, wherein we say that you are doing it not for the sake of Chitta Shuddhi, or it is just like performing duty as a duty, but you are associating yourself with your Upasya Devata, or your Ishta Devata. It could be your Ishta Devata, it could be your Kula Devata, it could be any higher being which you have created, or which you believe in, which you have faith in. So, so you associate each and everything that you are doing it for that Parameshwara Preeti. So Mayaveshya mano ye mam. So they do it for the Parameshwara Preeti, and that is why our ancestors have actually designed the Sankalpa or the Nitya Sankalpa. Whenever we do any ritual, we do Sankalpa in the first. That is wherein you have these words called Ishvara Preetya, Parameshwara Preetyartham. That is, you are doing this for the Preeti of the Parameshwara. So wherein the element of bhakti comes in, so where you are a bit emotionally entangled with your Upasya Devata, and actually you are not focusing upon the reward part of the ritual, but you are actually focusing upon the ritual is nothing but doing seva towards your Ishta Devata or Kula Devata or some super being or the higher being whom you think yourself to be idealistic about. So then what is bhakti? So there comes the Shandilya Sutra, Athato Bhakti Jignasa Sa Paranuraktihi Ishvare. So this is how the Shandilya Bhakti Sutra says, Paranuraktihi Ishvare. Ishvare Para Anuraktihi. So again, what is Paranurakti? So that is nothing but Upasya Akara Akarita Chitta Vritti Avritti Rupa. So it is nothing but thinking about the Upasya Devata for a longer period of time. That is concentrating or trying to focus your mind towards one particular Upasya Devata for a larger period of time, which actually creates generates the Chitta Shuddhi, and doing each and everything for the sake of that particular Upasya Devata's Preeti. So this is what wherein Anurakti comes in. Anurakti is nothing but emotionally getting entangled yourself. So as the Adhamadhikaris and the Madhyamadhikaris, they are emotional beings. So once the emotional part is being actually channelized, or it is moreover like regulating their minds in a very sattvic way, or helping them to not get deviated into unnecessary things while performing actual duty. So it is actually a duty, but the element of bhakti is what helps that particular person in order to perform that particular duty in a more productive manner, maybe we can say, which would actually lead towards chitta shuddhi, and that which leads towards moksha at the end. So in this way, bhakti has bhakti or shraddha, shraddhaya parayopetaha. So these both elements are actually value addition to the ritual part. So how many types of bhakti are there? So there are many types of bhakti that have, there is nothing but, bhakti is nothing but again upasana. So this has come towards upasana. So what is upasana? Upasana is what? That is upasyakara akarita chitta vritti avritti. That is again and again you are actually thinking about that particular upasya devata, or else focusing your mind towards one particular thing, which is again called as Brahma Nishtha, Ananya Vyaparata. Whatever the Shastra says, it is nothing but thinking about one particular thing or concentrating upon one particular thing without deviation. So all this bhakti kind, there are many kinds of bhaktis. Shravanam, Anukirtanam, even the upacharas that are done in the puja, that is Ganam, Nrityam, Geetam, Vaidya Vedanam, that is even using, the instruments or performing a dance or singing. These all come under bhakti actually, upasana only. So these are all angas of upasana or types of upasana that have been told in Bhagavatam, if I'm not wrong, that there are many kinds of bhakti, and all these singing or the Carnatic, whatever music or types of dance forms, whatever have actually developed due timing in the history, also are nothing but they are all the expression of bhakti for the Madhyama and the Adhamadhikaris, wherein these forms, these art forms actually help those particular people to do upasana, which actually will lead those persons, not only those, but even the general crowd who are the rasikas, so to say, actually towards the pursuit of moksha. So that is what happens. Even in the Sahitya Shastra, they say something called as, why are these natakas or the plays or the dance forms, whatever the Sahitya Shastra which has been developed, that is for the sake of rasanubhuti, or which they call it as sthai bhava. So each and every rasa has a sthai bhava. That is, sthai bhava is nothing but wherein the prekshaka or the spectator out there, who is actually the consumer of that particular play or act, actually he feels or he experiences the same state of that particular role who is playing upon the stage. And if that can be triggered in the spectator or the person who is actually viewing that particular play, then that particular play has achieved its goal. So that is what even today maybe many people are experiencing by viewing the film called Kantara and coming out and saying that the last 15 minutes are really creating goosebumps, wherein the rasanubhuti or the rasotpatti has happened maybe for them, that this sthai bhava, which is actually aimed, have been achieved, wherein people are being able to experience the bhutavesha of that particular character called Guliga. So this kind of bhakti sanyukta karma, which actually helps in achieving Chitta Shuddhi, so which actually helps in getting rid of that particular ignorance, which is the hindrance of experiencing oneself of being Brahman, which can be achieved. So, which is the main goal of each and every darshana, and all the Upanishads, all the concepts in various Upanishads like Chandogya or Mandukya and etc. are nothing but giving us different ways of experiencing that one particular state, one state of that being a Brahman through various analogies that stating that you are actually experiencing it every day at the time of your sleep, but with ajnana, and all the Upanishadic or all the darshanas are actually prescribing ways towards getting rid of that particular ajnana through various concepts. So this is what is the whole essence of bhakti, shraddha, and karmanusthana, wherein they play a very crucial role in achieving the parama purushartha, which is nothing but moksha. So I think without wasting more time according to the schedule, I don't want to explore more upon this. So I wish to thank, I express my gratitude to INDICA Academy for giving me this opportunity, and would like to end by stating yadatra sausthavan kinchit tad guroreva me nahi, yadatra asausthavan kinchit tan mamaiva name guroho. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Srinivas ji. Nagaraj ji, do you have any comments to add to that?
Just thanking Srinivas Garu, who doesn't want bliss. Whoever it is, from whichever generation or from whichever education, from whichever orientation an individual comes, all individuals like to have an absolute happiness, which is being given the name bliss. And it has been shown how it is all a rational process of affection, love, various known emotional and other ways of love and affection and emotional experiences, which help in what is called as a mental state, which removes the hindrances to the path of achieving that absolute happiness. So all these are quite understandable, rational things that everyone has in his own individual experience. So how Shastra actually lays out everything that is not at all blind faith. It is all really rationally understandable from one's own experience, has been very well laid out by Dr. Jamalamurthy Srinivas Garu in a very Shastriya way from his Shastriya understanding. Thank you very much, Srinivas Garu.
Thank you.
And I once again apology for this disconnection in between, technical glitch.
It's okay, Srinivas Garu. That's always happens, on the online discussion. I especially like the fact that you have highlighted the very important notion of how bhakti is very, very important even in the performance of karma. I think whatever, not just the ritualistic karma, but even other ways, even in karma yoga, to transform action into karma yoga, the bhakti or devotion is very important. This is the takeaway message from.
And if I may add one small point,
yes.
that even nowadays it is very much intentionally done in disassociating the Sanatana relation with a relation which is a natural relation to folk art or any art form which is being done, and even so to say yoga and the other art forms also, wherein which actually are nothing but, as I said, they all come under types of bhakti. So even that was a point I wanted to make at the end, that which is being done very consciously, and maybe that is also a point where people have to discuss about.
Yes, definitely. That is another important point, that all these various performance arts are manifestations of uh, adhyatma, manifestations of adhyatmic pursuit, and this is the area we could perhaps focus in the future. Thank you very much again, Srinivas Garu. Now moving forward, we have a presentation by Dr. Tulsi Kumar Joshi ji, who is joining us from Varanasi, and he'll be speaking on the topic Adhyatma, a perspective from Adi Shankaracharya's Bhashyas, commentaries. Just a brief introduction. Dr. Tulsi Kumar Joshi is currently the assistant professor at the Department of Sanskrit in the Vasanta College for Women, Rajghat in Varanasi. It's at least 100-year-old institution. And he has had and before that, I think he was in Chinmaya Vishwavidyapeeth. Dr. Tulsi ji has had the rare opportunity to study Vyakarana, Nyaya, and Vedanta under eminent, very renowned acharyas such as Sri Purushottam Tripathi ji, Professor Rajaram Shukla ji, Sri Mani Dravid Shastrigal, and Sri Hari Daigude ji. And he has completed his PhD from Banaras Hindu University, guided by Professor Dhananjay Kumar Pandey ji. And he did his MA also in Banaras Hindu University, and Acharya in Shankara Advaita in Sampurnananda Sanskrit University. And following his completion of PhD, he joined Rashtriya Sanskrit Sansthan as guest faculty in Advaita Vedanta at the Guruvayur campus. He has delivered many lectures on Vyakarana, Nyaya, and Advaita Vedanta at several Vakyartha Sabhas, and he has been invited to speak at several workshops and conferences as well, and he has published many research papers in national and international journals. He also has a keen interest in yogic philosophy and is an expert in epistemological and metaphysical aspects of Indian philosophy. And he devotes significant efforts in conducting and participating in traditional discourses on Shastras. And he was conferred with the prestigious award of Suvarna Anguliyakam, a golden ring from the Sri Mahasannidhanam Bharati Tirtha Swamigal, the Shankaracharya of Shringeri Sharada Peetham. So with this brief introduction, Tulsi ji, I request you to start your session.
Shall I present my presentation? Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha, Sadashiva Samarambham, Shankaracharya Madhyamam, Asmadacharya Paryantam, Vande Guru Paramparam, Sananda Mananda Vane Vasantam, Ananda Kandam Hatapapa Vrindam, Varanasi Natham Anathanatham, Shri Vishwanatham, Sharanam Prabhat. Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha. First of all, I offer my pranams to all the people who are associated with INDICA Academy, which is doing a lot of things in the field of Indian tradition to enhance. So, and all these speakers who have spoken earlier to me, and all the people who are listening to us. So in this talk, my focus would be on such terms which are repeatedly being used in our talks, like
Tulasiji,
yeah.
can you go to the app, slideshow app, where you
Yeah.
can go for full screen?
Okay.
There is a view, under view, there is a full screen option.
Sure. 1 second. Is it okay now?
Now it's, yeah.
So, at the outset, I would like to say something regarding these terms which we are using, like spirituality. Spirituality, I will be speaking about Adhyatma, I'll not using the term spirituality. So in Sanskrit, it is translated as Adhyatma, but I don't know the actual meaning of spirituality. But Adhyatma, what is Adhyatma? I tried to find out the meaning of Adhyatma from Shankaracharya's commentaries and also from the Panini Vyakarana. So I will be talking about Adhyatma. And along with Adhyatma, the Shraddha and Bhakti, these two terms also come from our own Sanskrit language. And what is the derivative meaning of the term Bhakti and how it has been used in our text? In what context Shraddha and Bhakti, these terms are used in our text? So basically on these three terms, my talk will be focused. So I have tried to find out the meaning. So I'm not claiming anything here. Whatever is said in our Shastra text, I have brought some references from them, and I will try to discuss upon that. And if there will be any flaw, then listeners and scholars will improvise. So the etymological meaning of the term Adhyatma. First of all, we have this advantage in our Sanskrit language to derive, to get the meaning of any word by its derivation. We can see what is the derivation of the term Adhyatma according to Panini grammar. So Adhyatma, it is a compound word which is called a samasta word, samasta shabda, samasta pada, and the samasa here is avyayi bhava. So what is the vigraha of it? What is the derivation of the word term? So Atmani iti Adhyatma. So Atmani is that this word is in locative case, which is called as Saptami Vibhakti. Atmani iti Adhyatma. Atmani, the locative case generally roughly refers inside or in, means which we translate in English as in. So in Atma or inside Atma, whatever things that are inside our Atma is called Adhyatma according to this derivation of the term Adhyatmam. Atmani iti Adhyatmam. Here there is a famous sutra of Panini grammar where the Abhyayam Vibhakti Samipa Samriddhi, it's a long sutra. So their Vibhakti in the meaning of locative case. In locative case, the term is derived Adhyatma according to Panini grammar. So the derivative meaning of the term is the things which are inside Atman. Now, what is Atman here? What is inside Atman? Everything is inside Atman. If we take the, Atman, I want to make clear that the term Atman refers to Atma, which is famous, which is said as self. And the term Atman also refers to body. In Kathopanishad, Atmendriya Manoyuktam, Bhoktetyahur Manishina. There also Atma, the term is used for body. And the term Atman is also used for Buddhi, means our mind or the internal organ. So for that also Atman, Atman in Gita many times we can see the term Atman, which is used for Antakaranam. So Atman, the term Atman has three meanings, but here in this particular word Adhyatmam, the Atma refers to body, our physical body. So body means our Sthula Sharira and Sukshma Sharira, both kinds of body we can take from the term Atman. So the things which are inside Atman means the things which are inside our body. The things which lay in our body is called Adhyatmam. And what is there inside our body? So there are a lot of things which are there inside our body. Some abstract things are there, some concrete things are there, like our Asthi, Mans, Majja. These all things are also there inside our body, bones and veins, blood. These all things are also there inside our body, and along with them, our mind is also, our antakaranam, our sensory organs, and our feelings, all kinds of feelings. Feelings means the manifestation or the transformation of the internal organ. So actually, to make it I want to make clear that I will be talking according to the Vasana of Advaita Vedanta. So in Advaita Vedanta, what do we say? That our feelings, whatever feeling it is, be it kama, be it krodha, lobha, moha, whatever, dhairya, any kind of feeling is the transformation of our internal organ, which is called manas or antakaran. So these all things are inside our body. So these all things are called adhyatma. So when we talk about adhyatma shastra, adhyatma vidya, so we are discussing upon these components. All these components means we are talking about our mind, we are talking about our sensory organs, we are talking about prana. There are 5 vayus, which are famous: prana, apana, vyana, udana, and samana. These all 5 vayus are also adhyatmika. These all are also adhyatmika elements. So all the components are called, which are inside our body, is called adhyatma according to the derivative meaning of the term adhyatma, which is atmani iti adhyatma. So now in Bhagavad Gita, in the 8th chapter, Arjuna asks Bhagavan Krishna that kim tad brahma kim adhyatma. So there he asks about adhyatma. What is adhyatma? Then the Bhagavan replies that swabhavaha adhyatmam uchyate. So what is adhyatmam? The swabhava is adhyatma. So I have taken that reference also. There also the term adhyatmam is used, and Shankaracharya ji explained the term as adhyatmam means atmanam deham. Atma, see here, atma refers to deha. So atmanam deham adhikritya pratyagatmataya pravrittam paramartha brahmavasanam vastu swabhavaha adhyatmam uchyate. Adhyatma shabdena uchyate, abhidhiyate. So what is said by the term adhyatmam? So eventually the Paramartha Brahma means the ultimate truth. The Brahma means the limitless truth is called Brahma. So that Paramartha Brahma Vasanam Vastu, that is ultimately called Adhyatma. So from this explanation of the term Adhyatma, what I understand, in our Shastra tradition, the term Adhyatma is, even though it has several meanings, it includes many internal organs and many internal components, but the ultimate meaning, or the ultimate the meaning of the term is Paramartha Brahma. Means these all discussions which are going on in our Shastra regarding our internal organs or prana and whatever Adhyatma components are there, these discussions are there to lead us to the ultimate truth, that is Param Brahma. So the essential, and that Param Brahma is not different from Jiva Swabhava. It's Swabhava of Jiva. So it's not different from Jiva. So this is the essential component, the essential thing of the between all the meaning of Adhyatma. This is the essential meaning of the term Adhyatma between all the meanings of Adhyatma. So it is also there is no conflict with the derivative meaning of this meaning. Means Param Brahma is also there inside our body, because in the form of Jiva, it is there, already there. So Atmani iti Adhyatmam, this derivative meaning doesn't means conflict with the Param Brahma. So the Adhyatma, in a broader sense, what I have understood is Adhyatma is all the internal things, all the internal components where the Param Brahma, or the nature of the self, is the essential one. And when we talk about Adhyatma Shastra, Adhyatma Vidya, then all the Adhyatma Shastra, all the Adhyatma Vidya teaches us about the internal components, like our mind. How should we control our organs? How should we react to something? Or how should we act? So these are how should our propensity be? So what is the meaning of like Sukha and Dukkha also? What is the means, actual means of Sukha? What is the actual means of Dukkha? So Shastra is a discipline or the Anushasana which teaches us that, see, if you adopt this means, then you will get this result. If you adopt this means, and then you will get this result. So like that, Shastra disciplines us. So Adhyatma Shastra means whatever Shastra, Yoga Shastra, I consider that Yoga Shastra is also an Adhyatma Shastra. And Vedanta, there is no doubt about it. Vedanta is Adhyatma Shastra. But other Shastras are also, like Nyaya Shastra. Nyaya Shastra also talks about Atma. So, because the ultimate goal of all Indian philosophy, especially Vedic philosophy, is to attain the Parama Purushartha, which is moksha. And the Parama Purushartha or moksha cannot be attained without the knowledge of Atma. So all the school of Darshana talks about, Vedic school of Darshana talks about the knowledge of Atma. Because without the knowledge of Atma, the Param Purushartha cannot be achieved. So all the darshanas are talking about Adhyatma Tattva, whether it is in Nyaya Shastra, whether it is Sankhya. Sankhya also. Sankhya, some system in Sankhya, some doesn't accept the existence of God, but they accept the existence of Atma, and they try to discriminate Prakriti and Purusha. So that discriminative knowledge of Vivek or Viveka Gyan of Prakriti and Purusha, they are trying to propound. And that is also related to Atma, because without knowing the nature of Atma, the discriminative knowledge cannot be happen. So in that way, the Sankhya Shastra is also an Adhyatma Shastra, and all the darshanas. So now I will go through quickly through the terms which are used by Sri Adi Shankaracharya ji in his commentaries. So first of all, there is a sutram, Brahma Sutram, where the term Adhyatma is used. In Brahma Sutram, in the first chapter and in the first pada, there is an adhikaranam called Pratardana Adhikaranam, where the dialogue between Indra and Pratardana happens. I will not explain on all the context, but there is a debate, there is a discussion in that adhikaranam. Indra says to Pratardana that I am prana, worship me. This kind of pranosmi, pragyatma, tammam upaswa. There is a sentence in Kaushitaki Brahmana. So Brahma Sutrakara says that here the term prana refers to Param Brahma. Now there are a lot of discussions, but in one sutra there is a counter argument from Puru Pakshi that if Indra is saying that I am prana, worship me, to Pratardana, if Indra is saying like that, then the prana must be different from Pratardana. It cannot be the Atma of Pratardana. It is Indra who is saying worship me. So Pratardana should worship Indra, which is not his Atma. Like that, the Puru Paksha question comes, then the Sutrakara, Bhagavan Badarayana, answers, Adhyatma Sambandha Bhumahi Asmin. Because in this prakarana, in this chapter of Kaushitaki Brahman, Adhyatma Sambandha Bhuma, there is a Bhuma means Bahulyam. So in a what Bahulyam means, again and again the relation to Adhyatma is described in this chapter. That's why the prana cannot be Anadhyatma, Bahya. Prana cannot be Bahya Atma. Okay, it will be Adhyatma only. It will be one of the Adhyatma Padartha only. It cannot be Bahya Atma. So in this Prakaranam, or in this chapter of Kaushitaki Brahman, there is a mantra called Yavad Yasmin Sharire Prano Vasati Tavad Ayu. As long as the prana resides in the body, so long there is life. So like that, we find these types of sentences in this chapter. So here, the Indra is again and again talking about internal things, not the external things. That's why the term prana refers to some internal thing, and that is ultimately Atma. It is described there. So here in this sutra, Adhyatma term is used for the internal things. Then Adhyatmadhikara Devaha Indriyani Pranam Anushkananti. Taittiriya Upanishadi. Here Adhyatmadhikara Devaha Indriyani. Devaha, there is a term Deva in Upanishad. So Pranan Deva Anuprananti Anushya Pashavashchaye. Like this, mantra is there. Pranam Devah Anuprananti. So what is the meaning of Devaha here? So the Bhagavad Pada Shankaracharya explains that Adhyatmadhikara, because it is the Deva, the term is read in the Prakarana of, in the chapter of Adhyatma, where all the Adhyatma elements are described. Because the term is Deva is used there, that's why Deva refers to Indriyani, all the organs, sensory organs. So Adhyatmadhikarat Devaha Indriyani Pranamanu Prananti. So like that. Here also the term Adhyatma is used for all the internal, means internal organs, internal things. That's why the term Deva refers to Indriyani. Then Athadhyatmam in Taittiriya Upanishad only. Prano, Vyano, Pana, Udana, Samanaha, Chakshushrotram, Mano, Vaktvak, Charmama, Pumsagasnavasti, Majja, Etadadhi Vidhaya, Rishiravochata. Like this, the mantra is here, that is for Upasana. So here also, in the section of Adhyatmam, Pranaha, Vyanaha, Apanaha, Udanaha, these all vayus are counted there. Then Chakshuhu, Shrotram, Manaha, Vaku, Tvaku, all the organs are counted there. Then Charma, skin, Mamsam, Snava, Asti, Majja, all these things are also included there in the Prakarana of Adhyatma. So all these things are inside our body. That's why they are called Adhyatma. Again, there are many things. I think I have less time now left, so I'll go quickly. Some references. Actually, in Upanishads, more than 120 times the term Adhyatma is used and explained in commentaries. So all cannot be described here. So I have just selected some of them. So like Adhyatma Vidya, the last bullet point. Adhyatma Vishaya Santi Sahasram Smritayaha Bauddharhata Kapilakadinam. See here, the one of the greatest commentator of our all the darshanas, he is Vachaspati Mishra. He has written commentary in all the Vedic darshanas. He says, Adhyatma Vishaya Santi Sahasram Smritaya. There are thousands of smriti. Smriti means shastra. Yeah. Many thousands of shastras are there, which have subject matter as Adhyatma. Adhyatma Vishaya Santi Sahasram Smritaya. Bauddha, he also mentions Bauddha. Bauddha, Arhata, Kapalika, Kapalika Agama, one of the Agamas is there. So there are many Shastras are there which talk about Adhyatma. So it means that Adhyatma is all the internal organs, internal things. Kapi kasmanna nirakriyante. Then tasyaiva parasya brahmana pratideham pratyagatma bhavaha swabhavaha. So this we have explained earlier. Now Adhyatma Sangitam. Now Adhyatma Jnanam, Adhyatma Vidya. These all terms we talked about. So what is the meaning of Adhyatma Vidya or Adhyatma Jnanam? Then in Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavad Pada says Adhyatma Jnanam means Atmadi Vishayam Jnanam. Atmadi. So Adi means Atma and including others also. Including what others? Then including others means including other internal organs, internal things which we have understood as Atma, but actually they are not Atma. So like that. So Adhyatma Jnanam means a kind of discriminative knowledge or Viveka Jnanam of Atma and Anatma. So that kind of Jnanam or Vidya is called Adhyatma Vidya. So that is Brahma Jnanam. Adhyatma Vidya, or when we use the term Adhyatma Jnanam or Adhyatma Vidya, then it refers to Brahma Jnanam, Brahma Vidya, means the Viveka Jnanam. So that is what I have got from Shankaracharya's commentary of 13th chapter. Then Shraddha, and I'll say very short, in a nutshell. Shraddha and Bhakti, these two things are also internal things only. This is not the external things outside of our body. Shraddha always lays inside of our body. So Shraddha can also be considered as Adhyatma Padartha, as the one of the meanings of the term Adhyatma. And then what is Shraddha? So the Madhusudana Saraswati ji, one of the greatest commentator of Gita, Srimad Bhagavad Gita, and so many other Vedantic texts, Madhusudan Saraswati ji says, Guru Vedanta Vakyeshu idam ithameva iti pramarupa astikya buddhi shraddha. So what is shraddha? The astikya buddhi. Buddhi. Buddhi means intellect or knowledge. Which kind of knowledge? Pramarupa. Pramarupa means the prama means valid knowledge, which is generated by the valid the means of valid knowledge, which is called pramana. The knowledge which is generated by pramana is called shraddha, astikya buddhi, shraddha. So I remember when I was studying in Varanasi with our Guruji, Vyakarana, when we used to keep quiet, he used to scold us. Don't keep quiet. Why are you only listening to me? Don't listen to me. You ask questions. If you won't ask question, you will not get Shraddha on it. So Shraddha requires asking question also. And if you ask question, you will remove your doubt. Otherwise, your doubt will not be removed, and you will not get Shraddha. That kind of astikya buddhi you will not get on Shastra or whatever the things are being propounded in Shastra. So ask question. So Guru Vedanta Vakyeshu idam ithameva. Idam ithameva. It is just like this only. So this kind of valid knowledge is called, not mere kind of perception is called Shraddha. Shraddha is which is gained through a valid knowledge, which is gained through the means of valid knowledge, the pramanas. Then that is the actual Shraddha. Otherwise, it's a kind of perception only. So that kind of explanation, and this valid knowledge or this knowledge, this is also the in terms of in the circle of Advaita Vedanta, this is also the manifestation of internal organ. So this is again an adhyatmika element. So Shraddha. Then Bhakti. What is Bhakti? So the Panini grammar says a root bhaja. Bhaja, and the meaning is said sevaya. So bhaja sevaya. Bhakti means seva, and seva, as earlier scholars have explained, 9 types of bhakti. So those all are seva, and also as the Srinivas ji mentioned that upasya devatakara chitta vritti avritti. So that is also seva only, because you are the repetition of the same manifestation of upasya devata, chitta vritti, is also a kind of seva. So this seva means seva is a nature of an action. So the seva means it could be the manifestation, the manifestation of the internal organ is also considered as action only. So if you are repeating again and again, the manifestation is being repeated, then it's a kind of action, and that is called as seva, one of the sevas. Means there are 9 types of bhakti. So this is one of them. bhakti. So, like this, the term bhakti means seva, and also bhakti cannot be happen without shraddha. If you are not getting valid knowledge, astikya buddhi, then you cannot be a true devotee. If you are truly, if we truly want to devote ourselves to Bhagavan Krishna or Shiva, or we need to have Shraddha also. And for that, we need to understand Adhyatma Shastra also. Because without going through Adhyatma Shastras, we cannot, I feel that I cannot, or a person like me cannot understand the real nature of our internal things, our mind, our emotions, our feelings, and how to control them, from which things we should restrain from, and what should we do, kartavya, akartavya, viveka, we cannot have without studying Shastra. So in the last, at the end, I want to quote Bhagavad Gita slok, Tasmat Shastram Pramanam Te Karya Karya Upasthito. And with this note, I would like to conclude my talk. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me on this platform. Thank you very much. Pranam.
Thank you, Dr. Tulsiji. Can you close your presentation? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for a very insightful, different facets of definition of Adhyatma. And I think much of what we had discussed in the morning, that how in the Vedic spirituality, you might say that there is a definite goal, definite purpose, definite methodology. I think everything is captured in a single term called Adhyatma, and that is the takeaway for me. Nagaraji, if you want to add anything.
Yeah, the same thing. Whatever from the Shastra Pramana, from all the quotations, an excellent scholar like Dr. Joshiji is telling us, none of these things is just a blind faith in what the individual does not actually experience. All the inner organs are experienced. All the inner senses are experienced. Everything that is there in every individual of the world is in the individual's experience, is being given a term, Adhyatma. So there is nothing that you are simply believing that it is there, but I do not know whether it is there. It is there. You know, you have the organs, inner organs, you have the indriyas, you have experience of everything. And from that, everything is being built. And how to discern and distinguish between self and non-self, all that has that a very rational, highly rigorous and built methodology. So once such a thing is communicated to any audience anywhere in the world, there is no need of a blind faith in anything that the individual does not have. And the takeaway of the day from Dr. Joshi was his guru's instruction that it is not an unquestioned knowledge. You have to question. Then only your actual acceptance of the validity of the valid knowledge comes only through questioning that everyone has to find.
Yes.
It is no one is asking for an unquestioning faith in anything.
So
it is actually it is demanded that you have to question.
To add to this point, one of the qualities of a shishya is called pragalbhyam. So pragalbhyam is very important. A shishya should have that pragalbhyam. Pragalbhyam means you should fight with your guru. And fight means argument vada with your guru. Vada. You should do vada. Otherwise, there are chances of improving doubts and all kinds of things, ajnana. So you should talk, you should discuss, you should argument. So that is pragalbhya which is required. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Namaste. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tulsiji, again for the insightful presentation. Viewers, we will now break for lunch and we will get back at 1:30 p.m. And at 1:30 we have a presentation by Vidwan Jammalamadaka Suryanarayanji on the topic of function of Shraddha and Bhakti in Moksha Marga, a perspective from Yoga Sutras. So it will be a presentation on Shraddha, etc. from a Yoga Darshana point of view. Do stay tuned. We will join back again at 1:30. Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha. Hello, Rajashi. We will start at 1:30. You're muted. We'll start at 1:30. We have Surya Naranji's presentation, then Gauri ji's presentation. I think then yours will be there.
I just wanted to check that everything is,
Yeah.
that the technicality. That's the only thing that I get scared of in Zoom.
Yeah. You can stay it like this. You can switch off the video and later.
Okay.
But you will be here, right? You won't.
I'll be here. In any case, if you need anything, just my phone is also here. You can just drop me a message. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just writing down a few more points.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. This is better. Yeah.
You can switch off the video audio. Yeah. Namaste, Surya Naranji.
Namaste.
So we have 5 more minutes.
Yeah.
We will start at 1:30. Yeah.
Sure. No problem.
Do you have a PPT or something?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
అమ్మ కొంచెం తలపేవా
We will just begin in another minute or two.
Okay, no problem.
You can share the screen later after the introduction. Yeah.
Okay.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. A warm welcome to the second segment of today's symposium on Vedic spirituality. And the first presentation in the post-lunch afternoon session is by Vidwan Jammala Madaka Suryanarayanji. And he will be speaking on spirituality or Adhyatma from a Yoga Sutra perspective, how the function of Shraddha and Bhakti functions from a Yoga Sutra perspective. Before we begin, I'd like to give a brief introduction to the speaker. Sri Suryanarayanji is the researcher and educator who is passionate about spreading the knowledge of the Shastras. He is currently working as assistant professor in MIT IKS Pune, and he is also visiting professor at Kavikuluguru Kalidasa Sanskrit University, Ramtek. He has done extensive research on areas such as logic, law, jurisprudence, and Samskrita. He has published over 15 articles and written several academic papers. He was conferred with many awards such as Tarkaratnam and Vidwan Mani by Sri Jayendra Saraswati Swamiji. He was also conferred with the award Veda Vidya Varishtha by VSR Foundation, Hyderabad, and Shastra Kalanidhi by the government of Madhya Pradesh. Suryanarayanji intends to nurture future masters by training people to take Shastric knowledge to the next level. And he has been training people, teaching them for many years now. Thank you for accepting our invitation, Suryanarayanji, and gracing this occasion. So without further ado, please start your session. The floor is open for you now.
Yeah. Namaste, Nitinji. Thank you for your warm welcome. Namaste, everyone. I want to start this session with a small Mangalam. Om Shuklam Varadharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannabadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vigno Pashantaye Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnur Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Hari Om. Namaste all. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts regarding the Moksha Marga and the functions of Bhakti and Shraddha in it. So in my talk, I will be giving you a brief introduction about the landscape of Bharatiya Shastras Because to understand what is moksha marga, we need to understand the perspective and what is where, in which kind of a knowledge system this moksha marga is dealt with. So first of all, I will be talking about the different knowledge streams which talk about, which give insights of moksha marga. And after that, I shall guide you through the chronology in which the moksha marga is presented in Yoga Sutra, and what is the place of bhakti and shraddha in attaining that kind of a moksha. So first of all, I want to give a brief introduction about the knowledge system here, the Bharatiya Vijnanam we call it, and the latest trending term for that is IKS, Indic Knowledge Streams. So our Shastras are mainly of two types. One is Apaurusheya and the second one is Paurusheya. So in Sanskrit, each and every word has an etymology, and there is a lot signifying about that concept. So Apaurusheya means a knowledge stream which is not attributed to one person. For example, if I ask somebody who wrote Ramayana, so the answer will be Valmiki. So which means that it is a Paurusheya Grantha. So it is attributed to one person. So the Kartrutvam and Bhoktrutvam of it will be related to that person. But there are some streams which are not attributed to anyone. Those kinds of streams are called as Apaurusheya, and generally all Vedas are considered to be Apaurusheyas. So the knowledge streams which came to just protect the structure of these Apaurusheya Granthas are called as Vedangas, in which we'll have Jyotisha, Vyakarana and all other Granthas, which all are again Paurusheyas, which means that these knowledge streams are attributed to one person again. So the Apaurusheya knowledge stream is protected or guarded by Paurusheya knowledge streams like Vedanga, which is actually focusing on the structure of Veda. But there are certain other streams which are focusing on actually contemplating on some concepts which are dealt in Apaurusheya Bhaga or the Veda Bhaga. So it can be called as darshanas. These streams can be called as darshanas. So these are not actually intended to protect the overall structure of Veda, but it is used to bring out the essence of Veda in different levels. For example, if I want to tell a moral to a 10-year kid, so my style of presentation will be different. If I want to teach a lesson to a grown-up, so who is around 30 or 35 years old, so the presentation or the Samadana Bheda Danda Upaya, the Upaya I use will be different. So the Upayas are used according to the maturity of that listener or that sadhaka. So here the same concepts which are enlisted in Vedas are dealt in different styles according to the maturity or the style of that seeker, the sadhaka. Hence, we have many darshanas. So I want to start with what do we have in a darshana. So the etymology of darshana is drishyate anena. So I am able to see something, I am perceiving something because of this. So it is becoming my lens to see. So seeing is just upalakshana here, not only seeing but understanding. What is my perspective towards life, towards world, towards myself? All these things are covered in a darshana. So see, the darshanas parama prayojana, or why do we need darshanas, is to define life. Defining life means not only telling what are the important ingredients of life, but how to achieve the eternal goal of life also. So to do that in all the darshanas, so we have many darshanas, some darshanas follow Vedas, some darshanas don't follow Vedas. So, but we are only dealing with those darshanas which follow Vedas, which are according to Vedas, which take Vedas as one of the main source. They call that as Pramana. So these darshanas are called as Astika darshanas. Astika means one who believe that there is afterlife. This is the literal meaning. But Astika darshanas can be taken as those knowledge streams or philosophies which talk about life, its problems, and how to solve those problems from Vedic perspective. So we are only talking about those darshanas now. So those darshanas are generally divided into 6. There are many other divisions also, but important divisions are 6. Like we have Nyaya, Vaiseshika, Yoga, Sankhya, Purva Mimamsa, and Vedanta. And each of two the yugalas, the duals, are considered to be alike. For example, Nyaya and Vaiseshika are considered to be twins. Yoga and Sankhya will be another yugalam. And Mimamsa and Vedanta are considered to be the third yugalam. So they are following similar styles. Okay. So in each of these darshanas, we may find epistemology or means of knowledge. They talk about what are the different means of knowledge. Why? Because you need to understand yourself, the world, and the eternal truth. So to understand all these things, you need to understand what is the process of knowledge also. So every darshana deals with pramana. Pramana is nothing but the means of knowledge. And prameya. Prameya means the subject of knowledge. What are we cognizing? So that also should be dealt. Why? Because there are certain things that you have to cognize, you have to know the truth, you have to do the debate to establish truth and everything. So you need to know what are the different types of prameyas or subjects of cognition. And last but not the least, the most important thing, what is the prayojanam? Prayojanam is the purpose. What is the purpose of life? Why are we living? Why is this karma cycle is enabling us to take birth every time with different abilities? Why? So it is talking about all these 3 things extensively, and each and every darshana has a different perspective towards what is the purpose, and also what is the means of knowledge, and what are the subjects of knowledge in a different way. So the relationship between darshana and these 3 concepts can be taken as anga angi bhava, or in English we can take that as part and whole relationship. So the relationship between part and whole. So darshana, the study of darshana, can be taken as the angi, or the whole, and parts of this study can be taken as pramana, prameya, and prayojana. Okay. So we all know that there are something called purushartha. Purushasya artha purushartha. Artha is nothing but the prayojana, purpose. So Purusha is nothing but the seeker, or the person who is cognizing. He can be called as the Purusha. So what is the Parama Prayojana? So there are 4 Purusharthas: Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. So you all know what is Dharma, Artha, and Kama. Most of us also know what is Moksha. But this Moksha is dealt or defined in a different way in each and every Shastra. So for example, if I take Nyaya or Vaiseshika, simply we can take that as an Anvikshaki. So the English equivalent word can be logic. So according to Vedic logic, if we can say, So moksha is called as nishreyasam, and this nishreyasam is atyantika dukkha nivritti. So the absence of last dukkha can be last dukkha. If the last dukkha is destroyed, then it is the state of nishreyasam, which is a subtype of moksha. Again, I am using a relationship called samanya visesha bhava, which is type and subtype. So the moksha can be of many types according to each and every darshana. So moksha can be called as nishreyasam according to Tarkikas. Tarkikas are nothing but the Nayayikas and Vaisheshikas. The people who follow Nyaya tradition and Vaisheshika tradition can be called as Tarkikas. So for them, Atyantika Dukkha Nivritti is the Parama Prayojana, or the eternal goal for which any seeker is born or any Purusha is born. So how can somebody attain this Atyantika Dukkha Nivritti state? So there is a moksha marga. So that is why I am saying we need to understand the tradition to understand this moksha marga. This moksha marga for the Tarkikas is different. How? See, I can state a sutram from Nyaya Sutra. So this is the first sutra of Nyaya Sutram, which is written by Gautama Maharshi. Pramana prameya samshaya prayojana drishtanta siddhanta vayava tarka nirnaya vada jalpa vitanda hetva bhasa chala jati nigraha sthananam tattva jnanan nishreyasadhigamaha. So this is the first sutra. So in this first sutra, they are actually enlisting the prameyas. So what all are the entities we have in this world? Why are they enlisting them? According to the first sutra, they are saying that knowing them as it is, knowing all these 16 padarthas, they called as the entities, as it is, will lead you to moksha. So what is that moksha marga prescribed in Nyaya Sutram? It is something like this. Dukkha janma pravritti dosha mithya jnananam uttarottarapaye tadanantarapaye apavarga. See, they are using another word here, apavarga. Apavarga is also a synonym to nishreyas. So what are they saying? If you can know all these 16 padarthas as it is, as the entire world only consists of these 16 padarthas, you will not have any illusion towards those 16 padarthas. When you don't have illusion, you don't have papa or punya. If you don't have papa or punya, you don't have pravritti. If you don't have pravritti, you don't have agrima janma. If you don't have agrima janma and all your sorrows are experienced in this janma, then there is no further sorrow in your life. And that is the state of nishreyasam or moksha according to the Tarkikas. But to its contrary, not contrary, but there is some contrast. So this is not the moksha for Vedantins. So Vedanti says that moksha is Atma Swarupa Avasthiti. So knowing yourself without any attributes, knowing your real self, that is itself is moksha sthiti. And moksha sthiti is not attained. It is always, means it, you will not attain. See, attaining something means which you are not experiencing right now. You will be attaining that after doing something. But for Vedanti, moksha is a swarupa. It is always with you. The only thing is that you are not knowing that you are in that sthiti. So that is the definition given by Vedantis. So there are some other people who say that moksha is abhyudaya, and abhyudaya is nothing but nairantarya sukhanubhava. So here you can find the contrary. Here atyantika dukkha nivritti means the last sorrows, destruction can be taken as moksha. But for others, it is like continuous experience of sukha. Sukha sthiti can be taken as abhyudaya. But in the Sankhya and Veda Yoga Darshana, we see Kaivalyam. So this Kaivalyam is considered to be the moksha. And this Kaivalyam has a definition, Purusha Prakriti Bheda Vivekaha. So again, we have to understand Sankhya philosophy to actually understand the definition of Kaivalyam. So the creation starts with the conjunction of Purusha and Prakriti, and this conjunction is not real. But the illusion of this conjunction is creating the world, and a person, because of his sadhana, if he can understand that Purusha and Prakriti are different, two different entities, and that knowledge itself enables him to lead towards moksha. That is what Sankhya philosophy says. And the Yoga Sutras, which are written by Maharshi Patanjali, it states that Yoga's Chitta Vritti Nirodha. So yoga is another word used for Kaivalyam here. And yoga also has another synonym which is called as Samadhi. So nothing but Chitta Vritti Nirodha is yoga. Chitta Vritti, we have to understand what is Chitta and what is Vritti and what is Nirodha. Nirodha is obstruction or stoppage, something like that. So what are we stopping? Or the stoppage of what is called as yoga? Vritti. Vritti is nothing but the parinama, taking another form. So chitta is your mind. Mind is a very small word to actually define the word chitta. Chitta has much other dimensions also to it, but we have less time, so we can take mind as chitta. So chitta parinama, or chitta's taking form of other objects, is called as chitta vritti. For example, I am seeing my screen while presenting this. So my mind is taking the form of the screen by which I am understanding what is there on my screen. So according to the yoga darshana and Sankhya also, we can only cognize those objects in which form my mind is changing. Only then I can cognize something. If my mind is not forming in the form of a table or a book or a ball, I cannot cognize those objects. So that is the Siddhanta of the yoga. So for them to attain the Kaivalya or the moksha, the first thing he has to do is Chitta Vritti Nirodha. Chitta Vritti Nirodha is the prayojaka. Again, I am using one another sambandha here. I am using some relations which are elaborated in Tarka Shastra. So prayojya prayojaka bhava. Prayojaka is the purpose. Okay. So by attaining Chitta Vritti Nirodha, I can attain Kaivalya. So Chitta Vritti Nirodha is the first prayojaka of Kaivalya according to them. And this Chitta Vritti is the manifestations of Chitta. So the Chitta can manifest itself in these types. These are called as Pramana, Viparyaya, Vikalpa, Nidra and Smriti. And each and everything has a very different meaning. So Pramana is a true knowledge. You can take as true knowledge. For example, I am cognizing a dog in front of me. That is a kind of a Pramana. That is a Chitta Vritti Visesha. Again, I am using a relationship, Samanya Visesha Bhava, type and subtype relationship. So the first kind of Chitta Vritti is the true kind of a cognition we have in our daily life. For example, I am hearing something which is happening in any room. That is also a Pramana. It is a Pratyaksha Pramana. So my mind is actually cognizing by using my ears. Through my ears, my mind is forming in the form of a sound, is changing in the form of a sound, and it is cognizing that sound. So that is also a Pramana. I am inferring something. That is also a Pramana. Okay. And also I am cognizing via language. I am understanding something through language, that is also a pramana. So all these kinds of cognition is called as pramana. And other thing where my chitta can change is viparyaya. So mithya jnanam atadrupa pratishtham means, so when I am having an illusion, it can be called as viparyaya. We have vikalpa, nidra and smriti. We have many kinds of chitta vrittis also. So when these all kinds of chitta vrittis are stopped, that is called yoga. And another word for yoga is samadhi. And this samadhi is again of types, sabija and nirbija. Bija is nothing but cause. So the samadhi where I have some samskaras with me. There is some memory. So though my memory is not totally erased, but all my manifestations of mind are stopped, that kind of a samadhi is called as sabija samadhi. And the other kind of a samadhi is called nirbija samadhi, where my memory is also wiped off totally. There is no change hereafter at all. And this sabija samadhi is again of two types, samprajnata and asamprajnata. So why am I going through all these types? Because I want to show where bhakti and shraddha is placed in Yoga Sutra. So again, the samprajnata is of many types, vitarka, vichara, ananda, asmita. There are 4 types, and each and everything have again detailed description in Yoga Sutra. Now I want to bring your attention to shraddha. So to both of these 2 types of samadhis, there is a prescription given by Patanjala Maharshi. So the sutra is something like this: Shraddha Virya Smriti Samadhi Prajnapurvakaha Itaresham, which means that Shraddha, Virya, Smriti, Samadhi and Prajnapurvaka are required to attain this kind of samprajnata or asamprajnata samadhi. There, what is Shraddha? So Shraddha is nothing but Shastrasya Guruvakyasya Satyabuddhya Avadharana Sa Kathita Sadbhihi Yaya Vastu Upalabhyate. So because of Shraddha, you are going to attain your purpose. You are fulfilling your purpose. So what is that? Shastrasya Guruvakyasya Satyabuddhya Avadharana. Avadharana is contemplating and understanding it totally. How Satyabuddhya, with truthful view, when you are cognizing and contemplating upon it, of what? Shastrasya Guruvakyasya. Shastram is that which is coming from the stream which is called Veda. So any study or knowledge which is coming from Vedas can be taken as Shastra. These Shastras are of many types. We have discussed earlier also. We have Vedangas, we have Darshanas, and all these Shastras, when they are seen with Satya Buddhi, when they are seen that this is the ultimate truth, and that is called as Shraddha, and this Shraddha is leading to Samadhi, and Samadhi is nothing but the other name for moksha in Yoga Darshanam. And the other thing, Sampradaya, Guru Vakyam is nothing but the Sampradaya. You might not find a Shastra which is prescribing certain Anushtanas, but it is coming from Sampradaya tradition. When a sadhaka is following that tradition because it is told by his Guru Parampara, then that is also treated as Shraddha, and that Shraddha will also lead to Moksha Marga. That Shraddha is also very much essential in Moksha Marga. And there is another sutra, Ishvara Pranidhanadva. Soon after that, so Shraddha, Virya, Smriti, Samadhi, Prajnapurvaka Itaresham is the 20th sutra. And soon after that, in 23rd sutra, we have this Ishvara Pranidhanadva. So this is the other prescription that Patanjala Maharshi is giving us to attain Samadhi, which is Ishvara Pranidhanam. And Ishvara Pranidhanam is nothing but Bhakti. So in Purana Parampara, we have many stories and vratas which are telling about Bhakti, but that Bhakti is told as Ishvara Pranidhana in Yoga Sutra. So the Rajamartanda Vyakhyana by Bhojavritti, it is saying that Pranidhanam Bhakti Viseshaha Sarvakriyanam Tatra Arpanam. See, all when you are dedicating all your action to one particular concept, that is called as Pranidhanam. So Ishvare Pranidhanam, Ishvara Pranidhanam means when you are giving away every kind of an action and its purpose to that Ishvara, that is called as Ishvara Pranidhana. And this Ishvara Pranidhana is told in another way in Viveka Chudamani, Swaswarupa Anusandhanam Bhaktirityabhidhiyate. Because so Ishvara is not very much different from you. Ishvara is actually yourself only. So to define Ishvara, in Patanjala Yoga Sutra, we find this sutram, Klesha Karma Vipakashayaihi Aparamrushtaha Purusha Visheshaha Ishvara. So the Chetana or the entity which is responding, which don't have Klesha, Karma, Vipaka, Ashaya, this kind of an entity who is responding is taken as Ishvara, and he is nothing but yourself. That is why they are giving this definition, Swaswarupanusandhanam Bhakti. See, so Bhakti and Shraddha are two very important and extensively dealt with concepts in Puranas and also other traditions, which have a parampara impact, not direct but indirect impact on moksha. It is very essential for us to understand what is bhakti and what is shraddha, to actually focus towards moksha marga. So that is what I want to say today. So I want to once again thank everyone for giving me this opportunity, and I will take this opportunity to once again remember my Guru Parampara. Om Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Hari Om.
Thank you very much, Suryanarayanji, for a wonderful and very clearly articulated presentation, which not only clearly presented the place of bhakti and shraddha in the yoga marga, but also give an overview of where the yoga darshana itself is placed in the larger scheme of Bharatiya Vidya Parampara. I think it is especially important, your presentation was in presenting the fact that because nowadays there is a belief that the path of yoga does not involve any element of bhakti. I mean, the bhakti in the yoga marga may be not same as, for example, devata archana or a bhakti yoga in the Vaishnava parampara that we see, but still it is a unique manifestation which is bhakti itself. So this is a
we can say that all the bhakti, whatever we are following right now in Purana Parampara, can be having these attributes to it. So we can do the samanvaya of this definition to the regular bhakti.
It is a different flowers of the same tree. So different manifestations of the same tree. So this is a very important takeaway for me also, that in the path of yoga also, bhakti is inevitable. Ishvara Pranidhana is inevitable.
Yes.
Thank you again, Suryanarayanji.
Yeah.
Viewers, moving on, we have the next presentation by Dr. Gauri Mahulikar ji. Thank you, Gauriji, for accepting our invitation. We are very grateful to you. Let me give a brief introduction to Gauriji. Dr. Gauriji is the academic director at Chinmaya International Foundation. She is the former Dean of Faculty and former Vice Chancellor of Chinmaya University, Kerala. A researcher in Vedic literature and student of Vedanta. She and a passionate lover of Sanskrit literature. Professor Mahulikar has participated in many national and international conferences. She has published 7 books and more than 80 articles in various journals. She has retired as head of Sanskrit department and Gurudev Tagore Chair for Comparative Literature at Mumbai University in 2015, and later she had joined Chinmaya University as Vice Chancellor, and after having served as the Dean of Faculty there, she is currently with the Chinmaya International Foundation as the Academic Director, and she is also associated with many different NGOs in various management and advisorial positions, and she is being born in Karnataka. She can speak up to 5 Indian languages apart from English. So we have a very interesting presentation today. Gauriji will be speaking on the topic 7 Golden Rules of Vedic Spirituality. Over to you, ma'am. Please start the session.
Thank you, INDICA. Thank you, Sridhar, Nagaraj Garu, and Hariji for giving this opportunity. I will start with 2 verses from Bhagavad Gita, and I'm not going to deal with, I heard some of the presentations that say for in Vedanta or in Yoga Sutra, how the word Adhyatma or Shraddha and Bhakti are there. I'm leading based on two suktas, one from the Rig Veda and the same sukta occurring in the Atharva Veda, how spirituality also could be practiced. I mean, it is normally religions, religious practices, and spirituality is by experience. But I think I would present a different view. And for that, I would start, and my methodology is Itihasa Puranabhyam Vedam Sampabrumhaye Vibhet Telpashrutat Vedo Mamayam Praharishyati. And therefore, how Manusmriti or the later granthas like Bhagavad Gita and all, they in a way, emulate or follow the Vedic do's and don'ts. So that is my topic. And for that, I will start first with Bhagavad Gita 2 verses. Shraddhavan labhate jnanam tatparas sanyatendriyaha and jnanam labdva param shantim achirenadhi gacchati. And the second is Bhaktyat Vananyaya Shakyaha from the 11th chapter. Bhaktyat Vananyaya Shakyaha Hamayavam Vidurjuna Jnatum Drashtum Cha Tatvena Praveshtum Cha Parantapa. It is not only Jnana, it is not only Darshana, but the Pravesha being one. And that I think I would take you through the Vedic Sukta. So this was like a sort of disclaimer or a prologue. And normally religion and spirituality, though the 2 sides of the coin and inseparable, people boast that they are spiritual but not religious, because the only difference which they can make out in that is religion emphasizes practices, whereas spirituality experience. It's an experiential truth. And therefore, people have this bifurcation and division in that. But the journey to spirituality, I must say, it cannot happen without Shraddha and without Bhakti. It is only through the devout and faithful attempt to imbibe certain qualities and restrain oneself from the vices which the Veda has given. And Vedic spirituality Vedic view for the spirituality is very, what you can say, very objective and very universal in a way, because all the human beings are addressed as Shrunvantu Vishwe Amritasya Putraha, and irrespective of their religion, tongue, caste, creed, etc., etc. And in order to attain that that amritatva, that natural status, the seers have laid down the 7 golden rules. I'm coming to that. 7 golden rules. They call it as Maryada. And this Maryada lexical meaning is, like Maryaihi, Manushyahi, Adiyate, Grihate, iti Maryada. It's a boundary, but the connotation implies so many other things. It implies the ethical implication is there, the morality is concerned in that. And the Vedic hymn which talks about that is 10th Mandala, 5th Sukta, and 6th Richa, and the same Sukta occurs in the Atharva Veda in the 5th Kanda as the first Sukta. So 10.5.6 and Atharva Veda 5.1.6, they give you the same Sukta. And both the places, the hymn is marked as obscure and mystic, especially by the translators. Whitney and others, they mark it as obscure, and they say that the lines are disconnected and artificially combined. This is from Whitney's translation of Atharva Veda. And the Viniyoga, why he gives that, his view is that because he says the Viniyoga also, makes it more obscure, because the Viniyoga talks about so many things. When that sukta is to be recited, recitation of the sukta is at various occasions, like in the battlefield, a battle right for victory, then for winning a husband against abortion, as a remedial right, and so many things, So that perhaps gives you obscurity, that attaches obscurity to that. But the way in which Brahman is described, if you see, then there is nothing obscure. So the verse, the translation of the verse, I think, did I read the verse? No. The verse reads as, Sapta Maryadaha Kavayas Tatakshuhu Tasam Idam Ekam Abhi Anhuraha Agad Ayor Haskambha Upamasya Nide Patham Visarge Dharuneshu Tasthav. So that is the Richa or the mantra from the Atharva Veda. And I have quoted, Witness translation is not much different from Griffith's of the Rig Veda. 7 are the pathways which the wise have fashioned. He says Maryada as pathways. 7 are the pathways which the wise have fashioned. And to one of these may come the troubled mortal. Anhuraha, Martyaha, Abhi Agat. He standeth in the dwelling of the highest, a pillar, which is called Skambha, on sure ground where paths are parted. So that is his translation, very word-to-word translation he gives. Now, if you see the entire hymn, in the Atharva Veda, we have in the 10th Kanda, 7th Sukta as Skambha Sukta, and Skambha is the pillar of support of this life. And this pillar of life has the nest of the world perched on one of its branches. Okay, and this is the nest where the soul, the self, enjoys the proximity of the highest, his primal state of being, where existence and non-existence dwell together. Asatya, Satya, Parame Vyoman, So that comes in the Skambha Sukta. So Brahman is a huge tree and the nest of the world, and the soul resting there. It's a coziness of the nest. Now to achieve that, there are Sapta Maryadaha Kavayaha Tatakshuhu. They have carved out as if the 7 Maryadas. And the earliest commentator, Shankaracharya, of course, who wrote Nirukta, he doesn't comment on the Richa per se, but while taking into consideration the word Anhura, he comments on that. And the Sapta Maryada, which he speaks of, are like Steya, Gurutalparohana, Brahmahatya, Bhrunahatya, Surapana, Dushkruta Karmanaha, Punah Sevanam, and Patake, Andrita Bhashanam. After Nirukta, after Shankaracharya, when Sayanacharya comments on that, he has a very beautiful commentary And he gives the Saptamaryada in two ways, stating that they are either emerging out of desire, kama, or krodha, anger. Kamajebhyaha, krodhajebhyaha, udhritaha. And he gives two sets of these 7 maryadas. One set is panam, aksha, striyaha, mrigaya, dandaha, parushyam, and anya dushanam. And yadva, or, and that yadva is the set which has been accepted by the earliest commentator Nirupta Yaskacharya, and which later on, is reflected in the Smriti text as well. So I will stick to the second set, and that is Teyam, Gurutalparohanam, Brahmahatya, Brunahatya, Surapanam, Dushkrutasya Punah Punah Sevanam, Patakasya cha Anrita Bhashanam. Patake Anrita Bhashanam. So these are the 7 things. And one who commits these 7 blunders becomes a sinner. And if you restrain from that, if you commit that, your lifespan decreases, okay? And if you restrain from that, then only you can become one. You can stay in the proximity of your pristine nature, that is the Brahman. So this is given as not just do's. This is given as don'ts. Religious practices come in vidhi and pratishedha. So this is restraining from these bad tendencies or bad qualities. Now, first of all, these 7 golden rules of conduct are, 5 of these are echoed by the Smritikaras as the Pancha Mahapatakas. Okay, only Dushkritasya Karmanaha Punah Punah Sevanam and Patake Anrita Bhashanam, these are not mentioned, but the first 5 are mentioned as the Mahapatakas, the greatest, the gravest of the sins. Now this Pataka takes us back, takes us to the root of it, and that is the concept of Rita. Rita normally works on 3 levels. One is the cosmic level, which we can say Adhibhuta, and then the ritual level, Adhidaiva, and then the internal, the psychological level, the moral, ethical level, and that is Adhyatma. And here we are concerned more with the Adhyatma. I mean, if there is somebody wants to interfere, he can't. But if he wants to interfere in the Adhidaiva or Adhibhuta, there are, the punishments given. I mean, he incurs sin. And Ritavan, Varuna, for example, he will bind him with his pashas. Then Ritavari, Usha also will be angered with that person. And if religious practices on that level, ritual level, if you commit certain blunders, then of course there are prayashchittas for that. But on the moral level, that is more important. In here, Aumhura, when Niruptakara, Yaska takes into consideration the word Aumhura, first of all, he would say Anavagatametat. And then that is his habit, right? And then he would say, Aumhuraha is Ahaswan, Auhaswan, one who is a sinner. Auhas plus what? And he comments that Ra iti matvarthiyaha pratyayaha. So this is very important, matvarthiyaha pratyayaha. And with that in mind, I would like to enumerate so many words which are used in the Rigveda for Auhas. Auhas, Agas, Enas, then Papa, Brujina, Durita, Anrita. These are different words, and these are used, in the Rigveda for all these things. And most of these things are like, they happen because of Kama and Krodha, as we saw just now. And now, I mean, to abstain from that and to restrain from that, Yajurveda takes you to this Mitrasyaham Chakshusha Sarvani Bhutani Samikshe, Mitrasya Chakshusha Samiksha Mahe, and Mam Sarvani Bhutani Samikshantam, etc., etc. So what is this Kama and what is this Krodha, which is later on given in the Bhagavad Gita as Trividham Narakasyedam Dwaram, Kamaha, Krodhascha, Lobhascha. So before that, I think it will be better to deal with all these one after the other. Steya, for example, these are driven by either desire or by anger and greed. So steya, it is not just, robbing somebody of something. It is just not an object. Sometimes it could be the wealth or the wife, the woman, property, and sometimes it could be as abstract a thing as credit is stolen. We have this plagiarism and all these things, the ethics in the research. The credit of a person, Shreya, is also robbed. So this is because of greed. This is because of jealousy and envy for other people, which arises again out of anger or out of greed, lobha. So, and if you are making other person unhappy by robbing something which belongs to him, then where is the sukha? The ultimate goal, if it is sukhasya avaptihi, nairantaryam sukham avapnuyat, and dukkha nivrittihi, that is the ultimate goal, is it not? But then sukha is suhitam khebhyaha or shobhanam kham asya iti. If other people are unhappy, we can't be happy. And Advaita Vedanta, which teaches the oneness, if the other person is unhappy, we can't be unhappy. And therefore, you have to share nasa sakhayo na dadati sakhe, and something like kevala gho bhavati, kevaladi. These are the things which give us, the teaching of abstaining, restraining our steya quality, because that is inborn many times. Then Guru Talpa Rohana, it's violation literally of teacher's bed or having relations, illicit relations with the Guru's wife. But then later on, it got transferred to having illicit relations to brother's wife or one's own daughter or daughter-in-law or even friend's wife. And Manu gives you the prayashchitta as it is given for Guru Talpaka. The same prayashchitta is there, and that prayashchitta is so severe, nobody would commit such a crime that, he has to lie down upon a heated iron bed or embrace a red hot image of a woman. After that, he is sure to die. But that is the sort of danda which is given to Guru Talpa, which is extended to illicit relations to any other woman other than one's own wedded wife. So defiling the bed is later extended to, I told that, Guru Talpaga. So this arises out of kama, uncontrolled lust leading one to such a heinous act, and therefore it is severely punished. So this is committed through the kama desire. Now this is a negative emotion. Kama, krodha, both are negative emotions. Now after kama comes krodha, and krodha is the thing which induces a person to not only attack but ultimately to kill a person. So the krodha is antagonistic and feeling towards someone or something. And this negative feeling makes one violent and results in the killing of an undesired person, be it a Brahmana or be it a Bhruna. So Bhruna Hatya and Brahma Hatya have coupled together as they are Krodhaja. And Vedas and the later text, especially the Puranas, they have Brahma Hatya as a personified woman, a figure. She is many times called as Kritya or Brahma Hatya. And especially in the Mahabharata and the Puranas, we come across how Brahma Hatya is chasing even Shiva, who cut the fifth head of Brahmadeva, and the Kapala got stuck to his hand, and he's running from place to place, and ultimately, he comes to Kapala Mochana Tirtha at Kashi and gets relieved. In the Mahabharata, Balarama accidentally, inadvertently happened to kill the Suta Pauranika with just a blade of grass, and the Kritya followed him wherever he went. And just to signify that this is a Brahmagna, a strange, weird type of smell, sometimes of a rotten flesh, or matsya, meena gandha or loha gandha, as the gandha of the rust of the iron. So loha gandhi or matsya gandhi saha bhavati, that is what it is given in the epics and the Puranas. So that, everybody knows that he is a Brahmagna. Basically, that is to indicate that he is a Brahmagna. And this, this later on gets extended to the religious practices. For example, the Brahmavaivarta Purana would say that one who doesn't worship or doesn't partake the food offered as Naivedya, he incurs the sin of Brahmatya. Now, this is the story which we have in the structured type of myths called Satyanarayana Vratakatha. If you don't partake of that prasad of Satyanarayana, then some impediment will fall upon you, We have the Sadhu Vaishya story and all that. So, Bhruna Hatya is also on the same line. It's done through anger, and it is uniformly condemned by all the Shastras. But many places, especially some parts of India, we had killing of a female embryo till law passed an order and it was prohibited. Surapana refers to the excessive and addictive drinking, because a drunkard is likely to lose he loses his discretionary power, his viveka, and in the state of intoxication, he may commit further blunders of killing somebody, So Surapana is also a prohibited thing, and one should restrain from that. The most interesting things are not these five. These five everybody knows as the Mahapatakas given in the Manusmriti, but the last two, which is Dushkrita Karmanaha Punah Punaha Sevanam. And Patake, after committing a mistake, Anrita Bhashanam, I didn't do it. I didn't make that mistake. I didn't commit the crime. When he himself is a culprit. So greed or lobha, lobha in the sense, I want this all at any cost. And, something like, it creates sort of arrogance and best, because I have it all. And if I don't have it, I will go to any extent to have it. And I can't tolerate anyone coming in the way of my getting a particular thing. That induces a person doing a bad thing again and again and again. So it causes some sort of sadistic pleasure, perhaps, We have had instances of serial killers of young girls sometime back, many years back when I was too young. Psychologically, such a person gets overpowered by greed, and much like an intoxicated person, and despite any threats given to him or warnings or punishments, he continues to commit similar crimes. We say that to err is human. But the error, once committed, if you undergo the prayashchitta, you are redeemed. You can, resolve out of that. And you come out of that error. But if you commit the same mistake again and again, that means you deny being transformed. So there is an opportunity, there is an avakasha given by all the Shastras for the human being to undo what he has, not literally undo, but take prayashchitta for that, atone, atonement for the sin, what he has committed. But one shouldn't refuse to get transformed and transferred and cleansed of all the negativity. And therefore, this boundary, once crossed, brings down, dooms a person. And therefore, what one should do is confession that, yes, I did that mistake and I'm very sorry for that. I won't do it again. There are confession boxes at many places. Our own confession boxes are our own elderly people in our household. In the joint families, the confession boxes are our parents-in-law or parents or grandparents, but one should have that honesty to speak the truth. That requires great courage. If you are honest, you are calm. Honesty brings in tranquility. But honesty in taking the responsibility of wrongdoings, that can cleanse one's mind and absolve him from all his sins and all his blunders and mistakes. And therefore, confession in a way works as an expiation, a prayashchitta, and that minimizes the effect of the sin. However, it requires great courage, as I was saying just now, to admit one's mistakes, it requires great courage, because our ego plays an important part in that, a major role in declining the wrongdoing. No, I never did it. I don't intend to do it. I never intended doing it. I'm not a person who would do such thing. So we keep on denying the things, the wrongdoings, and keep on boosting our own egos. There lies the crux of all the thing. If we want to abide by these 7 rules, which have come down to us in the form of don'ts, then we have to be true to our own self. We want to improve. We want to be one. We want to be in that nature, in that need where, we can stay in close proximity with our own consciousness. Because when I say that this on the moral ground, Varuna works on all these 3 levels, not only the Adhidaiva, Adhibhuta, but Adhyatma level also. The conscience of the person, the sinner, it goes on pricking him, and that is the punishment. So he must confess, he must come forward and confess it and not do the mistake again and again. Otherwise, what Gita calls Dambho Darpo Bhimanascha, and therefore this hypocrisy or the arrogance and the excessive pride which we nurture as our ego, then it becomes very like Asuri Sampat. So the Daiva Sampat and the Asuri Sampat, they are nothing but, I could say, the corollaries of these 7 boundaries. Sapta Maryadaha Kavayasta Takshu. Pretending to be innocent and telling lies after committing an evil act is therefore considered to be a sin. I mean, Asatya Bhashana, why Satya is given so much importance in the qualities in the Daivasura Sampat, and Aman, Vitvam, Ashaucham are so emphasized later on by Vyasa and by other epics. This is because pretending to be innocent and telling lies after committing an evil act, is considered a sin. If a sinner doesn't undergo any expiation for that, then he suffers far-reaching results, and that is stated in the statement from Vishnu Purana as Papakridyati Narakam Prayashchitta Parangmukha. Papakrit Prayashchitta Parangmukha Purushaha or Papakrit Narakam Yati. And therefore, for Prayashchitta, we should never say no, because that is a chance, that's an opportunity to absolve all our sins and cleanse ourselves forever. So coming to the some remarks, which I want to deduce as from the deliberation which I am doing here, that the Vedic literature, first of all, it takes into account the slippery grounds of Kama, Krodha and Lobha, the desire, anger and greed, from where humans can fall. It's a fall of ladder. It's a ladder of fall of a human being, and deprive themselves from being with their pristine nature. And these ethical grounds, these ethical rules indicate synthesis in a way and integrity of spiritual experience without mentioning any such word as Shraddha or Bhakti or Adhyatma in this. Unless we have this, Unless we have faith in the Guru Shastra Vachaneshu Shraddha. What is Shraddha? That idamitham iti Guru Vakya and Shastra Vakya. If we don't believe that, then we won't follow, we won't abide by these rules. And therefore, this in a way synthesizes and integrates the spiritual experience. And as I stated in the at the very outset, this is beyond all the religions per se and all the faiths and all. So this is very objective and universal for all. And Daivi Sampad, the divine state of virtues given in the Bhagavad Gita later on, is nothing but an extension of positively inculcating the noble values. Here, the Veda in the Saptamaryadaha Tatakshupu, it gives in a negative manner that you should not do it, but positively again, in the contrast of 6 vices, Dambhodarpo Vimanascha, the 16th chapter gives you 26 noble qualities. Positively inculcate, try to inculcate these noble values. And all the crimes stated herein transcend the limitations of religion, etc. And Manusmriti, when it echoes, especially Manusmriti, other texts also echo these Mahapatakas. But this, I feel, is a methodology of Upabrahmana. This is a technique called endorsing the statements of the Vedas. And in fact, Itihasa Puranabhyam Vedam Samupabrumhaye Bibhet Telpashrutat Vedaha Mamayam Praharishyati. So this is the principle, this is the methodology on which I wanted to discuss this hymn. And this could be interpreted in the light of Manusmriti or the later Patakas, which we are acquainted with. So with this, I conclude. And yeah, there is, so many bibliography. Basically the Rig Veda and Atharva Veda, and yeah, Veda and the Indian culture, and some text I have given as the bibliography. So I have made it as a paper. If INDICA wants to publish it sometime, then I can refine it on the basis of the discussion which happens right now, and then modify it and submit it to you. Hari Om, Dhanyavada.
Thank you, Gauriji, for a wonderful presentation on the Sapta Maryada. I think you make a very important point that just as Bhakti and Upasana is one of the distinguishing features of Vedic spirituality, the Samanya Dharma, I would like to designate the Sapta Maryada Samanya Dharma, because that is how the Smritis do.
Yes.
Is another distinguishing feature of Vedic spirituality. Nagaraji, do you have any comments to add?
No, I just wanted to thank Gauriji for this. There is one general theory in religious studies, theory of religion, that religion is all about good conduct. And it's a very popular and common sense way of looking at all religions as just good conduct. But that is too simplistic to say. It is reductionist to say that just good conduct is spirituality. Whereas, because Gauriji is such a profound scholar, she was able to connect that simplistic looking good conduct kind of theory to the deeper, more profound way of how it connects to actual spirituality also. Otherwise, it gets reduced completely to, it is all, religion is all about just good conduct only. It's not. It's actually, there is a deeper connect between that good conduct and what in Vedic spirituality, spirituality actually means. So that logic has been built. So thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Gauriji, for the excellent presentation. Viewers, now moving on, our next speaker is Sri Rajarshi Nandi, joining us from Kolkata, and he'll be speaking on the topic role of Bhakti and Shraddha in Tantra Upasana. A very brief introduction. Sri Rajarshi Nandi is an Upasaka, author and speaker on Hindu spiritual matter. particularly on topics related to Tantra sadhana and its relevance in modern times. He also conducts various Adhyatmic retreats to introduce and mentor people on the basics of the Devata sadhana. Uh, Thank you for accepting our invite, Rajarshi. Please go ahead with your session.
Namaste, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, great. It was wonderful listening to all the terrific scholars and the different perspectives. And thank you to Nitin and thank you to INDICA for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to speak on this topic. So before I start, let me just very briefly mention the relevance of though this topic deals with Vedic spirituality, and then there is a bit of what I will be speaking about is more of how bhakti and shraddha plays its role in tantric upasana paddhatis. So, without going too deep into the relationship that the Vedic path had with the Tantric path, where there are all kinds of views and many scholarly people who have written and spoken about it, there is parts which overlap and parts which do not. More or less, let's just take for the sake of this discussion that, as the great commentator on the Manusmriti mentioned, Kulluka Bhatta, that there are two Shrutis. One is the Vedic Shruti and one is the Tantrika Shruti. So we assume for the sake of this discussion that the Tantra Shastras are also very much a part of the larger gamut of the paths within Hindu Dharma. Now, in its fundamental development, the Tantras were extremely focused on the sadhana paddhati. There is the philosophical aspect of it, yes. There are texts which dealt with it, and also I'm just briefly going into the historicity of these things, so it's easier to for the listeners to understand. And I'm sure all scholars are already aware. But so as it developed as a sadhana paddhati, there were also, especially when the more heterodox or what we call the Bhairava Srota tantras developed from Kashmir, which were non-dual but not Advaitic in the Vedantic sense. This non-duality had certain different kind of flavors in it. They incorporated various practices and rituals, perhaps, which were there in already the Vedic path, with certain modifications which were done because the logic and the rationale that was given is that this is the path that Lord Shiva gives out, because in the Kali Yuga, the average people are not fundamentally fit to attain to the anugraha of the devatas following the paths that were there in the previous yugas. So therefore, out of his kindness, out of the five faces of Shiva, there are, which are the five, the amnas, the five directions of Tantra. There are streams of tantric karmakanda and paddhatis and mantras that come out. In certain texts, it mentions that there are at least 7 crore mantras that come out from Shiva, and he empowers them, and he sort of kind of to explain in a simpler language. It's more of he kind of gives an adesh to the mantras that they are to guide and help upasakas in the spiritual progress, whosoever serves those mantras. Serving of a mantra is basically following the requisite karmakanda, anusthana, japa, etc. paddhatis. Now, these mantras are not only linked to a specific deity, though we have modern understanding that Tantra Shastras are entirely about Devi Upasana, which is largely true. But the stream of mantras that comes out from Shiva includes all deities. There are mantras of Vishnu, there are mantras of Shiva himself, various forms of Shiva, Bhairava, Ganpati, Surya, everything is contained within it. And these mantras had a specific criteria. Criteria was that for an individual to be able to practice that, one needs to have an initiation. So Diksha was an absolutely integral part of the Tantric Karmakanda. Without the initiation, there is it's strictly barred to do sadhana of any of these mantras. So this was the original format, and not just original. Even today, the evolution of tantras that happened later with the development of more Shakta elements that came from Eastern India, plus the Srividya schools which were there already and developed more in South India, etc. Initiation is a mandatory process in the Tantric Upasana Paddhati. It's almost like a replica of the, if you have the Vedic, if you take the Vedic system, it's like a parallel to the Upanayanam ceremony. Without the Upanayanam, you do not have the Adhikara to do Veda Adhyayana or any of the Karma Kanda. Upanayanam is just the first stage. Of course, there's other, you have to learn it from a competent guru and other things. Similarly, in the Tantric system, the Diksha becomes absolutely mandatory. So after the initiation, regardless of the varna of the individual, and here there are different texts which have certain different prescriptions, and depending on which sampradaya gives prominence to which of the texts, they follow slight modification and the varna of the guru and the varna of the disciple, etc. But then there are other sampradayas that do not categorically make a distinction between the necessarily the varna of the guru should be higher. So especially those which are more inclined towards the Kaula Tantra, which is one of the branches of Tantra in which, according to acharyas like Abhinavagupta and others, which is perhaps the highest stream of the Tantric practice. So in after initiation, there is a lot of the path involves excellent amount of an extreme amount of upasana. So there are mantras that have to be chanted, there are anushtanas that have to be done, there are various nitya karma, naimittika karma, etc. A lot of things have to be done, and based on that, the guru decides that whether he or she, the upasaka, is eligible for the next level of initiation. So there are not one but multiple levels of initiation. For example, if somebody is to practice a Mahavidya Upasana. And here the tantras are very clear that if it's what kind of mantra is being given to an individual, if it's a mantra of Shiva, if it's a mantra of Vishnu, if it's a mantra of Ganpati, it is still allowed for the guru to give an upadesham and for the upasaka to take the upadesham as the dictum and carry on. But when it comes to Mahavidya Upasana, then it specifies that the guru has to give what is known as an Abhisheka Diksha. Abhisheka Diksha is a specific process in which the deformities, the ignorances, the malas, the three malas which are there in the the Shaiva and the Shakta tattvas. So everybody is born with there are three impurities. So those malas, the effect of that, any other blockages, etc., are removed via the process of the Abhisheka Diksha. And after the Abhisheka Diksha, he or she is allowed to do recitation, japa, practice of these tantrika, specifically Mahavidya mantras. And that applies for both, whether it's Srikula or Kalikula, either of the two. Now, the general perception has been that in all this process, where does bhakti or shraddha come into play? So there is a idea of, in fact, and there are many beautiful scholarly writings of great, vidwans and upasakas that, and this has been a topic of debate, whether the mantra sadhana, when it is being done, is the mantra sadhana, is it sufficient to continue the mantra sadhana as a technical process to get the anugraha of the devata, or is there something else that is also required? So, for example, a certain mantra may have a specification in the tantras that you need to chant it, say, so many lakhs of times, and this being Kali Yuga, so that will be 4 times. So, say 10 lakhs of the mantra japa is required under certain specifications to get, a degree of closeness to the deity. That's the first Purushcharan, as we call it. The question is it sufficient to mechanically do it? Suppose there's a sadhak, there's an upasak who is extremely competent, very gifted, and has the right purva samskaras from past lives. So he starts the upasana and he follows the rules without single violation. Will he acquire the benefits of the mantra japa, or do you need to add something else? And that something else is where bhakti comes in. Bhakti, or more importantly, even before bhakti, there is shraddha, which is faith. Faith on a thing that has not yet manifested. It's a bit like when I'm in school, when my son is going to school in class 1, the teacher is telling that how do you, you learn the tables for multiplication or addition or something. He may not know that what is the use of that at this moment in life. For him, it's just a thing that has to be done. Why? That's because the teacher is saying so, the parents are saying so. So there has to be an implicit element of Shraddha on a process that you fully do not understand as yet, because your state is not up to the mark, or you are not yet at that condition where you can comprehend it. But you have that faith, that living faith, that in future perhaps you will reach that state and you will understand. And since it comes from people who have already acquired that state and understood that thing, therefore their words become extremely important and you follow them. So this Shraddha has to be there on the mantra, for the mantra to activate. And this is apart from following all the rituals and rules. Without Shraddha, if a mantra is chanted in the tantric process, it is very likely that one may carry on doing for ages and ages, and one may cross innumerable number of mantra japa, and still there may or may not be a favorable result or some manifestation or anubhuti. In fact, manifestation is not the word. Anubhuti of the devata will not come. It's important to note here that when we say of mantra, the mantra is the devata. In once the mantra marga starts, once the tantric upasana paddhati starts, the upasaka has to absolutely believe with no doubt in his mind, and here have absolute shraddha on the fact that the mantra and the devata are non-different. It's like as if you are serving the subtle body of the devata by doing the recitations of the japas that the guru gives you. So shraddha of the mantra is important. Otherwise, the fructification of the results do not happen properly. In fact, not even fructification. Is very likely on a practical note that the upasaka will not be able to continue the path, and very soon he gives up and he feels that, oh, this is not working, or this is maybe something wrong with me, or perhaps this is not the thing for me. So these kind of things happen and in reality. So it is important, therefore, that one has complete faith on what the mantra that is given to them, and the mantra devata, that there is no difference, absolutely no difference between the deity, the devata who is being worshipped, and the mantra to whom he or she is being worshipped. The next important aspect where Shraddha and Bhakti comes in is on Shraddha and Bhakti on the Guru. So the tantric path, the Tantra Upasana Paddhati, is extremely guru centric. It is very much that the guru will determine what is the right mantra for an individual, what is the right kind of practice, which deity to worship, which deity one should not worship, etc. In order that this happens, one should have complete absolute faith in the guru. And in order that this faith is not just a verbal statement, the tantras have in certain dikshas, in certain paramparas, it comes right at the beginning, whereas in certain paramparas, it comes after the second level of diksha, what is known as the Guru Paduka mantras. So the Guru Padukas, okay, before the Guru Paduka mantra, the Guru is somebody who's not just a physical entity. He's like a, to use a modern term, he's like the portal through which the whole vidya, the knowledge that is passed down for generations, for centuries, he is like that. Assume there is a river that is flowing, and somebody who is thirsty wants to come and have a drink of water, and there are specific places in the river where you can have some water from that is flowing. So those places from where you can drink the water and quench your thirst, those are like the gurus. That is the place, that is the equation that individual Swaguru has with the Guru Parampara. So Swaguru is like an interface to the full Vidya, the whole gamut of knowledge that has been nurtured, practiced, and transmitted for generations after generations by the Gurus, starting right from the initial, the Divya Gurus. So there are Divya Gurus, there are Siddha Gurus, there are Manava Gurus. All this lineage of Gurus, it is there. Having faith on one's guru while doing the upasana, absolute faith it has to be. So one should not, if there is doubt, if there is question, then there is very likely that the sadhana may or may not produce the right result. It is here that the Guru Paduka mantra, it not only captures an element of bhakti for one Swaguru, then once Paramaguru, and then once Parameshti Guru. But it also links one to, for example, the fountainhead of the whole stream, the whole Vidya, which is Ananda Bhairava, Ananda Bhairavi, all the great divine gurus, divine beings, is not just normal gurus. They are the beings through which the knowledge came to us. The same way that Bhairava is the uh, one of the primary gurus, divine gurus of the tantric path. It's through his kindness, through him, that the Kola Marga and the other margas were given to ordinary people. And this conception is there even when we are doing, for example, a mantra anushthan of say Kali, Dakshina Kali, and it tells you that the rishi of the mantra is Mahakal Bhairava. It basically means that Mahakal is acting like a guru. He has done the upasana first, integrated that energy, that vidya, and then given it to the world. So that every time anybody is initiated into that vidya, he has to start with at least a little bit of reverence to the rishi of the mantra. This is and there are places where the rishi has to be placed in the body, so that the anugraha of the rishi comes in. Because without that, and without blessings, without the blessings of the guru, who is also the swaguru, there is very little chance that the mantras, the sadhana, will actually lead to something fruitful, something that is transformative, which is the final aim of the of the process of the tantric upasana. So Guru Parampara, Bhakti and the Guru Parampara is important. In this regards, it's important to mention that there is another, apart from the formal stream of Tantra Vidya, which is right now we have the Kali Kula and the Sri Kula. There is also the Sabat Tantras, which come from the Nath Yogis, the Navanath, who are popular both in Maharashtra, as well as we find evidences of them appearing in Bengal, as far off as places like Kamakhya, then even places like Hinglaj, which was one of the Shakti Pitas, which is not there in India anymore. So these 9 Naths were legendary yogis of unimaginable caliber, and they popularized Tantra sadhana for the masses, with one difference, that they said that since people do not know Sanskrit, we will give them mantras which are non-Sanskrit. So the only criteria of a Sabar mantra is that it is not in Sanskrit. It could be in any language. It could be Hindi. It could be Awadhi. In fact, by this definition, you may well call the Hanuman Chalisa as a Savar Vidya that was given to the masses. So the tantric sampradayas that came from the Nath yogis, and they are still extremely popular across North India. Guru Bhakti is even more important there. In the sense, the Guru is going to initiate an individual and give him a Guru mantra. By repetition of the Guru mantra, he, having Shraddha on the Guru mantra and repetition of the Guru mantra, he connects himself to the stream of knowledge that is passed down from the Gurus. So if there is a break in the Anushthan of the Guru mantra, it is very likely to manifest in some time in the Upasaka's life as for some reason or the other, he will not get the required guidance that should have come to him had he followed the instructions of the Guru. So faith in Guru is absolutely important, with one condition. Today, in general, there is a popular perception among many average people that, to use a phrase from Hindi, "Sirf bhavi kafi hai," which means that if you just have the right emotion, that's all that gods need, and you don't need anything. You don't need a devata, doesn't require anything. That is naive, that's lazy, and that's unfortunately a manifestation of one's personal ego, that a misunderstanding of the way one has to approach a devata upasana. So here, when we talk about Shraddha and Bhakti in the Tantric path, it is important to have Shraddha and Bhakti not only on the Devata, but that should manifest as following the path recommended for the Devata. So if a particular mantra, it's put it very simply, if you're worshipping Vishnu, you offer Tulsi. If you're worshipping Shiva, you offer Bel Patra. If you're worshipping Devi, you offer Kumkum, etc. So this is like a path that has been set for centuries by people, Purvacharyas, by the Shastras, by the great divine masters, etc. So as Upasaka, the Upasaka's role is to follow the path that has already been set by them. If you violate this and try something funky and weird, because you try to pass it off as that, I just have faith and that's all you need, in the the simplest result that would occur is that there will be no result. Your upasana is going to fail. You can try for hundreds of years, Or worst case, if you're worshipping a deity who's more ugra in nature, you may actually end up experiencing something that is sort of not particularly favorable. And that is where you will need to again go back to your guru to find out what mistake you made. So Shraddha on the path, Shraddha on the Devata in the Tantric system specifically involves following the well-established rules of sadhana that has already been given and not violating them. And these rules of sadhana come from the Shastras. So Shraddha means Shraddha on the Guru Parampara, Shraddha on the Shastras, from which these are coming. Because most people in this age simply do not have the capacity to make any change in the sadhana paddhatis, which have been perfected for thousands of years by people of far, far greater competency than anyone here today. So we have faith that these have been perfected. We follow that according to our capacity and according to the instructions that a Swaguru gives. Now, another aspect of how Shraddha comes into play, there are certain pujas, specifically certain kriyas and anushthanas where you have to invoke at least the three order of gurus, Paramaguru, Paramishti Guru, and the Paratpara Guru, and the other gurus. Three generations of gurus have to be not only invoked, but placed at three different directions as guardians of the mandala when you are sitting. So they are not, it's not like they are somebody who passed away long back, so they are not there. No. Great masters, once they give up their physical presence, they become even more powerful in their astral or the subtle presence or their psychic presence, etc. So to have reverence and faith in them, in the three generations of the gurus and the Guru Parampara, means you get certain protection from them. So even if the guru is also like a mother, so there is a mistake, suppose, and mistakes happen to everybody, even the best of Upasakas can make a mistake. It is the blessings of the Guru that can help one to overcome and direct one towards the prayashchitta that needs to be done so that the mistake does not compound into something more problematic. So that is one aspect. There is another aspect of, I'll just take 5 more minutes. I think my time is coming up. So another aspect of bhakti and shraddha is on the devata itself. That is also equally important. We see evidence of this particularly in Bengal, when by the 13th century there were great poets who were Shaktas, formally initiated Tantropasakas, but they also had exceptional devotion to the goddess, or the Kalikula goddesses who were worshipped, and they wrote tremendous amount of poetry, tremendous amount of songs dedicated to the goddess, even though they were doing their Upasana Paddhatis were intact. So they were not tampering with what practices they were actually doing. At the same time, there was an outpouring of tremendous bhakti to the goddess. And this is that extra element that is required for the sadhana to become successful. Unless that bhakti comes in, that shraddha on the goddess, that one-pointed devotion that I need to reach that devata, I need to reach the sannidhya of the devata. And that too, when you're worshipping the Divine Mother, all one thinks of is reaching her feet. That's it. There is nowhere else to go. Once you reach the feet of the Mother, to reach there itself, there is an absolute, there's like that X factor that should come in. Apart from all the rituals, the rules that has been given, something that is, a self-giving, a sacrifice from within. And this led to a whole tradition of tantric masters in Bengal who were known as Khapa. Khapa means mad. So their devotion to the goddess was so tremendous that they would do things which may seem completely mad from our perspective. Like, for example, Sri Ramakrishna, who is perhaps one of the greatest Shakta saints. So he goes to the Bhavatarini temple and he begs to the mother to have a vision, and he doesn't get it. Eventually, he gets so frustrated, he takes the kharga of the Divine Mother and is about to cut off his head when he sees a vision that Kali, Bhavatarini Kali, appears before him. And in that vision, there is a complete transformation. That is, he sees that he, the kharga, and the mother, it's like a state of Advaitam. Not necessarily the Advaitam of the self, but Advaitam of the Devata, where everything becomes that one singular, absolutely brilliant deity whom he's worshipping. And Ramakrishna, the Pujari, the Purahita of a Kali temple, transforms into Ramakrishna, the great saint. So this kind of devotion is also present in the Shakta and the Tantric Sampradayas. But there is a caveat: this should not be followed by ordinary upasakas, because you are very likely to end up, and neither is there the purity necessary to follow this kind of extreme steps. That's why the tantras recommend that once an initiation happens, a person transforms from a pashu to a Vida. Vida means one who is struggling against, is fighting against the natural tendencies of life in order that he may succeed in reaching close to the Ishtadevi whom he is worshipping. And beyond that, there is the Divya. The Divya is that state where there are no rules for the Upasaka. Whatever he does is the rule on himself. So a man like Ramakrishna is of the state of a Divya. It cannot be copied by ordinary people like us. So we, as a follower of the tantric path, or anybody who follows any kind of tantric upasana, bhakti and shraddha is absolutely fundamental within the skillful application of the upasana karma kanda that is taught by the Guru Parampara. So as one does the karma kanda and also practices bhakti, it transforms the bhakti and makes it deeper and deeper. Because at day one, nobody is perfect. There is no perfect bhakti, there is no perfect jnana, there is no perfect karma kanda. I mean, if bhakti was perfect, we say in the mantra shastras that even the names of the devatas are mantras. So if we say Shiva and if we say Kali, and if the bhakti is perfect, the deity should immediately manifest it. But that never happens because there are too many impurities in the mind body, there are too many misconceptions. So in that state, one should never make the sentimental mistake of feeling that whatever I can do is fine, the deity will accept. No, follow the paddhati that is given in the Tantra Marga. Along with it, in that paddhati, apply bhakti, where bhakti becomes like the fuel that makes that same upasana far more effective, far more fruitful, and far more enriching. So with that, I would like to, I think the time is up already, I'd like to conclude the talk. So bhakti is absolutely, and we see this in even in the Devi Mahatyam, we have this the stuti to the Divine Mother. It mentions that of all the qualities she manifests, one of the qualities is that she is also Shraddha. Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Shraddha Rupena Samstita. She is the one who gives the bhakti. She is the one who can withdraw the Shraddha also. So that's all. Namaste.
Thank you, Rajarshi, for a wonderful and very concise presentation on the role of bhakti in the Tantra Marga. I think that this is an important thing, important element, aspect to that bhakti, which is often not realized because there is too much of misinformation about Tantra Upasana currently. So
Right.
you have added a very important dimension to the discussion. Nagaraji, do you want to add any other comment?
Yeah, the same point that you were also making. Thank you, Rajashriji. Actually, what happened in the course of colonial education is there is a lot of unnecessary differentiation that happened between, for example, Tantra and Bhakti also. What they introduced in the school syllabi is that there is something called as a Bhakti movement. And in the course of those lessons of Bhakti movement, they never include Tantra in that. When Tantra comes to the student, they give a totally different picture away from Bhakti. Same thing happened with yoga also. We heard Jammala Madhva. They wanted to show that yoga is different from Bhakti. Yogis are not Bhaktas. So all these unnecessary differentiations are now in this symposium. Thankfully, because of people like Rajashriji, we are able to police and show how these are unnecessary distinctions that have been created through colonial education. Thank you very much, Rajashriji.
Namaste.
Thank you again. Viewers, moving forward, our next session is from Aditi Banerjee. Unfortunately, due to time difference, she won't be able to join live session. She has sent us a video recording of her presentation. Her presentation is on the topic More Than Faith, Shraddha as Suspension of Disbelief. And before we play the video, just a brief introduction to her. Aditi Banerjee is an author, speaker, and attorney. Her first novel, The Curse of Gandhari, was a successful bestseller, and which was published by Bloomsbury India in 2019. Her second novel, The Woe of Parvati, also published by Bloomsbury India in 2022, was also a big success. She has also published another book titled Hindu Love Stories, Dharmically Ever After, in February 2022. She is a practicing attorney at a Fortune 500 financial service company in US and has also completed an executive MBA at Columbia University. She earned a Juris Doctor from Yale Law School and received a BA in International Relations, magna cum laude from Tufts University. She is a prolific writer and speaker about Hinduism and the Hindu-American experience. She is a member of INDICA Academy and INDIC Book Club, and she, which also sponsored a successful 6-city book launch tour of her book, The Curse of Gandhari. Previously, she had co-edited the books such as Invading the Sacred, Analysis of Hinduism Studies in America, in collaboration with Sri Rajiv Malhotra. And she has also authored several essays in publications such as the Columbia Documentary History of Religion in America since 1945 and the Buddhist, Hindus and Sikhs in America, a short history, for published by Oxford University Press. And her articles have been published in various publications such as Outlook India. So with this brief introduction, we will now play her talk, the video of her talk. Koti, go ahead.
Namaste. I'm very sorry that I couldn't be there with you live today, but I'm happy to be sharing this recording with the talk today on the concept of Shraddha. And what I would really like to talk about today is how Shraddha is more than just faith, and sometimes it is simply translated to or incompletely understood as just being blind faith. And what I want to talk about today is how Shraddha is something much more nuanced, deep, and complex than that. So I want to begin by talking about this bold promise that we find in the Vedas and in the Vedic system, which basically says that we will experience for ourselves through the direct experience, jnana and the self-realization. It is not something that is just a product of faith until we die, and then after we die, we don't know exactly what will happen to us. It's something we can experience in the here and the now. So in the Vedic system, there are three types of knowledge. There's pratyaksha, which comes through sense perception, that which we see, hear, smell, and cognize through our senses. Then there's paroksha jnanam, which is indirect knowledge, which comes through reasoning, inference, logic, thinking about things, something we've heard and are contemplating. And then finally, there's aparoksha anubhuti. So paroksha is indirect and aparoksha is the opposite of that. It's the direct experience, and it is the experience of self-realization. So that is something we directly cognize and realize, not something we just believe. And so Shraddha, in a sense, is the bridge that takes us from paroksha jnanam to aparoksha anubhuti. And in the Gita, there's a very interesting shloka that says that to the Brahmana who has known the self, all the Vedas are of as much use as is a reservoir of water in a place where there is a flood. So in other words, the Vedas are perhaps the only religious system out there that says once you have attained the end of the religion, once you have attained the full breadth of jnana, then you do not need the Vedas themselves. You do not need those rites, those practices, those studies. And just as a drop of water is useless for someone who is surrounded by a flood of water, so too the Vedas are, in a sense, transcended. And so this is really the promise of the Vedas, that we will discover for ourselves that which we are seeking through the path of Shraddha. And in this context, Swami Sarvapriyananda gives a very useful analogy in one of his talks. And he says, when you're a student in university, and let's say you're going to a graduate physics class, you may not know anything about the subject matter, but you go to the class, there's a professor, the professor has all of the right credentials and expertise. He or she has been hired by the university. So you have some level of trust that this professor knows what he or she is talking about. And then if you were just to stop there and say the professor knows everything and I'm just going to parrot what he or she says and I'm just going to write that by rote on the exams, then that would also defeat the purpose of the class. The professor also wouldn't be happy, because the whole point is that through the process of the class, you will take that which starts as indirect by what the professor says, but then through the homework, through the lessons, through contemplating on it, you will begin to learn this for yourself, and then you will have the experience of it. And that is what the class is meant to do. So in the beginning, you need a little bit of that shraddha, that reverence, that respect, that attitude of this person may know something and I can learn from them. Again, it is not blind acceptance, because you have to learn it for yourself. You have to practice for yourself and see whether it actually holds true. But that's the basic premise. And in the arts and in creative writing, this process is analogized to being a temporary suspension of disbelief. So when you open a story, when you start a movie, you know that you're entering into perhaps a fictional world, but you allow yourself to suspend that disbelief and enter that world, because only through that respect for that world that has been created can you get the fruits of that book or of that movie or the full breadth of that experience. So that is the context in which we should be understanding what Shraddha is. The importance of Shraddha cannot be overemphasized. In the Gita, there's a famous shloka that says, "For the one who has Shraddha, they attain Jnanam." So it says, the man who has faith, is diligent, and has control over the organs, attains knowledge. Achieving knowledge, one soon attains the supreme peace. So here again, it's being translated as faith, but the word here is Shraddha. And in Vedanta, one of the 6 qualities of the Shat Sampatti that comprise the third of the sadhana chatushtaya is Shraddha. So in the sadhana chatushtaya, you have Viveka, Vairagya, the Shat Sampatti, and Mumukshutva. And then within the Shat Sampatti, you have Shama, Dhamma, Uparati, Titiksha, Shraddha, and Samadhana. So that again speaks to the importance of Shraddha. And in the Viveka Chudamani, there's a very beautiful shloka that really helps define what is Shraddha. And it says, the acceptance by firm judgment of the mind as true of what the scriptures and the Guru instruct is called by the sages Shraddha, or faith, by means of which the reality is perceived. And in this translation by Swami Madhavananda, he includes this very important note. Acceptance by firm judgment, etc., which is the translation of Shraddha, is not to be confused with what is generally called blind acceptance. The whole mind must attain to that perfect state of assured reliance on the truth of instructions received, without which a wholehearted, one-pointed practice of those instructions is not possible. So this is the spirit in which we need to understand what is Shraddha. Again, this is often simply translated as faith, which is not incorrect, because there is an element of faith in the concept of Shraddha, but it is incomplete. Adi Shankaracharya has also referred to it as being astikya buddhi. And like the notes in the previous slide indicate, there is a nuance to the definition. So what is really the difference between faith and Shraddha? Faith is often interpreted as being unquestioning, as something passive and meek and static, but something that is blind and unthinking, something that is not rational. But this is not what Shraddha is. Shraddha is something much more than that. If you look at the etymology of Shraddha, it derives from the root words Shrat, for truth, and Dharana, which means directing one's minds towards or upholding. And so if you put that together, it's a dynamic and active process that is focused on the truth. It requires us to be actively investigating and seeking and studying and practicing. So it has elements of faith, reverence, humility, and confidence, as we will see throughout the rest of the discussion. Swami Rangatananda from the Ramakrishna Mission has a very beautiful quote on this. And he says, what we usually understand as faith is mere static belief. Such a static believer simply swallows what others say. He does not subject it to evidential tests. But Shraddha here means faith with a view to investigating the truth of what is told. Deep rational thinking forms the basis of such faith. This makes us go ahead from the level of faith to the level of truth. When this faith makes us forge ahead to experience the truth, it is Shraddha. It is not merely believing, but believing that the teaching of the scriptures and the words of the Guru are true, and struggling to reach that truth level. Shraddha is that by which the truth is realized. In other words, you cannot be lazy and simply rest at just believing, at passively accepting what someone else is saying. It is taking those words and digesting them and realizing them in a very visceral and direct way. And that's that struggle, which is what Shraddha really is. This is from his message of Viveka Chudamani. And then I wanted to share also some Vedic references. So this comes from the Rig Veda and the Shraddha Suktam. And there's this very beautiful verse that says, Shraddha makes the fire burn splendidly. The oblation is offered with Shraddha. Shraddha is the best among all kinds of wealth. We assert this fact with our words of praise. In the Chandogya Upanishad, and this translation is by Swami Logeshwarananda, there's a very beautiful dialogue between Sanat Kumara and Narada. And Narada is asking many questions about the path spiritual. And in this verse, Sanat Kumara says that when a person has respect for what he hears, then he gives due thought to it. Without this respect, he attaches no importance to what he hears. One thinks deeply over something that one respects, but one must try to attain this respect. And the Narada replies, I want to have this respect. And in this verse, respect is what Shraddha is being translated as. And in the next verse, Sanat Kumara says, when a person is steady and devoted to his teacher, then he has respect. Without being steady, one cannot have respect. One has steadiness when one has genuine respect and devotion, but one must seek the steadiness with great earnestness. And Narada replies, I seek this steadiness. In the Taittiriya Upanishad, there is a section where a guru is giving instructions to his student. And as part of those instructions, he says, and again, faith here is the translation being given for Shraddha. Give with faith and reverence. Faith and reverence. Give with faith and reverence. Do not give without faith. Give as much as you can according to your wealth. Give with modesty. Give with awe. Give with empathy. And then one other reference I wanted to share is from the Mahanarayana Upanishad. And in this, there's a long verse given that's talking about the process of evolution in a sense. And it says, those rays by which the sun gives heat, the same rays transform water into rain, rain clouds with showers rain. From the rains, herbs and trees come. From this, food is produced. By the use of food, the breaths and senses are nourished. When the life breath is nourished, one gets bodily strength. Through bodily strength, one has the capacity to practice tapas. As the result of such tapas, faith and scriptural truths, or shraddha, springs into existence. By faith, mental power comes. By mental power, sense control is made possible, and so on and so forth. So again, from the very beginning of Vedic times, we see this focus on shraddha and the importance of shraddha. There's another verse in the same Upanishad that gives a very elaborate metaphor. And in this metaphor, the man is the institutor of the sacrifice. So the metaphor is about this man. And it is said in the second line, so the institutor of the sacrifice is his own self. His faith or his shraddha is his wife. And it goes on. It's a very elaborate metaphor. But again, you see here the importance of shraddha and the prominence that it is given. And this takes us to the story of Nachiketa from the Katha Upanishad. And as you all probably know the story, so Nachiketa is a young boy. His father performs a yajna. And it is said that in that yajna, he gives away cows and horses that were not really of any use. And the Upanishad actually says that at that time, shraddha, it uses this word, shraddha entered into the heart of his son Nachiketa. And basically Nachiketa says, to whom will you give me away? And he asked this because the father had said that as part of the yajna, he would give away all of his possessions. And Nachiketa, with the innocence and purity of devotion of a child, asks him, to whom will his father give him away? And his father, in a fit of rage, says, I will give you to Yamadeva. And then Nachiketa goes to the abode of Yamadeva and waits for him for 3 days. And when Yamadeva appears, he asks him, since he was gone for 3 days and the boy was waiting so patiently for him, he will give him 3 boons. And from this, and then Nachiketa asks for 3 boons. He asks for peace for him and his father when he returns. He asks to learn how to perform a particular yajna, and then he asks about what happens after death. And this dialogue becomes very, very famous. But the important thing is from this, for our purposes, is this idea of Shraddha entering into the heart of Nachiketa. And this is Swami Vivekananda's explanation of this episode. And I just want to quote from parts of it because it's very beautiful. So it says, the book says that at that time Shraddha entered into the heart of his son Nachiketa. I would not translate this word Shraddha to you. It would be a mistake. It is a wonderful word to understand and much depends on it. We will see how it works. For immediately we find Nachiketa telling himself, I am superior to many, I am inferior to few, but nowhere am I the last. I can also do something. And this boldness increased, and the boy wanted to solve the problem which was in his mind, the problem of death. The solution could only be got by going to the house of death, and the boy went. There he was, brave Nachiketa, waiting at the house of death for 3 days. And you know how he obtained what he desired. What we want is this Shraddha. Unfortunately, it has nearly vanished from India, and this is why we are in our present state. What makes the difference between man and man is the difference in this Shraddha and nothing else. What makes one man great and another weak and low is this Shraddha. My master used to say, he who thinks himself weak will become weak, and that is true. This Shraddha must enter into you. And the reason I want to share this is, first, we find another element of Shraddha here, which is something about confidence. So it's not just having humility and faith and reverence, but it's also having confidence and boldness, because like we were seeing earlier, Shraddha is something active that we have to do, and for that we do need this confidence. And Shraddha is actually that which gives us confidence in ourselves, because when we have this astika buddhi, that something is out there, this ideal that we have, then we will have confidence to go beyond our limits and to take bold action. And this is what Swamiji is referring to here. And the other important part that the other important aspect that is being brought out here by Swamiji's words is that Shraddha is not only important at an individualistic level for our sadhana and for our spiritual development, but is actually very important for the society and for the nation. There's a civilizational element to this of having Shraddha in our traditions, in Hinduism, in Sanatana Dharma, in the Vedic system. And even Swamiji's days, that Shraddha was in decline because of colonial rule and invasions and all of these other factors. And now it's even in a worse state. And so what he is referring to here is we need Shraddha, not just for ourselves and not just for our individual journeys, but also to uplift Bharat, also to uplift the Sanatana Dharma as a civilization and as a society. This word goes a little bit more into delving into the meaning of Shraddha. So Swamiji says, the Katha Upanishad says that Shraddha entered into the heart of Nachiketa. Even with the word ekagrata, one-pointedness, we cannot express the whole significance of the word Shraddha. The word ekagranishta, one-pointed devotion, conveys to a certain extent the meaning of the word Shraddha. If you meditate on any truth with steadfast devotion and concentration, you will see that the mind is more and more tending towards oneness, i.e. taking you towards the realization of the absolute existence, knowledge, bliss. And then I wanted to share some more of Swamiji's quotes on Shraddha. So this next one talks about Shraddha as a qualification, and Swamiji talks about how this great sage had once told him that not 1 in 20 million in this world believed in God. And he asked him why, and the sage said, suppose there's a thief in this room, and he gets to know that there's a mass of gold in the next room, and only a very thin partition between the two rooms. What will be the condition of that thief? And then Swamiji said he will not be able to sleep. He will just always constantly be thinking about how to get that gold, and he will think of nothing else. And then the sage says, do you believe that a man could believe in God and not go mad to see him? If a man sincerely believes that there is that immense infinite mind of bliss and that it can be reached, would not that man go mad in his struggle to reach it? And so this is really what Swami Vivekananda equates to equates Shraddha to. So it's this very intense desire, because if you have this faith that God is real, that Ishvara is real, that moksha can be attained here and now, then you wouldn't be able to be satisfied and complacent. You would always be actively seeking it, and that is what he is analogizing this to. And again, this goes to something about the character that we have, again, not just as individuals, but as society. And Swamiji sees Shraddha as being that lever or that force that will take us from passivity or tamas to having confidence and achieving our full potential. So he says that if a man day and night thinks he is miserable, it thinks that he is nothing he becomes. If you say, yeah, yea, I am, so shall you be. And if you say, I am not, think that you are not, and day and night meditate upon the fact that you are nothing, but nothing shall you be. That is the great fact which you ought to remember. We are the children of the Almighty. We are sparks of the infinite divine fire. How can we be nothings? We are everything, ready to do everything. We can do everything, and man must do everything. This faith in themselves was in the hearts of our ancestors. This faith in themselves was the motive power that pushed them forward and forward in the march of civilization. And if there has been degeneration, if there has been defect, mark my words, you will find that degradation to have started on the day our people lost this faith in themselves. Losing faith in oneself means losing faith in God. And I think this, again, is a very interesting point, because we see today among many people who are born Hindu that the Hindus in name only, there's this phenomenon of kind of like a self-hate or an inferiority complex, this turning against one's devas, one's traditions, one's culture. And what ends up happening is not only is there destruction in the faith in the religion, but psychologically this causes this phenomenon of self-hate, which can only be destructive even for the individual, just at a very material or base level. And so this is really the importance of Shraddha. And when we understand Shraddha in this sense, that it's not just faith, it's not just something that's primitive or superstitious, but it's really something that gives us confidence. Confidence not just in our religion and our traditions, but confidence in ourselves, that the two are tightly linked and are actually identical, that when we have confidence and reverence and faith and respect for our traditions, for where we came from, for the faith, for the religion that has nourished us, for the path that we are on, then we will also have all of those positive attributes in ourselves and for ourselves as individuals, and again as a people. And then this final quote comes from a lecture where this is again comes from Swami Vivekananda. It's a translation of a conversation that he was having with his disciple, and he tells him that what we need today is Shraddha, faith in ourselves. Strength is life, weakness is death. This kind of Shraddha is needed by us urgently. Faith like this can make us lions, can make us gods on earth. It is because we lost this Shraddha that our country has gone to ruins today. And then the disciple asks him, how did we lose this Shraddha? And Swamiji replies, right from our childhood, all our life, what we get is a negative education. What we have learned from this kind of education is that we are nobodies, we are inconsequential. We were never taught that great persons lived in our country. Our ancestors were great men. We never received life-giving education. Why? We didn't even get the education by which we could learn to use our own hands and feet and make a living for ourselves. We have spent our lives learning about the ancestors of our foreign rulers, but we are ignorant of the greatness of our own forefathers. We have only learned that we are weak. Centuries of slavery have convinced us that we are indeed weak and helpless. We have been trained to believe that we shall have to remain slaves forever. What can be the consequence of this kind of education other than loss of Shraddha in us? Therefore, I say that we have to regain that lost Shraddha. We must once again awaken that faith in our Atman. Only then, one by one, all the problems that our nation faces today can be solved. And that is the note I wanted to conclude on, to really highlight the importance of Shraddha. And what we can do today is go back and have that Shraddha that comes from the words of our gurus and our acharyas, and Shraddha in our shastras. And in our own individual lives, we must light that spark, and we must embark upon that study, upon practices, upon doing puja and all of those rites and keeping the traditions of our culture and our heritage. And then from that confidence, we must ignite confidence in ourselves and in our people on an individual basis and as a society. And that is the only way forward for ourselves and for Bharat and for Sanatana Dharma as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditi ji, for sending a wonderful and timely lecture on Shraddha. I think the very title of your talk is very insightful, because often we are always trying to prove or disprove whether Shraddha is faith, whether it is much more than faith or anything like that. But I think your phrasing that Shraddha as suspension of disbelief, I think that brings in a lot of change in perspective. It's not about proving whether Shraddha is faith or belief, but in showing that it is a suspension of disbelief. I think I especially liked this message takeaway from the talk. Nagaraj, please share your comments.
Actually, I have no words. I am so ecstatic in my experience while hearing this recorded talk, that actually rasa, this kind of emotional experience, comes from resonance. When you have the same experience as you have on the other side. So it was almost resonance of every letter, every syllable that was being uttered was as if it was snatched from my mouth. Actually, there is a role for me towards the end to speak, but I think with this recorded talk, all that is already fulfilled. There is nothing to be said by me. Everything that I wanted to say is said in this talk. That is why there was so much of resonance. There was so much of ecstasy that she was saying everything that I wanted to say with regard to Shraddha, quoting from Swamiji, Swami Vivekananda, and all other important sources from our scriptures. That was really, this is a very, very important talk, record, audio that should reach all the contemporary learners, contemporary people. It's actually exactly the way that needs to be communicated to this generation. Everything that it is both in content and the form of communication, it is exactly matching with the need of this present generation with regard to Shraddha. I thank Aditi ji for making this talk and send it to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Nagaraj, for the comments. Moving forward, we are coming to the final session we have in today's symposium by Sri Raghu Anantanarayan ji, and he'll be speaking on the topic, the practice of Shraddha and Bhakti in the Yoga Sutras. And earlier we saw a Shastric perspective on the Yoga Sutras and Bhakti. Now Raghuji will be sharing a practical, experiential perspective on the same. Just a brief introduction. Sri Raghu Anantanarayananji is a behavioral scientist, yoga teacher, and an author. He has dedicated his life to the study and application of yoga and Indic traditions to guide the inner transformation of individuals and shape leadership and culture building of organizations. The chief quest in Raghu's work has been the classic Indic query: how to continually look within, transform, be better, and inspire. This seeking led to a discipleship with Yogacharya Krishnamacharya, dialoguing with J. Krishnamurti, and collaborating with Professor Fuling K. Garg. Raghuji understood the bridge between the body and the mind, individual and the group, the traditional and the modern, which has shaped his self-inquiry throughout his life. Using Patanjali's Yoga Sutra as a guiding light, he has developed an experiential self-learning process through reflective conversations, meditative practices, and dialogues in groups. And he has combined this process work with knowledge of management systems to develop unique methodologies like the learning theater, totally aligned organization, as well as the tensegrity mandala model to guide corporations and cultural organizations. And his books include, he has written many books. He holds a bachelor's and master's degree in engineering from IIT Madras, and his books include Learning Through Yoga, The Totally Aligned Organization, Leadership Dharma, Arjuna, The Timeless Metaphor, Antaranga Yoga, The Foundation of Indian Psychology, The 5 Seats of Power, and he has co-authored Organizational Development and Alignment, The Tensegrity Mandala. He co-founded the Sumedhas Academy of Human Context and Barefoot Academy of Governance with TIS. He is one of the directors of the Center for Consciousness and Inner Transformation and the director of Flame Tau Nowhere Private Limited. And he serves on the board of many organizations. He is actively engaged with building Ritambara Ashram, a collective for inner transformation, as its chief mentor. He lives in Nilgiris, South India. Go ahead, sir.
One small correction, Nitin. He's a co-founder of Center for Consciousness Studies and Inner Transformation.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah.
Thank you, Nitinji. And I'm very happy to be here. I'll just start the process. I'm not able to share, Nitinji.
We are seeing your screen.
You're seeing my screen?
Yes, it has come up now. Now you have to go to full screen.
Full screen, yeah. Okay, I'll do that. Right, you can see this?
Yes, now it is full screen, yes.
Okay, right, let me just start traditionally. Om yogena chittasya padena vacham malam sharirasya cha vaidyakena yopakarotam pravaram muninam patanjalim pranjaliranatosmi abahu purushakaram shankachakra-sidharinam sahasrashirasam shvetam pranamami patanjalim Srimate Anantaya Nagarajaya Namo Namaha. Om Shri Krishna Vagisha Yatishwarabhyam Samprapta Chakrankana Bhashyasaram Srinutna Rangendra Yatau Samarpitasvam Shri Krishna Maryam Guruvaryamide Virodhe Kartike Mase Shatatara Kritodayam Yogacharyam Krishna Maryam Guruvaryamaham Bhaje Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Okay, what I'm going to do is share with you people what I've understood from the Yoga Sutras, and especially or particularly as I've learned it from my Guru, Sri Krishnamacharya. One of the key things to remember about the Yoga Sutra is it's an Anushasana Sutra. And when we say Anushasana Sutra, we mean that we have to practice and we accept whatever we do through our practice. So while the starting point, and the Yoga Sutra states it clearly, while the starting point is the Agama. And in our tradition, Agama means the way your teacher reveals the book or the Shastra to you. Then there is Anumana and Pratyaksha. Now, one of the key things that Krishnamacharya would repeat is that even if I'm listening to Krishnamacharya, he's sitting there in front of me and speaking, what I grasp in my mind may or may not be exactly what is being said. So the truth as I hold it of what is being taught is mine and may not necessarily be that of what is being said, because my mind may not have the clarity and the capability to grasp completely. So Anumana and Pratyaksha become very important because I have to then practice. And through my practice, I will have more and more clear glimpses of what is being said. And since the association with the teacher is for a long period of time, one is able to clarify this understanding quite often through one's questions or whatever. The teacher also grasps how much has been understood. And then the teacher will really reveal deeper and deeper aspects of the truth. So my understanding definitely, therefore, is a work in progress. Yeah, so these are the claimers and disclaimers of what I'm going to say. Now, I'm going to speak mainly about the two aspects, Shraddha and Bhakti, with respect to the Yoga Sutras. And for this, one has to understand the basic structure of the Yoga Sutras itself. And this structure is repeated several times in the Yoga Sutra in different ways. In the second chapter, this is explicitly stated. So it uses 4 very important words. The first word that it uses is heyam. Now, the word heyam is very important because normally one is living in the world, which is a world of samsara, where you're experiencing the world, you're falling, you're getting up, you're ups and downs and so on, but you don't recognize that this is an existence filled with dukkha. That's called the first viveka. So when you realize that you're living in a way that ought not to be lived, the world becomes heyam. It becomes that which has to be avoided. So the way I'm living and the way I'm experiencing the world, I have to look at carefully and I have to start making some changes so that dukkha can be ended. So heyam dukkham anagatam. So then it talks about heya hetu. There is a certain context in which I get caught with life, living life in a certain way. So there's a whole description of avidya and how avidya causes us to live in a way that we keep creating dukkha for ourselves. And then there is a state beyond this called hanam. Hanam is defined differently in different chapters, but they fundamentally mean the same thing. It means a state where you realize clearly the distinction between Purusha and Prakriti and become anchored in the Drashta or the Purusha. That is the Hanam. And there is a Hana Upaya. So most of the Yoga Sutras is about different types of Hana Upaya. So the practice here is all of these. The first is to look at the world and say, am I living a life where I'm creating dukkha for myself? Then to understand what actions, what state of mind, what inner feeling, repetitive patterns, and so on is causing this dukkha for me. To have an understanding, hopefully a clear insight in the beginning of this other state that is possible. And then there are so many practices given to move from here to there. Okay, so in the first chapter, for example, the illumined self is very clearly stated as drashta, and the required or the aspired for state is an anchorage in drashta. Yeah, tada drashtuhu swarupe avasthanam. And the heyam state is sarupyam, vritti sarupyam itaratra. And the movement between these two. In the second chapter, it's stated slightly differently. In the second half of the first chapter itself, it's stated differently, and so on. So this is the basic structure of the Yoga Sutras. Now, one of the critical things to keep in mind in this whole process is that there is a certain clarity of mind itself required to understand each of these states and each of these practices. So the Yoga Sutra is actually divided into 4 parts, and Krishnamacharya would half jokingly say that each part of the Yoga Sutra is meant for a different person. So the first part up till the Ishvara Pranidhana chapter, Pranidhana Sutra, is meant for a person whom he called Mastakanjali. And he would say that when Patanjali was talking about yoga and he came up to the sutra, Mastakanjali had a complete illumination. He got up and he said, thank you, and he walked away. And the other people stayed behind for the other instructions. So I'm just going to tell you basically what he spoke about on this. So the first set of sutras till the Ishvara Pranidhana Sutra is supposed to be for people who are bhava pratyayas. And these are people who have already an extremely clear, lucid mind. They're very deeply anchored in themselves. But for some reason, they need this extra spark to be reminded of the states that they had already achieved in their previous birth. So they are born with a certain extraordinary mind. So for these people, the Yoga Sutra does not bring in the idea of Ishvara. So it goes straight from telling you what is yoga, what is the state of drashtaha, swarupe avasthanam, what is chitta vritti, how do you end chitta vritti, and it talks about abhyasam and vairagyam, abhyasa vairagya abhyam tannirodha, and so on. So this is straight, direct, and very, very sharp set of sutras that tell you what's the nature of the world, what's the nature of the mind, what's the nature of Purusha, and how do you get anchored completely in Purusha. Right? We'll come back to why Nirishwara and so on a little later. And then it also talks about itaratra. Itaratra generally refers to people who are called upaya pratyaya. Upaya pratyaya are all of us. We need a method. We have to develop a mind capable of clear seeing, invest in that mind over a period of time so that this psyche, mind is a wrong word, and the whole prakriti has to change. So this prakriti then becomes capable of sustained samadhi and therefore realizing what is kaivalya and all of the guna atitan. He becomes a guna atitan and so on. So even in the upaya pratyaya, there are 3 levels. And why doesn't Upaya Pratyaya need Ishvara? So Krishnamacharya is very clear about it. He says, in the Kali Yuga, you must have Ishvara with you. Without Ishvara, you cannot transcend. And the reason is this. In Kali Yuga, we reinforce avidya. And avidya consists of not just a mistaken understanding of the nature of the world around you, it also fundamentally creates a mistaken construct of the self. I create a structure of feeling, thought, and action, and live inside this structure of thought, feeling, and action. And this structure is both a protective, defensive structure as well as an acquisitive machine. So it goes after things that it thinks is pleasurable, which is raga, and defends itself against things which it thinks it's dvesha. And this structure then becomes filled with an energy called abhinivesha, which is self-protective. This has to live. So all my energies, all my capabilities, I bring in and fill this avidya kshetram and the avidya structure with this energy of self-preservation, acquisition, exploitation, and so on. And what then happens is, as we start practicing yoga, we realize that this structure is what is blinding me, both from my reality of who I am and the reality of the world as it is. But when we come to the edge and we really have to dissolve or drop this sense of self, abhinivesha comes up and captures us. So the only way I can allow this sense of self to drop away is if Ishvara is there to help me. While the first person, the Mastakanjali, did not need it. He saw this structure, he said this is a false structure, he just burnt it off. For others, it becomes, at this edge, you get into fear and you really reinforce the old structures again. So Ishvara then becomes an extremely important part of the upaya. Okay. And then there are different levels of upaya that you need. So one description of Ishvara is very similar to Ishvara as Prajna Swarupam. Sa esha purvesham api guruhu kalena anavachyedat, and so on. And when the slightly more advanced sadhaka is told that this is the form of Ishvara, his mind is capable of absorbing this idea, which does not have form, but which is directly a description of consciousness and transcendent states of being. And because he has trust, he has shraddha. Now, English words are very problematic here. He has shraddha in this understanding of Ishvara. He becomes capable of dropping the structures of the mind and therefore becomes capable of nirbija samadhi. Yeah. Now, then there is the person for whom this understanding of Ishvara doesn't evoke because his mind is not capable, his mind is not subtle enough. So for this person, Ishvara is described as the ground of all being. Yeah. And then this person needs to go through a process of self-study. This person needs to go through more rigorous practice. And for this person, understanding that everything around him is actually a form of Ishvara becomes a very, very critical way of being able to then look at the world differently, in a way that doesn't create dukkha, and slowly dissolve his sense of asmita or sense of self completely. And then you have the person who is even more tamasic in a sense, who needs even deeper practices, even more fundamental practices of how to behave, what is right conduct in various situations, asana, pranayama, good food, and all of this. For this sadhaka, Ishvara is a personal God and a protector. He needs a vigraha. He needs a clear form to be given. And he develops a certain relationship with this form, and through that is able to set aside his asmita. And the more he's able to set aside his asmita, for longer time he's able to set aside his asmita, the inner intelligence and his own svabhava and his own inner intelligence start to manifest. So that is the context in which Shraddha is talked about. We also need to keep in mind that the word yoga in the Yoga Sutra refers both to the path that one is taking as well as the end point. Yeah? So there are a couple of sutras that clearly use the word Shraddha. Now, one of the sutras is Shraddha Virya Smriti Samadhi Prajna Purvaka Itaresham. I mentioned that word Itaresham for you earlier. So the people who need Upaya Pratyaya need to understand Shraddha, Virya. I'll explain all these words to you. Now, Shraddha in this context is towards both the path and the certainty of the end. And Shraddha, Krishnamacharya would describe the easiest way of understanding Shraddha is the way a mother continuously invests in the child, knowing full well that all my investments will lead to the child becoming a beautiful adult, is the quality of Shraddha. So I invest in my practice, I invest in my endpoint, the goal, and I continuously keep the practice. Because initially, an Upaya Pratyaya is not going to experience the phala of the practice, right? And then the sutras also talk about what kind of problems will come up, vyadhis, dhyana, samshaya, pramada, and various things like this, what kind of dukkha, daurmanasya it will create. So when these vignas come, unless I have this complete Shraddha, I'm not going to keep on investing. So it's like a child. The child might fall ill, the child will sometimes listen to you, the child will not listen to you, and so on. But you keep on investing in the child. Then Virya. Virya is very important because you need a certain courage to walk on this path. Yeah, because initially when a person makes a commitment, the person does not actually have a clear, insightful idea of the end point. His teacher tells him something inside him says, I have to be on the path. So he gets onto the path. And when you start walking on the path, you have to be able to see what is it in yourself that is causing dukkha. In modern terminology, they call it the shadow sides of the self. So I have to look at my behavioral patterns and go through what is called Karya Vimukti first, and then I have to go through Chitta Vimukti and so on. So Karya Vimukti itself requires a lot of intensity and courage. I have to stop doing certain actions that I know is creating dukkha. I have to invest in actions which I know will lead me to the final end. Then I have to understand what is the mind that is compulsively going behind this negative. Yeah, so if you remember in the Mahabharata, Krishna reveals himself to Duryodhana. Duryodhana clearly says, I can see you, but my mind is so full of envy, I can't follow what you're saying. So the ability that you need, the prakriti that you need to follow this path with courage, even when negative parts of me get revealed to myself, is virya. Now, smriti is a very interesting word. Smriti means two things. One is I have to keep track of my own practice. I have to keep track of what my teacher has said so that I can move on the path. And when I see indicators that I have walked a certain distance and got to a certain goal or phala, I'll be able to recognize it. That is one aspect of Prakriti. So I can build on my practice. I know that I ate this food. This food allowed me to be more sattvic. So I eat that food tomorrow a little more. I do something else which didn't lead me on the right path. I remember that. And slowly build a personal practice that will lead me on the way. Now, as this smriti is happening and my practice is moving forward, a very interesting phenomenon called smaram happens. Smaram is my memory of the true quality of my being, which is there in the dharam. This gets revealed to me when the structures of the self start becoming thinner and thinner and start dissolving. So this is what is the real sense and insight of the endpoint. So this smaram, which comes in flashes, has to become the whole of me and fill me up completely. That is samadhi prajna. So as my mind becomes more and more subtle, it's capable of looking at reality as is, resonating from within me with the reality as is, and therefore gain deeper and deeper and deeper insightful knowledge. Right? Prajna has a very specific meaning in yoga. Prajna in yoga means I'm able to see the movement and the emanation and manifestation of reality from its most subtle form, which is the Mula Prakriti, till its manifest form, which is Vishesha, or the world outside, and then going back and dissolving. So that's the whole path. And of course, Shraddha is needed for you to walk through the whole thing. And what you reach finally is, in yoga, it's this figure of Anantasayana. So even when we're praying, we pray to Anantaya Nagarajaya Namo Namaha. So this is the form. Yeah. And then one has to go beyond the form to the formless, which is Nirbija Samadhi. The other critical idea in Shraddha is like Nandi, Dirgha Kala, which means it's not going to happen soon. It's a long time of practice. Nairantarya. You don't stop and start. You don't do something here and then run off to some other practice, run off to some other practice. You take up a practice, and that's where Shraddha comes in. You invest in that practice with complete full heart and stay on the path. The one good thing is, even if you have temporary setbacks, when you get back into the practice, the force of the practice will quickly take you back to where you stopped. Yeah. Satkara is to find those actions, like I said before, which are going to lead you on the path. And all of this is done with tremendous respect, both to the path and to the endpoint, and in a sense of service. Yeah. So all of this, when persisted with, is what is going to take you through. The other very important idea in the Yoga Sutra is the idea called Yatha Abhimata Dhyanadva. Now, Abhimatam is also a term that is used because it says all the Prakritis are not the same. Certain kinds of understanding of the path, a certain kind of understanding of the Godhead, Ishvara, will resonate with some people in one way, it will resonate with other people in a different way. So choose that path which really fills your heart with preeti for that path, which fills you with love for that path, and follow that path. Yatha Abhimata Dhyanadva. And these are the basic ideas around Shraddha. Yeah, and because the whole path is looked at as a Samudra Manthan. And remember, in the Samudra Manthan, the Devas were required until the Amrita came up finally. So the parts of ourselves which are on the Satkara, on the positive, and the other more Asuric parts are going to be there till the end and the final dissolution happens. So Shraddha is not something which you require only in the beginning or somewhere in the middle. It's something that's required till the end, till the final Amrita comes up, and then you get completely absorbed in Kaivalya. Yes, Nitin.
Thank you, Raghuji, for a wonderful presentation. Can
Please stop sharing. Please stop sharing.
Yeah.
I'm just going to stop sharing. Yeah.
So I think it's a very important and a very practical oriented presentation, that how Ishvara Pranidhana, what is actually its role, and the way the Shraddha and Bhakti comes in the practice of yoga. And this is a very important insight that you have shared. I had a question about this, the Uttama Adhikaris that you mentioned in the beginning, that where the Ishwar Pranidhana is not needed, is what you said, I believe, or
see,
did I
this
get it
is,
wrong?
Nitin, this is a common misunderstanding and a common charcha, Nitin. It's not that Ishvara Pranidhana is not required. It's exactly like some other person was saying, this chap who is a Bhava Pratyaya sees Ishvara the moment it's pointed out to him. So why does he need Ishvara Pranidhana? He does not. So he goes straight into that. Okay. There's another explanation, no? In Sankhya itself, there are 3 types of Sankhya. One Sankhya that equates Mula Prakriti and Purusha as the foundation. One that says Purusha and Prakriti. And another Sankhya thing that talks about an Ishvara which is beyond these two. Yoga Sutra talks about that Ishvara. Purusha Vishesha Ishvaraha. Yeah. But these are all Charcha-based things, Nitin. Okay. And Krishnamacharya was very clear. Charcha doesn't lead to practice. You are in Kali Yuga. You need Ishvara. You figure out, yes, he was very clear about it. You figure out whether you're the kind of person who can pray to the Tattva itself. Do you need a Vigraha? What do you need? And completely dedicate yourself. Okay.
But Raghu, my issue is you are quoting this example of Nirishwara and saying that Ishvara is not required. But even
I didn't say that.
Yes, that is how you presented it.
No. Go back slowly, Hari. If you have that kind of mind, which by the first touch of the Guru, or in Shankara's case, whatever, that incident he goes through in the river, immediately he sees God.
No, but that is the Purva Janma Sukritam. No? That is
exactly. That is the Bhava Pratyaya, no?
So, but means in the previous lifetime, they had to go through the earlier stages.
That's what I said, na?
So therefore, at any point in time, Ishvara is a sine qua non. It's not, you cannot bypass it. If not this lifetime, in the previous lifetime.
Yeah. So that's the Bhava Pratyaya. Na? How did you get to become a Bhava Pratyaya? Through a practice, you had that Prakriti, you passed away or you suspended. There is another thing in Yoga Sutra of what this Bhava Pratyaya is. And then you choose to be born. But when you choose to be born, the possibility of an avarana, some kind of covering coming, because you've taken this body, you may not immediately see the Ishvara inside you. You may not see the Jiva inside you, for which you require some external trigger, which is in the form of a guru, an enlightened guru or something. And the guru knows where your practice needs to start. What is your prakriti like? So either from sometimes just the sight of the guru. I know a couple of people who said that I saw this person, immediately I had this enlightened state. The guru didn't even talk to them. They just looked at this chap straight. They looked at him, and this person had a transcendental experience.
So basically, that's an outlier. What you're saying is an outlier. Right?
Those are outliers.
They don't make the rule.
They don't make the rule. So the rule
the larger
is,
point is Ishvara is a prerequisite in Yoga Sutras. That's the point.
Yes and no, Hari. I'm not going to let go so easily. I tell you why.
No, but
I tell you
why?
why. No, I tell you why. See, as a yoga teacher, I'm telling you the practicalities of it. No, as a yoga teacher, somebody comes to me and says they want to learn yoga, and invariably they'll say back pain, neck pain. That's why I'm coming to you. I teach them something. Back pain is removed, neck pain is removed. They go away. Period. Then there are other people who will come and say, I need to be a little less stressed, XYZ. Not just back pain, shoulder pain. They're willing to listen to something more, some little more pranayama they learn, little more deeper things they will learn. Once they have made themselves what they think is a better instrument for going and exploiting the world, they'll run away from you. Then there are other people, we ask them, do you have a faith in God? What God do you have faith in? These are people who are generally have much greater depth of understanding of dharma. Okay.
See, that's
they want to live a different life. Then you have a whole different starting point.
No, Raghu, I disagree. That's a teaching. So what we are discussing is whether Shraddha and Bhakti is required in Yoga Sutras or not.
It is.
That's the limited point. Now you decide
that I've already answered.
Because you have, this is in reference to our discussions, because you are bringing out again the Nirishvara part, as if to now portray that, look, there is that Nirishvara part also that is possible.
There
right?
is.
But that Nirishvara part is possible only for those people who have been through the first stage, so to speak, whether in this lifetime or the previous lifetime.
So it's for the bhava pratyaya. That's what I said.
Yeah. So I want to be clear on that. So,
That is clearly stated. Yeah, the charcha around Yoga Sutra comes because people don't apply this bhava pratyaya rule for the first set of sutras and call it based on Nirishvara Sankhya, and there's a whole dialogue and debate about it. I mean, Nagaraji and all will know, Nitin and Jayaraman will know much more about this charcha than I do, because I don't get into this charcha. But it is a fact. We can't run away from the fact that this is the way it has been interpreted. But Krishnamacharya's interpretation is very clearly that this is meant for a bhava pratyaya. That's not how everybody interprets it, by the way. A lot of people still have that question about the first 20-odd sutras. And he's also said that in Kali Yuga, you must have Ishvara Pranidhana. But what is the form of Ishvara that you can resonate with will differ depending on the Prakriti. And then your practice will also differ based on that.
Yeah, that is fair enough. I mean, that's fair enough. Nagaraj Garu, do you want to weigh in on this?
This is what.
You're muted.
Yes, Nagaraji, I'd love to hear you on this.
This whole debate has started because of I was ostracized when I said that, look, this is devotion and Shraddha is important. I was ostracized. So this whole
Let me just share data. There was a yogi in Hampi who was known for his vibhutis also. He achieved vibhutis. And myself, my father, and all our team met him, and we saw some of his vibhutis. He was able to stop monkeys when they were entering the ashram. When we were all going, we were all scared, and just with his hand movement, he stopped all the monkeys. They were actually made into statues. They were immobilized, and they then moved when he ordered. Then we went inside and said, "Oh, you have vibhutis, everything." Then my father said, "What is your experience?" We were discussing. When he narrated his inner experiences, the light that he saw, the nirbija samadhi that he was into, everything. Then my father said, "What do you want to call it?" Then he said, "Why should I call it Ishvara? It is your word. You give it a word. If you want to give it a word, Ishvara, give it. But I don't know to give it. I'm not interested in giving it." Then he said, "You have all come from Virupaksha temple. You are interested in those idols and you are idol worshippers. I'm not. Yoga is not idol worshipping. I'm just a yogi. And we have an entire school of what can be called yoga movement who were iconoclasts. They were against idol worship, they were against bhakti, they were against temple going and all that. There are n number of songs, lyrics written by them against idol worship, against all this. And today, when they do academic studies of these lyrics and this material and all that, if they are coming from left side, if they are coming from Hindu-phobic thinking, they get elated looking at this. Oh, wow, these are the people. Yes, they are scolding rituals, they are scolding, temple, they are scolding bhakti, they are scolding idols. Wonderful people. So these are our predecessors, they think. And they say, see, this is what is being actually this reality of people like us in the Hindu tradition that are being hidden by the present Hindu-minded academicians. It is there that approach is not absent.
It's there in Siddha literature also, no? Tamil
in Tamil Siddha literature, there's a whole tradition of this. There is a whole group of people who, in fact, form part of the Hindu tradition itself.
Correct.
But they appear to be iconoclast, they appear to be against some Ishvara kind of thing and all that. What happens is today, when we are addressing contemporary audience, because from the morning I have been repeating this, we are getting educated from the experience of the emergence of modernity from Europe. That emergence of modernity was happening because of a clash between faith and science. And faith was stoning science. Galileo was stoned, Galileo was jailed, Copernicus was harassed because of the faith and the theocracy. The king was controlled by the faith. So that led to, in the European tradition and the Europe-born Enlightenment tradition, which is the origin of our university academics, there has been this very stringent clash between science and faith. So because we are coming from there, whenever we see somebody opposing faith, we jump at it, we are elated, we get excited and say, these are these yogis, these are our people. These are very similar to us and all that. All this is coming from a misunderstanding of the actual Vedic tradition. On the Vedic side, the faith versus science binary itself does not apply, because it is the Shastra scholars like Tulsi Kumar Joshi ji, Jamalamadaka Srinivas Garu, Jamalamadaka Suryanarayana Garu, all the Shastra scholars from the morning repeatedly said that, and Aditi Banerjee's presentation also has the same, that Shraddha is not a blind faith.
Correct.
And there is this Ishvara being imagined to be some god with big bold eyes, being looking from the sky downwards and controlling all of us, kind of thing, and the god coming from a book in which you have to have a blind faith because the book asks you to believe. No, there is this circular logic that you have to believe in that god because the book asks you to believe. Why should you believe in that asking of the book? Because the book is also asking you to believe. So that circular logic in that God is being unnecessarily getting universalized. And people, when they look at Ishvara, they think that we are talking about that kind of a God.
Can I just add something here, Nagarajji? Exactly what you're saying. Krishnamacharya would continuously say, when I'm talking about Ishvara, be very careful about vikalpa about Ishvara and having dharana on the right figures. And he would say, the pictures drawn by Ravi Verma are vikalpa. When you go to a vigraha that is done properly, the mathematics and the proportion of the vigraha is what is impacting you. Take that in. That is what will protect you. So you have to be careful about the choice also. So he would clearly say, don't go for vikalpa. It's very easy to get caught with vikalpa. It doesn't matter if you start, but be careful. Exactly what you're saying.
Well, I'll give you Shastriya examples of how we can see how Shastra looks at Ishvara. For example, in Nyaya, there is a discussion about the relationship between word and meaning, Shabda and Artha. And the modern linguistics says that the relationship between word and meaning is not created by us, human beings. It is arbitrary. The word and meaning relationship has come in very arbitrary. But in Vyakarana Sampradaya, in Vakyapadiyam, Bhartrihari says that the relationship between word and meaning is a convention.
Correct.
It is a collective convention. It is an unconscious collective contribution by all the speakers. So when I say that I am not the one who has given the meaning for this word, I am just saying that I am not singly contributing to the meaning of the word. The meaning of the word has been contributed collectively, unconsciously through the convention of all the speakers, even before me. So this collective unconscious contribution by the speakers, apart from me, from the previous generations also, if all this together is given a name, that is Ishvara. That is what Nyaya is saying. Nyaya is saying that it is Ishvara Kritam Nirnaya. Ayam Shabdasya Ayam Arthamiti Ishvara Kritam Nirnaya. This is, Ishvara Kritam means if you are imagining that there is a Lord who says that let there be trees, then there were trees, let there be light, there was light, kind of God, and he created, let there be this meaning for this word, then that is superstitious. That is based on a blind faith. Correct. But when we are saying that there is a logic, there is a convention, there is a collective unconscious contribution by all the speakers. And if I have to visualize this collective ability, collective power of all the collective unconscious contribution by all the speakers, then I would give that the name Ishvara.
But Nagarajji, there is also this idea of spotana, that there are some key words which intrinsically refer to a reality, like Om, na?
That is Ajasra Shabda. That is in Vyakarana.
So that's also critical, na?
Yeah, that
because
is.
in connection with Ishvara, no, in connection with Ishvara, The Yoga Sutra ends with Tat Japaha Tadartha Bhavanam, saying chant Om.
Yes, yes.
And the word Om contains within it the reality of the Om.
Correct, exactly. So that Ajasratva is matching only with Om. Shabda is Artha. That is, Om is the Dhyaya and Om is the Dhyana and Om is the Dhyata also.
Dhyata, that's right.
So the Tripiti, so there that is Ajasra. And they, in modern studies of communication and linguistics, they use the word iconicity. So whenever the word and meaning are the same, the word communicates itself, they say that it is an iconic. It is iconicity. And that iconicity is also there. But this iconicity also forms part of the larger mechanism of that being beyond the individual ability of an individual. So that everything that is happening in reality, which is beyond the individual ability of the individual, is the process called Ishvara. So when you are saying you are doing pranidhana to Ishvara, you are actually recognizing the reality that you do not have the kartrutva for the entire process, which includes your process. There is a larger process in which you are part. And the recognition that you are just part of that whole process is the pranidhana. So from a very mundane point of view, from a very mundane experience, people may think that it is a surrenderance, it is submission, you are obedient, you are falling at the feet of someone, you are being oppressed by him, you are being hegemonized by him, you are being controlled by that person, and all that. This is a misunderstanding coming from a day-to-day experience of what people think that you are accepting the process. Actually, when Yoga Sutras say that you are able to understand the language of birds if you actually empathize with the birds as one of the vibhutis. What it is saying is that gradually you have to identify with the process called Ishvara. So that when you are doing more and more empathy, with greater and greater empathy, what you are doing is you are getting absorbed. That absorption is pranidhana.
Yeah, sahridayatva of that, na?
Yeah, sahridayatva.
The spandana of the object and the spandana inside you become the same, na? That is samadhi, no?
That is samadhi. That is pranidhana also.
That is pranidhana.
That
Ishvara
is also.
pranidhana.
Ishvara pranidhana is samadhi only.
Yeah, Ishvara pranidhana is samadhi in the concept of sarvam kalvidam brahma.
Sarvam kalvidam brahma.
That's what I said, no? That Hiranyagarbha thing. That's very difficult also, na, Nagaraji? A normal person, that Hiranyagarbha is manifest everywhere is a very superior idea, no? So the spandana happens usually with some vigraha which they feel very close to, and so on. So that becomes the starting point. That's what Krishnamacharya is saying. And there he is warning us, saying, don't take this calendar heart to be your representation. Go to your Kuladevam, go to your particular god or goddess, make sure that vigraha is sculpted properly.
In organizational behavior, in a company management, in corporate behavior, in organizational behavior, if you tell an employee that if he keeps ownership for every activity which is a collective process of the whole company, he will be unnecessarily sued for every activity of the company.
Correct.
So for him to be safe, it is always safe to disown. Own only to the extent that he is responsible. Then this process of owning only to the extent to which he is responsible is what is called as Ishvara Pranidhana. The company's collective process is Ishvara. And he is just allowing himself to be just part of it. That is a very clever and political, diplomatic way of escaping from getting sued.
It's a beautiful idea, Nagaraji. So if the Danavas do something, I don't have to be responsible for it.
Yeah, see, there is everything happening from all other employees of the company. Why should I say I'm doing everything? I can say that I just surrendered to the whole process of the company. I'm just part of it. I'm doing whatever bit I'm responsible for. Please don't sue me for everything that happens in the company.
That's a nice way of looking.
That is a surrender. That is pranidhana. That is Ishvara pranidhana. So with this analogy, we can say that the company called Cosmos, this is a cosmic company. It is a huge company that is running. And if that company is being run by itself, that self-running by the cosmos as a company can make it Parama Atman. That is Parama Atman. But if you look at that agency which is running the whole cosmic company called Cosmos, that is called Ishvara. Even if the MD or the CEO or the chief director of the company unnecessarily owns up responsibility for anything, he unnecessarily gets sued for it. So it is better, it is safe for even the MD to say that the entity called company is doing the whole thing. I'm responsible only to the extent that I'm responsible. On paper. That is Ishvara Pranidhana.
Nagaraji, any more comments? I think you have already shared a lot of your thoughts on
Yes.
Correct. Yeah.
So, and most of the things that I wanted to say were covered by Aditi ji also. So I think you can move on to your vote of thanks and conclude.
Okay. Thank
Harikiran
you.
Garu, you asked me to respond, so if you have anything to say.
No. Thank you.
He's very happy, Nagaraji. But I never ostracized you, Hariji. I was subtly giving the same point.
Thank you, Ragiji, for the wonderful presentation, very nuanced presentation. Viewers, we come to a conclusion.
I pushed him. So that presentation, he should be thankful to me because otherwise he wouldn't have done this.
True. So I sat down and carefully thought through also, Hariji.
I think the whole symposium would not have happened without the initial discussion and debate, Hariji, between you, him, and Prasad Garu.
Yeah.
Okay. So, moving forward, we come to the conclusion of today's symposium. I think this was a very important topic about how the Vedic notion of spirituality or Adhyatma is unique in that it has a particular goal, it has a particular process, and several distinguishing factors. We saw in Dr. Tulsi Joshi's presentation how the very word, the very phrase Adhyatma refers to the goal, refers to the process, refers to the different elements involved in the process, as well as refers to the methodology of a process. So very term Adhyatma is all inclusive, is all defining and not at all vague. A single word is all defining. And then we see various presentations in the morning. There was a presentation Navavidha Bhakti by Sri Dushyantji, and then a presentation on Bhakti from a Dvaita Sampradaya, how they see, how Madhvacharya has presented Bhakti. And we saw two presentations on Bhakti and Shraddha from a Yoga Sutras perspective, and one from Srinivas ji in the morning on how Bhakti is very necessary even for the performance of karma. In karma anushtana, without bhakti, that karma will not fructify. And in the afternoon, we saw a presentation by Sri Rajarshidi on the bhakti in Tantra Upasana, how the Shraddha in the process of Tantra Anushtana, in the Guru, in the Devata, without that, the Upasana will not give results. And Aditi ji gave a fantastic reformulation of Shraddha as not just faith or trust, but basically Shraddha as a suspension of disbelief. I think that is a very powerful idea. So with these many different facets being covered, I'm hopeful that more and more people will focus on these ideas and work more deeply, publish perhaps articles, papers, books on these ideas. So with this closing comments, I want to conclude today's symposium, and hopefully we will be seeing more. Follow us INDICA on Twitter, Facebook, etc. for more details about upcoming events. Thank you. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha.